Who says there are no good talents in China? Ever since that person arrived, the youth training camp of the Goan team has been producing goalkeepers, center backs, fullbacks, defensive midfielders, central midfielders, attacking midfielders, wingers, and forwards. Are all of them produced? Foreign clubs treat this place like a lottery shop, but he has stated to the media that Goan never sells players, only release clauses. Why is it so expensive? The foreign giants initially came here hoping to hit the jackpot, but upon seeing the release clauses, they frowned. Make it cheaper. Get lost. Director Su's reply was concise and clear. If he won't even pay this little release clause, how can he value you? Chapter 1. Everyone, this is a parallel world. In this work, the author will not maliciously defame any team or player. It's a relatively relaxed atmosphere. In a dimly lit small room, smoke billows. In the center of the room sits an expensive mahogany desk, and on a heavy chair made of precious calfskin sits a shorter, stocky man with bloodshot eyes and a scruffy beard. Occasionally taking a puff from the cigarette between his fingers, the door to the room opens, and a young man in his 30s enters. Upon smelling the thick smoke in the air and seeing the messy and dim environment, he furrows his brow. He walks to the bedside, pulls back the curtains, and opens the window. After the smoke dissipates a bit, the young man says, "Father, it's time to eat." The man sitting in the chair is bald on top, reflecting light in the sunlight. He turns to look at the young man, tears seemingly welling in his eyes. "Guanlan, our company is finished." Huaxia, Beijing, it is June, and the sun is shining brightly on the well-maintained and clean pitch. Young faces appear serious. Beads of sweat tightly cling to their foreheads due to the scorching summer sun. They are working hard to position themselves, while the forwards attempt to showcase their footwork during the limited opportunities to touch the ball. Chapter 2. Guanlan sits in a chair in the office, watching one by one the oddly dressed fashionable players leave. This is the 20th player he has sent off. His father's group has fallen into financial crisis, and the funding chain has broken. Guanlan is not foolish. Neither is his father. Having been in business for years, how could they not realize that the group has been set up and fallen into a trap? Guanlan has an extreme passion for football. Having studied abroad in his early years, he was immersed in the atmosphere of British football and could not extricate himself. He hopes to own his own team, a prestigious club with high-level configurations and a fan base. His first choice was a foreign team, but unfortunately, his financial resources cannot support the expenses of teams in the top 5 leagues. Coincidentally, Chinese football has just passed through the painful period after the influx of money era and is slowly recovering. Here, he chose the Goan team. Most domestic teams are not highly valued because they almost have no fixed assets, and most teams do not make a profit, making it difficult to sell a team. The headstrong group acquired the Goan team effortlessly, and Guanlan, armed with a large amount of cash, is building this team, poaching national players with high salaries to create the lineup, investing heavily in building training bases, and establishing a youth training system. Chapter 3. Su furrows his brow in thought. Although he was somewhat prepared, he did not expect that the situation would turn out to be the worst case. The Goan team is likely to lose its financial backer and cut off funding. Waves of anxiety rise within him as he begins to ponder the purpose of the management calling him in today. When a team is in crisis, similar to all companies, the only way to survive is to sacrifice everything else to preserve the operation of the first team, and the first to be affected will certainly be the youth training system, scouting system, and analytical management departments. Those that take a long time to yield returns and cannot even cover their losses. Su is precisely the head of youth training. The football academy and youth training system of the Goan team were painstakingly established by Su after returning to the country, and just as he was about to reap the rewards, the club encountered a crisis. Guanlan sighed and continued. Su, I know this is hard to accept, but because the recent financial storm in the market has completely shattered the real estate bubble, the headstrong group's funding chain has broken, and investments in the club may not continue. Didn't the news say something about tax evasion? Chapter 4. Another sunny day in summer Beijing with a gentle breeze. Su slowly wakes up, stretches, feeling energized. Last night was the most comfortable sleep he has had in a while. The dream last night, Su can still vaguely remember the wonderful dream from last night. Looking nostalgically at the desk in his dormitory, where several photo frames are placed, and the photos. Inside are group pictures of Su, one with some young players. Director Su, thank you, but I have to go to school. My parents. Director Su, I will play well. Just wait and see. Director Su. A slight smile hangs on Su's face as he caresses the photo frames, but then he sighs dejectedly. Sigh. After a simple wash, a cold expression returns to his face. He walks down from the dormitory building and finds many members of the coaching staff gathered below. The leading assistant coach, Yang Lixing, brightens up when he sees Su-Wen come out, but then changes his expression to one of complaint as he looks at Su-Wen, saying, "Boss, how's it going? You went to headquarters yesterday morning and didn't come back until we finished work. And then you said there would be a meeting today, but we haven't heard anything since. Everyone has been waiting until now and is worried sick. If it weren't for the security saying you returned, we would have been concerned about your safety. The problem is they even came to me asking for news." Chapter 5 National Security Team, Tongzhou Training Base, after Su-Wen settled his personal belongings and paper documents in the head coach's office. He began to review the financial report of the team left for him by the football director, Peng Yangyang. Yang Lixing was sent by him to check on the remaining players of the first team. The other members of the coaching staff were also inspecting the functionality and conditions of the base facilities in their respective areas. After spending half an hour, Su-Wen finished reading the last page of the document and let out a slight sigh of relief. In the report, during the first 2 years when the strong group invested the most, the team spent money like water, raising the salary cap to a terrifying 500,000 euros per week. Excluding transfer fees and various miscellaneous expenses, the annual expenditure reached 200 million renminbi, resulting in a loss of 50 million renminbi each year. As for revenue, not counting the transfer fees from player sales, the total income from match days, broadcasting shares, sponsorship income, and miscellaneous off-field income added up to an astonishing 1.6 billion renminbi. Su-Wen thought for a moment and understood that Beijing Guoan, based in the capital and the only team at the Super League level here, has a long history, a strong fan base, and a good fan culture, also being humorously referred to as the pressure relief valve of the capital. Chapter 6, Why does he have strange symbols displayed? Su-Wen felt a bit puzzled. He had not yet researched the reasons behind the appearance of the strange symbols or the accuracy of their values. However, through simple observation, he roughly understood the basic rules for their appearance. After leaving the Guoan Football Academy in the morning, many people brushed past Su-Wen or spent a long time with him, but none of them had the strange symbols appearing above their heads. This included Ho Sun, a former professional player, above whom Su-Wen also did not see it. Therefore, the appearance of the strange symbols above others' heads was conditional. Su-Wen speculated that the condition was that the person was currently an active professional player or an active youth training player. The strange symbols on Su-Wen's side did not seem to have pre-trigger conditions. They would gradually appear as long as the player stayed in his line of sight for a period of time. The boy looked quite young. Previously, Su-Wen was more interested in the visuals of the racing game and did not closely observe the boy's physique. Now, upon closer inspection, the boy had thick thighs, a chest and core significantly more robust than an average passerby, resembling the physique one would expect from an athlete. Chapter 7, here it is. The training base of the Guoan team. And you stood at the entrance of the training base, gazing at the oval building in the center of the base, staring at the huge Guoan team emblem on the building, feeling a thrill that made his whole body tremble. After receiving a call last night, he excitedly tossed and turned in bed because, as far as he knew, the place he was told to go to today was supposed to be the training base of the Guoan first team. And you arrived at the gate of the training base at 7 a.m., explaining his purpose and showing his ID to the security guard. "I haven't seen you before. Did you come up from the youth team?" The security guard was very friendly. He had watched the gate of the Guoan training base for many years and knew that young kids like this were the future hope of the Guoan team. "Train well, and you'll definitely make it." And you nodded shyly. "Are you going in directly or waiting here for someone?" The guard kindly opened the gate, allowing you to enter. Since he had arranged to meet someone from Guoan at the gate over the phone, he started chatting with the security guard, listening to him share various interesting stories that had happened here in the past. Chapter 8, Guoan team, Tongzhou training base outside the gate. Compared to the media that had blocked the entrance like a tide in the morning, it was much quieter now, with only a few persistent reporters gathered together chatting. They were fully armed with sunglasses, sun hats, and sun protective clothing. After all, the scorching July sun in Beijing was no joke. The reporters were all fidgeting in the heat. A young reporter from Sports Star took off his sunglasses, wiped the sweat off his face with a tissue, and began to complain to an older reporter beside him. "Senior, why are we waiting here? The Guoan team usually finishes training around 4 p.m. The old reporter chuckled and said, "Xinhan, you joined late. The club's training times can fluctuate, let alone the Guoan team is currently in turmoil. You might catch a player during this time." Zhang Xinhan nodded, somewhat understanding. Having just graduated from a Master S program, She had only recently joined the newspaper and certainly did not have as much experience as the old reporter in getting interviews on the front lines. While they were talking, the sound of a car engine suddenly came from the gate, and a Mercedes could be seen driving towards the entrance from far down the training base road. Look, it's coming. Chapter 9, Beijing, 3rd Ring Road. Football Star newspaper office building. Zhang Xinhan felt a bit tired. She slowly turned her head, her gaze passing through the transparent glass and looking out at the sky. In the distance, the sun was slowly setting, dyeing the horizon a shade of orange-red, as if wrapping the entire world in a warm coat. That sunset resembled a beautiful painting, evoking a sense of longing. Seeing the beautiful scenery, Zhang Xinhan smiled. She had finally organized the interview report with Yang Lixing and written it up in the afternoon. Humph, this time the editor will definitely be satisfied. Zhang Xinhan secretly rejoiced. While she was still immersed in the thought of seeing her name on the front page of the newspaper, the old reporter walked over. Seeing Zhang Xinhan so happy, he asked, "Xinhan, what is making you so joyful?" Zhang Xinhan pretended to be mysterious and made a shushing gesture, saying, "It's a secret." The old reporter laughed. "I haven't seen you for a while this afternoon. Did you find your interview subject? That's great. I couldn't get any information after asking the players for so long this afternoon." Zhang Xinhan, who had been guessed by the old reporter, raised her small face, looking pleased. "Hey, the Goan team is in big trouble this year. The head coach actually sold over 30 players. I really don't know what he is thinking." Chapter 10, the tidy room, clean, spotless for the impending work, allowed sunlight to easily stream through the clean floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the room brightly. The room was simply furnished, with a large, elegant wooden desk placed slightly against the wall, on which sat a bottle of incense and a bouquet of artificial flowers. The wall behind the desk was adorned with a high-definition green Goan team emblem, giving it a solemn appearance. Peng Yang smiled as he looked at the stiff-bodied young man in front of him and patted his back, saying, "Don't be nervous, kid. If you're satisfied with the contract, just sign it." Zhang Peng nodded, touching his wrist with one hand to feel his pulse. The excitement in his heart was almost indescribable. His heart was pounding so fast it felt like it was about to leap out of his throat, and the blood was surging through his veins, pulsing as if it was about to burst through the vessel walls. Zhang Peng couldn't quite understand the contract. He only knew how much salary he could get. The contract in front of him was densely packed with various clauses and details, and every word seemed to swim around like little tadpoles in front of his eyes, making him feel dizzy and dazzled. Chapter 11 for the fans of various teams following Chinese football. The news that came out in the days after the transfer window opened was a hot topic of discussion. In the past, major football clubs in China had an air of aloofness, often keeping player transfers, which were significant matters for fans, under wraps, with little to no rumors circulating. Almost all clubs would suddenly announce the signing of a new player one day, often without disclosing the transfer fee, not to mention the crises occurring within the clubs. Therefore, the recent series of events involving the Goan team drew the attention of curious fans. The media tried every possible way to dig up news about the Goan team to please fans and readers, hoping to increase their traffic. They interviewed former Goan players at various clubs in an attempt to extract information, but most players remained tight-lipped or silent. Their departures were mostly amicable, leaving little to complain about. The only somewhat dramatic element was the former coach Botanio, who had returned to the UK and was gleefully criticizing the management of the Goan team, mocking Su when as a rookie and wishing the Goan team a quick relegation. Chapter 12, the pre-match warm-up, quickly came to an end. To the enthusiastic applause of the fans, the Goan players returned to the locker room, changed out of their training gear, and swiftly put on their match kits. Let me emphasize once again, if they press high, there's no need to control the pace of the game. Increase the passing frequency, quickly transition to the front and attack directly. But if they drop back in a low defense, then take it slow, make more switches, and don't cross casually. Everyone remember that? The players were bustling around in the locker room, and the coaching staff were busy with their own tasks. Su-Wen had nothing much to prepare, so he stood in the middle of the locker room, emphasizing his points incessantly. "Coach Su, relax. You're too tense." Zhang Shizha smiled as he was putting on his shin guards. "Yeah, Coach Su, trust our abilities." Fang Hao also chimed in, patting Su-Wen on the shoulder. Seeing the players ease, Su-Wen let out a breath, nodded, and stopped nagging. He casually sat down in a spot, observing the players and coaches moving about in the locker room. He realized he had indeed been overly tense. As a coach, the most nerve-wracking moment was the first match after taking charge of the team. In the past, his tactics had not been tested in high-intensity matches, and Su Wen had no idea where the shortcomings of this tactical system lay, or if it was even feasible. Chapter 13, when the halftime whistle blew. Mahalo angrily waved his hand and quickly walked back to the player tunnel. Clearly, he was not satisfied with the performance of the non-Tong team in the first half. Su Wen, on the other hand, strolled back to the locker room, completely unhurried. The Goan team had an absolute advantage in the first half, aligning with his pre-match expectations. The players were pleased with the situation, entering the locker room with relaxed expressions and smiles. Su Wen stood at the locker room door, shaking hands with each player, then patting their backs. When Jack Cooper came in, Su Wen spoke to him in English. "Well done, Jack, that was a beautiful goal." "Thanks, boss. But it would have been better if the fans' cheers were a bit louder. It just doesn't feel the same as it did at Millwall." Jack Cooper joked with Su Wen, giving him a high five and tilting his head. "Come on, Jack, have some sympathy for the fans. You know how hot it is today." Su Wen shrugged helplessly. "Absolutely right, Jack. Besides, those Millwall fans are just a bunch of crazies," Salamaki chimed in. "Because the goalkeeper's position was the farthest from the player tunnel, and you was the last to return." The young goalkeeper stuffed his gloves into his pants, his small face looking somewhat dissatisfied for some reason. Chapter 14, Goan easily defeated Non-Tong, and new coach Su Wen is a madman. "I think he's a genius. The cold-faced coach is as steady as a mountain, clearing out national team players just to give young ones a chance. I told you Su has something. Just look at how well they played last night. Zhang Peng and Wang Jinjia are really impressive. I'm optimistic about these two kids' futures." The day after the match, Su Wen sat in the dining room, eating breakfast while browsing news about the Goan team on his phone. Yang Lixing approached with a plate, and Su Wen glanced at it, seeing it contained 2 deep-fried dough sticks and a tea egg. He pulled out a chair and sat directly opposite Su Wen, then handed his phone to Su Wen with a smile. "These media turn on you faster than flipping a book. I remember before the match. They were overwhelmingly critical of you. Now their praise is overflowing." Su Wen looked at Yang Lixing's phone, with the headline reading, "Young Players Shine. Su Wen may become China's Ferguson. Goan's godfather emerges." This title made him feel a bit embarrassed. He had only coached 1 match since taking office, and these media folks were really bold in their claims. Chapter 15, after Su Wen saw and Yu and Zhang Peng change their shoes and head towards the equipment warehouse with a bag of footballs. He ended his leisurely afternoon stroll and returned to his office. He picked up his computer with one hand and grabbed a notebook with the other, gathering them into his arms. Su Wen walked toward the media room, thinking that if he could teach young players more about football theory, it would definitely benefit their future development. In Su Wen's view, both physical ability and technique have limits, at least within a certain age group. If you have a player practice shooting at age 10, no matter how hard they try, they'll hit a ceiling and no longer improve because their body limits their technique. However, football intelligence has no ceiling. We call young players with high intelligence gifted and older players with high intelligence experienced. Suda Guided was also known for his intelligence when he played back then, but unfortunately, due to physical limitations, he could only focus on studying and coaching. As he approached the media room, a sliver of light spilled out from the door, indicating that someone was inside. Su Wen reached the door and saw it was indeed Zhang Peng and Yu. They had changed into matching green-striped uniforms and black shorts, sitting in the media room, waiting for Su Wen. Chapter 16, the air in the capital becomes so dry at the onset of summer that it makes one want to drink water all the time. Su Wen had to turn on both the humidifier and the air conditioning just to make his skin feel somewhat comfortable. The cicadas outside were relentlessly screaming, seemingly never stopping. Their harsh sounds are like a death knell, continuously assaulting Su Wen's eardrums and making him a bit irritable. "Boss, isn't it too torturous to train in this weather?" Yang Lixing lay on Su Wen's desk, lazily speaking. Su Wen glanced to the weather forecast. The temperature was expected to rise to 33 degrees during the day, not to mention how high the perceived temperature might be under the scorching sun. "Get your act together. You've been quite carefree lately. Since our coaching team took over, we've only won 1 match, and in 4 days, we have to host Sangzhou team. Training is still very important. We had too many issues in the last match." Su Wen shot a glance at the lazy Yang Lixing, who had one arm crossed over his chest and the other propping up his chin, pretending to ponder in front of the whiteboard. In Su Wen's office, there was a large paper calendar on which he had marked all the match days in red pen. And on July 8th, when they won against Non-Tong team, he had drawn a big check mark. Chapter 17. There are various types of football games on the market, such as FIFA and Pro Evolution Soccer, which test players' actual skills, or football management games that focus on club operations and include some tactics. To win these games, the most crucial factors are the player's abilities and your formation, which is a quick way for fans without relevant football experience to engage with the sport. Therefore, when discussing team tactics, many people, influenced by the games, only scratch the surface. Fans may think that certain formations counter others if the opponent is attacking. They will play defensively and counterattack, and they believe they should use players based on their characteristics. This understanding of football is merely superficial, or at least that's what When thinks, so he emphasized this point particularly to Guoping in tactical meetings. We only have time to practice this formation. What nonsense about formations countering each other? Have you played too many games? When cursed upon hearing that the 4-2-3-1 formation could counter the 5-3-2 formation. The coaching staff members sat on the left side of the meeting room, all smirking as they watched When berate the analysis team. Chapter 18. Zhang Yuning stood firmly in the center circle, hands on his hips, waiting for the referee to start the game. He took a deep breath to alleviate the discomfort caused by pre-match pressure. So thirsty, he thought, feeling his throat dry. Beep. The referee raised his hand and blew the whistle. Zhang Yuning put some force into it, passing the ball back to Mamadou, who was standing at the top of their arc, then sprinted forward to the position he needed for the attack. His performance in the last match was terrible, and during the past few days of training, he felt a bit of pressure from Feng Jianshan. Who would When choose between a veteran who frequently misses opportunities and is nearing the end of his career and a promising young star? He had to seize his chance in this match. As the referee's whistle marked the official start of the game, the starting lineup was introduced. After winning against Nantong, the Goan team did not change their starting lineup, still playing 4-3-3, with number 9, Zhang Yuning. Sangzhou team, under coach Zhao Juanjia, set up a 5-3-2 formation, with Brazilian forward Avalar wearing number 9, and standing to his left was Oscar, a 27-year-old from Congo. Chapter 19. The players on the field for Sangzhou received the order from coach Zhao to attack, pushing their entire line forward, trying to create some opportunities. Oscar on the left wing was a fierce player, fast, strong, and with excellent dribbling skills. After receiving a pass from the back line in a suitable position, he was like a nimble motorcycle, using his powerful engine to charge down the right flank, leaving his teammates He Yuping and Wang Xinjie in a bit of mess. Oscar once again slipped between Wang Xinjie and He Yuping, forcing Zhang Yuan to abandon his central position to cover. This explosive winger saw Zhang Yuan coming and tightened his calf muscles, changing direction and controlling the ball to dodge Zhang Yuan's outstretched leg. Oh no! When thought as he watched from the sidelines, seeing Zhang Yuan, the last line of defense in midfield, easily bypassed by Oscar. Oscar looked up at the goal, where a young, short goalkeeper stood. For a moment, he felt the goal was huge, so he aimed for the far corner and adjusted his steps. Then he shot. He struck the ball with the instep, so it didn't have much power, gliding along the ground with a sharp spinning arc that made When feel a bit of pressure. Chapter 20. On the other side, in the Sangzhou team dressing room. Lazy, lazy, lazy. What I see is a team with no fighting spirit. Coach Zhao Juanjia was furious in the dressing room, banging on the table and shouting at the players sitting below. During the attack, you all just stand there waiting, and during defense, you're just watching. I want grit. Grit. If you don't want to play, get out. You all got played like dogs by Goan. This is your attitude towards the game. If it were in our day, with this attitude, you wouldn't even get on the pitch, and you'd be punished to run. Anyone who doesn't run will have extra training tomorrow. The Sangzhou players looked at the furious coach Zhao, none daring to speak, exchanging bitter smiles. Having played half a match against Goan, they knew that Goan's ball was not something you could just chase down. They felt like headless flies. The halftime break ended quickly. The players stood up, preparing to return to the field. Come on, brothers, let us beat them again. Zhang Shizhe rallied the morale. When returned to the coaching area on the sidelines, but this time he brought a mat, placed it on the water cooler, and then sat down. Chapter 21. Goan won another league match, which When believed should become a routine occurrence in the future, so he appeared quite calm. Despite smoothly gaining 3 points at home, Goan's league ranking did not rise, as 4 out of the top 5 teams also won their matches in this round. The only good news was that third-place Shenhua was held to a draw at home by Changchun, narrowing the gap between them and going to 3 points. While fourth-place Rongqing was only 1 point behind Shenhua. The media and fans were not focused on Goan's ranking in the standings, as winning was already considered normal for them. The main reason was the emergence of a player in last night's game. The day after the match, at least 3 out of 5 news items in the football section on various social media platforms were related to Guoan, almost all focusing on Zhang Peng. Su-Wen sat in the sunny cafeteria, chewing on a delicious pork sausage, tilting his head to browse through the news on his phone. Genius. Super genius. Guoan is full of hidden talents. A supernova has descended upon Worker S Stadium. Chapter 22. The break time was always short. After a day off, the players had to dive back into intense training for the upcoming matches. In the slightly messy dormitory, Feng Jiangshan was anxiously putting on his shoes and clothes. He had woken up a bit late today, and if he didn't hurry, he would miss breakfast. Last night, it seemed he dreamed that Coach Su came to their dorm. Jinjia, wake up, it's time for breakfast. Feng Jiangshan pushed Wang Jinjia's arm vigorously, trying to wake him up. Ah, why are you sleeping so soundly? Forget it. If I don't eat breakfast, I won't have the energy for training. Seeing that Wang Jinjia was still asleep, Feng Jiangshan opened the door and rushed to the cafeteria. During the training session in the morning, everyone noticed that one person was missing. There were only so few players in the Guoan first team, and the one missing was a key player, which made everyone curious about what happened. Jiangshan, you share a dorm with Wang Jinjia. Where is he? As the captain, Zhang Shizha had to pay attention to team issues, so he approached Feng Jiangshan, who was Wang Jinjia's roommate, to ask. Feng Jiangshan shook his head and said, Captain, I called him in the morning, but he was sleeping too soundly. I didn't wake him up and just want to eat breakfast. Chapter 23. Wang Jinjia would be absent for 2 weeks due to the flu. The Guoan official announced this. The matter did not cause much of a stir among players and fans. However, many fans complained about their bad luck, as a key player was sick and caused a reduction in the team. Wang Jinjia, who was suspended from training, didn't stay idle. Every day, he would take a ball to a remote small field to practice by himself. The training base was so large that few people went to that area, so he wouldn't be exposed. Time passed day by day in training. On July 18th, the Guoan team welcomed their last home game of July, facing Dalian, who ranked 13th in the league, while Guoan was ranked 5th. At the pre-match press conference, the media focused their questions on Zhang Peng, leaving Su-Wen dry-mouthed from answering. I'm so annoyed. They have already asked me 5 times about Zhang Peng's goal. Su-Wen felt like the pre-match press conference was like the interrogation of enemy spies by security intelligence, with the media continuously asking the same questions, just rephrased. Or they would ask him about his views on the match. What could he, as the head coach of Guoan, say? Chapter 24. The discussions among the media and fans about Zhang Yuning's hat trick and Salamachi's astonishing long-range shot only lasted 2 or 3 days before shifting their attention elsewhere. However, having the core players score hat tricks truly boosted the confidence of these players, and Su-Wen could clearly feel that everyone was putting in more effort during training. Since taking over, Su-Wen had achieved 3 consecutive victories, all at home, stabilizing the club's turbulent situation with 3 impressive wins. 3 weeks ago, the media thought Guoan would face a disastrous season, but now, Guoan's performance on the field was outstanding, responding to the media that had been critical of them with one victory after another. Of course, not everyone was happy about Guoan's rapid progress, such as the media in Shanghai. In an article published by the Shanghai Football News, commentator Wang Jian expressed his views on Guoan's 3 consecutive victories. He stated that Guoan was merely taking advantage of a super strong home field advantage and individual player performances, and he believes Su-Wen's playing style had long been eliminated internationally. Moreover, Guoan had not encountered any real strong opponents yet, so in the upcoming away challenge against Shenzhen, Guoan would fall into a quagmire. Chapter 25. The halftime break quickly ended, and the players changed into fresh match kits and ran back onto the field. They had underestimated their opponents, and after Su-Wen got angry, the players realized the problem. In the first half, their calves were all weak and they couldn't run, indicating that their adrenaline levels were simply not enough. Come here, brothers. Gather around. Zhang Shizha called to his teammates before the second half started. Once everyone formed a circle, he waved his arms vigorously and said, Brothers, it's not Su's fault for getting angry. What did we play in the first half? We didn't execute what we practiced. We were lazy. Losing isn't supposed to be like this. We got beaten for half the match. It's time to wake up. Damn, it's frustrating. Let's fight hard, brothers. Let's go. For the traveling fans, let's fight. Go all out, brothers. Guoan team. Fight, fight, fight. The players shouted. Zhang Yuning did 2 abdominal jumps at the center line, then stood in a starting position, looking left and right, noticing 5 teammates were with him. Beep. 6 Goan players rushed out like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Thanks to the adjustments made during halftime, Goan completely changed their momentum in the second half, pressing Shenzhen firmly in their half and bombarding their penalty area. Chapter 26. You redeemed yourselves, friends. Well done. This victory is worth commemorating for all of us. In the locker room after the match, Su-Wen said to the players with a hint of a smile, "Celebrate. Enjoy this victory. Football is such a sport. The result is the most important. We successfully secured 3 points, and Su-Wen did not hold the players' poor performance in the first half against them. As for the issues that arose during the match, that would be for the coaching staff to address later and resolve in future training." In the cramped away team's locker room, some players began to play upbeat songs as DJs to make the celebratory atmosphere even more lively, and Mamadou began to dance to the rhythm. Many players and staff cheered for him. Nothing brings players closer than a thrilling comeback. They high-fived and hugged each other, fully enjoying the hard-won victory. Su-Wen left the locker room filled with celebration. He had more important things to do now, like attending the post-match press conference. Since he took office, some media had been nitpicking, and Su-Wen did not know what grudge they had against him, but he was already tired of it. Chapter 27. Comrades, no smoking, no drinking, and no deep conversations with the opposite sex unless your family comes. Understood? After breakfast, Su-Wen emphasized the precautions to the players, causing them to burst into laughter. Watching the excited players gather in small groups to chat, Su-Wen began to shoo them away. "You must return to the hotel by 8 tonight. We have a high-speed train at 7 tomorrow morning. Disappear from my sight in 10 seconds. Under Su-Wen's urging, everyone quickly dispersed. A relaxing outing after a comeback victory could lighten the players' mood, allowing them to better focus on the next match, which is why Su-Wen always gave them time off after matches. After the players left, Su-Wen returned to his hotel room to change into more casual clothes. The team would stay in Shenzhen for a day, and he needed to communicate with the scout stationed in Shenzhen. Guopeng, are you awake?" Su-Wen knocked on Guopeng's door and asked. The door opened quickly, and Guopeng, with dark circles under his eyes and messy hair, leaned out and asked weakly, "What is it, Coach Su?" Su-Wen took a step back after seeing Guopeng's expression and asked. Chapter 28. The space is here. Dai Shiyu's eyes lit up as he felt the muscles in his hips and exerted force to push the ball out. The soccer ball steadily passed through a narrow gap and finally reached the feet of his team's forward with just the right amount of force. After receiving the ball, the forward stumbled a bit while dribbling, and the final shot was not satisfactory. Dai Shiyu regretfully held his head and sighed, but he knew that if he lost hope, the team would be finished. He clapped vigorously and shouted to everyone, "Stay focused, everyone. We still have chances." The game continued, and the forward missed another opportunity. A good one-on-one chance was ultimately thwarted by the opposing team's tall and strong defender, failing to even create a shot. Dai Shiyu wanted to say something to him, but seeing the forward's guilty expression, he opened his mouth but ended up saying nothing. Fortunately, their defense held up under pressure, and by the end of the first half, the score remained 0-0, giving Dai Shiyu a lot of hope for winning the match. Dai Shiyu tilted his head back and took small sips of water. Stealing a glance at the stands, he still hadn't seen that graceful figure arrive, feeling a bit disappointed. Chapter 29. The Rising Sun. In the morning, the sun, still a bit weak, slowly brought light and warmth to the earth, causing many animals to chirp and chatter. In a residential building, a father-son farewell was taking place. "Since you've chosen this path, then work hard to walk it, and don't regret it." Dai's father patted Dai Shiyu's shoulder, not showing any emotion. The boy nodded, turned around with his backpack, and as he reached the door, he said to his father who had accompanied him, "Dad, smoke less, and tell Mom not to be too sad. We can video call now." After saying this, he jogged down the stairs, where Su-Wen was waiting for him. Dai's father continued to watch from the window, seeing his son slowly disappear around the corner, and habitually took out his cigarette, just as he was about to light it. He thought better of it and put it back. That brat. The team's bus left first, and Su-Wen drove Dai Shiyu directly to the high-speed rail station, where they would meet up with the team. The high-speed rail station was already very busy in the early morning, with crowds bustling about. A group of 15 or 16-year-old kids gathered at the entrance, making a racket, while nearby, a tall, thin man wearing glasses scolded them, hoping to quiet them down and not disturb the other hurried travelers. Chapter 30. July 31st, Saturday. The Goan team will head to the Tada football stadium to face the Tianjin Tigers. This is Guoan's last match in July and the second round of the Beijing-Tianjin Derby this year. The Tianjin Tigers are well known. Before the major renaming era, the names Tianjin Kangshifu and Tianjintada were more familiar to many people. Since its establishment, it has been deeply rooted in Tianjin and has had a love-hate relationship with Guoan over the years. Many professional football clubs have emerged in Tianjin's history, and there was even a time when two clubs coexisted in the top league, allowing the city to host the Tianjin Derby. In the prosperous era of money football, the Tianjin Quanjian team, backed by the Quanjian Group, once used large sums of money to shake the status of the Tianjin Tigers as the top team in Tianjin. However, the achievements built on piles of cash ultimately turned out to be just a beautiful dream. As the Quanjian Group collapsed, Tianjin Quanjian also fell into decline, and after being renamed Tianhai, it still plunged into the abyss of dissolution. This kind of money-driven team building is strikingly similar to the previous Guoan team. The two cities are very close, which makes this away game much more comfortable compared to the trip to Shenzhen. They only needed to take a bus to the local hotel for preparation the afternoon before the match. Chapter 31. The entire month of July has been a lot for When. From the team's issues to the hasty appointment as the head coach of the first team. From being backstabbed by Guanglan at the press conference and facing doubts to winning match after match. Now, the Guoan team has almost made people forget the precarious situation from a month ago. When relied on youth training and his own abilities, combined with Guoan's strong foundation, to stabilize the team like Niuhua mending the sky. This seemingly indifferent and strict head coach was not disliked for rarely interacting with fans. Instead, fans nicknamed him Su Zong because of his expressionless face. The 5 consecutive victories in July shifted discussions from how to avoid relegation next year to whether they could qualify for the AFC Champions League this year and whether they could compete for the championship next year. When also received the title of the monthly best coach in the Chinese Super League for winning 5 matches in a row, alongside Zhang Yuning, who scored 9 goals in 5 matches and received the monthly best player award, and Zhang Peng, who scored 2 goals and provided 2 assists in 5 matches and was named the monthly best newcomer. He even gathered the whole team for a small celebration banquet, acknowledging everyone's hard work and excellent performance on the field over the past month, and proposed a goal to try to qualify for the AFC Champions League, to which the players all nodded in agreement. Chapter 32. After breakfast, When searched for Yang Lixing's figure in the office building. As far as he knew, Zhang Xinhong had gone on a business trip for an interview task, so the assistant coach could only spend his holiday with him. Today, he planned to have Yang Lixing work overtime because they would face Changchun in a week. When finally found Yang Lixing in his office, where he was leaning over Wen's desk playing on his phone, occasionally bursting into giggles at whatever he was looking at. Coach Su tiptoed over to take a look. Good grief, he caught a blackmailer. Yang Lixing saw Wen's double chin and immediately took a screenshot, then couldn't help but comment under the post. Su Zong, you have a double chin. Incorrect format. Sent to Shanghai's Baoshan Stadium. Incorrect format. Sent to Shandong Luoning Stadium. He watched as a bunch of people followed his joke in the comments, happily chatting with the fans. When patted him on the back. Wow, boss, you scared me. Yang Lixing turned around and immediately stood at attention when he saw When, fearing he was up to no good. When glanced at him and sat down at his desk. Chapter 33. When returned to the locker room ahead of time, pulling a tactical board in front of him and leaning it against the table. The players had not returned yet, and he stared at the green tactical board, beginning to contemplate the strategy for the second half. They had a 1-goal advantage in this half. If the match entered the second half, the current starting lineup should be able to win the game easily. However, When had to consider one issue. That is, 4 days after this match, the quarterfinals of the FA Cup would begin, and they would head to Zhejiang to challenge the Zhejiang team. With the away game and the current second-place strong opponent in the league, When knew that to win the match 4 days later, he must ensure the physical condition of the main players. Their bench depth was really too poor. The coaching staff had discussed this issue long ago. With a schedule of 2 matches in 1 week, the red line set by Ren Linen for him was a playing time of 55 minutes. As long as he was substituted before this time, the player's condition could recover to its best for the match 4 days later, and the probability of injuries caused by fatigue would also be greatly reduced. If at the 55-minute mark the team only had a 1-goal lead, could the ability of the substitute lineup help Beijing Guoan maintain that lead? Chapter 34. Zhang Peng slowly walked off the field, feeling that his legs were a bit heavy. This match had him, at 16 years old, playing the full 90 minutes, which was quite exhausting. After a high five with Han Chenglong, he turned towards the Goan bench, where Su-Wen and the coaching staff were clapping to welcome him. Standing at the front was Su-Wen, who originally intended to shake Zhang Peng's hand. But Zhang Peng rushed over and gave Su-Wen a big bear hug, saying, "Director Su, thank you for trusting me. I played terribly in the first half." Su-Wen's small frame felt like it was being crushed by Zhang Peng. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Zhang Peng released him, looking apologetic. "Sorry, Director Su, I got too excited." Su-Wen patted his back and said, "Overall performance was okay. You just cared too much about your mistakes. Forget about them during the game, understand?" Zhang Peng nodded. "Go on. Everyone is waiting to congratulate you." Su-Wen turned to see Zhang Peng smiling and high-fiving the coaching staff one by one. He twisted his slightly sore arm and thought to himself, "This kid is getting stronger." The referee blew his whistle, and the match was over. In the dying moments of stoppage time, Zhang Peng scored the winning goal for Guoan. Chapter 35. Welcome everyone to Miaohua Sports. This is commentator Chen Xuanzhou. Today we are about to witness the quarterfinals of the FA Cup, with Zhejiang team hosting Beijing Guoan. Both teams won their last league matches. Zhejiang defeated Taishan 3-0, maintaining their second-place position, while Guoan secured a win against Changchun with Zhang Peng's last-minute goal in the 93rd minute, keeping their third place in the league table. Therefore, this match is definitely a clash of titans, and I expect it to be very exciting. Chen Xuanzhou was somewhat looking forward to it. Both teams emphasize ball control, and such teams clashing would make for an impressive spectacle. Let us hope Zhejiang gives them a light beating. Light beating? We could beat them up lightly instead. Come on. Suhaiden T include Zhang Peng, Wang Xinjia, or Zhang Yuning. What about Mamadou? Damn, this is indeed a bit troublesome, but I believe in the team. Trust Su. You black fan, get lost. The fans were chatting excitedly online, while the atmosphere at the venue felt somewhat dull. After the match began, Guoan played very cautiously, with Su-Wen instructing the players to give up ball possession and retreat to their half to defend low. Chapter 36. A sharp whistle echoed in the stadium, signaling the end of the first half of the FA Cup quarterfinals. Amid the boos, and you walked back to the locker room with a smile, not remembering how many shots he had saved in the first half. I was simply amazing. The outcome of the first half greatly surprised Su-Wen. They led Zhejiang 1-0 away with a depleted squad. The first half result was good. In the cramped locker room, Su-Wen praised the players' performance. In the second half, continue defending. The longer we drag them, the more anxious they'll be. Han Chenglong, pay attention to what's behind you. You can't play without looking, move your neck. Wang Buotao, be more proactive, run more. Just hold on for another 15 minutes. After pointing out a few issues, Su-Wen discussed the strategy for the second half. As long as we hold on until the 60th minute, we will have the advantage in this match, so these next 15 minutes are crucial. Try to hold on. I've already told you who will be substituted. In the second half, you have to expend your 45 minutes of stamina in just 15 minutes, understand? Su-Wen told the players. Chapter 37. Oh, Guoan made substitutions. Wang Xinjia came on for Wang Buotao, and Zhang Peng came on for Zhang Shizha. Fans in the live chat were ecstatic to see Su when making substitutions. Peng Bao is here. Peng Bao is here. We're solid. Jia Bao is here. Jia Bao is here. We're solid. Oh no. Su-Wen has brought on his own son Su Peng and the pretty boy Jia. This is going downhill, I told you. Black fan. Get lost. Why are you everywhere? Before being substituted, Zhang Shizha handed the captain's armband to Li Lei and slowly walked off the field. Home fans thought Zhang Shizha was wasting time, leading to a frenzy of boos from the crowd. The referee for the match also came over, pushing Zhang Shizha from behind to hurry him along until he was out of the field. After leaving the field, Zhang Shizha was so exhausted that he didn't even have the energy to shower, plopping down on the steps of the substitute bench, waiting for Ren Linen to come and give him some simple maintenance after being substituted. He had indeed exerted himself too much in this match. At his age, playing defensive midfield was quite challenging. The match resumed, and Zhejiang continued to launch aggressive attacks. Su-Wen's substitutions had an immediate effect. Wang Xinjia's entry solidified the right side, which was previously vulnerable. Chapter 38. Guoan won again. They narrowly advanced in the quarterfinals. However, there were few smiles in the locker room after the match. They suffered significant losses in this game. Zhang Peng was maliciously fouled by an opponent, and his injury was uncertain, while Mamadou strained a muscle in the back of his thigh and was expected to miss 3 weeks. Ren Linen's arrival broke the low atmosphere in the Guoan locker room, Zhang Peng has already been sent to the hospital. Everyone, don't worry. Director Ren, will Zhang Peng's career be affected in the future? And you? Zhang Peng's best friend asked anxiously. No, don't worry. Ren Linen patted Yu's shoulder, reassuring him. In the locker room, the players all breathed a sigh of relief. They were very concerned about this talented and humble young man. Everyone, you played really well today. We've secured another victory, and I appreciate your efforts. Su-Wen high-fived the players in the locker room, but didn't seem particularly happy. His mind was heavy with thoughts. There would be many talented young players in Guoan's future, and Su-Wen was confident he could cultivate them into stars of the Chinese Super League. But the current problem was that the atmosphere for professional football in the country was just as poor as it was for amateur football. Chapter 39. After the press conference, Su-Wen instructed the players to return to their dorms first. He immediately went to the hospital to visit Zhang Peng. How are you feeling now? Su-Wen asked, looking at Zhang Peng, who was lying on the hospital bed with his foot wrapped in cotton. They cut out a piece of flesh. It hurts. Zhang Peng said listlessly. As Ren Linen had told him, he couldn't play for at least 2 weeks. Rest well. Tomorrow you and Mamadou will return to Beijing. Su-Wen stood up, patted Zhang Peng's head, and said, just as Su-Wen was about to push the door and leave, Zhang Peng called out to him, will your post-match press conference's criticism of the referee and the Football Association affect you? The child's face was full of worry, his eyes downcast as he looked at his hands, knowing Su-Wen was doing this for a reason. It's fine, don't worry. Su-Wen smiled slightly and left the room. In the internet age, the speed of information dissemination is unimaginable. Under the rush of various newspapers, the content of Su-Wen's press conference was spread across major social media sports sections within an hour and was being shared among fans. They used a variety of headlines, but the content was largely the same, consisting of what Su-Wen had said at the press conference, along with some editors' comments. Chapter 40. In an office building somewhere, a slightly overweight middle-aged man walked in nervously. He was led through a complex corridor by a young man, finally stopping in front of a wooden door. This is it, the young man said emotionlessly before quickly disappearing around a corner. The middle-aged man adjusted his clothes, cleared his throat, and knocked on the door. Come in. A deep voice came from inside, sounding very authoritative. The middle-aged man bowed slightly before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Director Wang, it's me, Xiao Wang. Chairman Wang had a fawning smile on his face as he stood respectfully in front of the slightly gray-haired Director Wang's desk. Xiao Wang has arrived. Director Wang didn't look at him, but continued to flip through a document. Xiao Wang, the public is very dissatisfied with your football association lately. Have you reflected on it? Chairman Wang nodded and smiled, saying, we have reflected. Recently, we have collaborated too little with the sports administration, and the national team has received endorsements, which we distributed proportionally. Before Chairman Wang could finish, Director Wang shook his head, smiled, turned the page of the document, and calmly said, Chapter 41. The day after the match, the internet was in an uproar, and the Guoan team received a lot of sympathy from fans. But that didn't mean they could take a break. Just 4 days after the quarterfinals of the FA Cup, Su-Wen had to lead the team to face the Meizhou Hakka team in Meizhou, Guangdong. Time was tight. They couldn't even return to the capital and had to head straight to the Huaitong Sports Stadium in Wuhua. Su-Wen was still unaware of the drastic changes in domestic football and was currently focused on the tactical board, thinking about how to arrange the starting lineup to minimize losses and win the game. Ren Linen sat behind Su-Wen, equally worried. The Guoan players were all on the verge of injury without the advanced facilities of the Tongzhou base, and he was very concerned about their muscles and hamstrings. Su-Wen, you must give Fang Hao and Salama a rest this game. They told me yesterday that their muscles are uncomfortable, and I feel they're on the verge of pulling a muscle. Zhang Yuan and He Yuping are in very poor physical condition. This isn't something that can be fixed with a break. If we were in the capital, it might be okay, but we are away. Chapter 42. In the small city of Meizhou, Guangdong, the first county-level team in the Chinese Super League, Meizhou Hakka, was born. In earlier years, football in the country was divided into northern and southern factions, not officially defined, but a term used within the football community. The southern faction was centered around Guangzhou, while the northern faction was based in Liaoning. Northern football was characterized by fierce competition, heading, physicality, and strong impact, relying on physical advantages to overpower opponents. Southern football, due to players being relatively shorter and lacking in physical confrontations, compensated for this by enhancing individual skills and footwork. relying on passing and teamwork to tear apart the opponent's defense. This style difference is somewhat reminiscent of early football development, when football first spread from England. It was not professionalized, and there was no player movement or match exchanges between countries, leading to unique styles developing in isolation, such as Samba football, Italian defense, Spanish passing, and English long balls. However, with the World Cup and capital influx into the football market, player movement became frequent and inter-regional competitions increased, causing these differences to fade, eventually evolving into individual player styles integrated into football tactical thinking. Chapter 43. Continuing with the same strategy in the second half, find Yu Ning and Jiang Shan. Then Yu Kuan, you should move behind the center back, play well, don't just think about that one goal. There are many opportunities. During halftime, When briefly summarized and then let the players reflect quietly on the first half. When the second half began, the Goan team was still in a defensive posture. Wen's defensive approach was quite ordinary. He had not managed the systematic defensive details well. If he had, losing Mamadou and Zhang Yuanwen Ti have left the defense so vulnerable. Fortunately, Yu and Wang Xinjie had stepped up. When the attacking side faces a low block defense and can't penetrate, their mood becomes increasingly impatient, and gradually they start passing to the relatively open flanks, attempting various crosses from the baseline and angles. But even the Meizhou team, as inheritors of Southern football, could not escape this trend. After failing to penetrate the central defense, their attacking focus shifted to the two wings to find opportunities for crosses, but they couldn't break through in Yu and Jack Cooper. Chapter 44. The day after the match ended, Wen and the players immediately took a flight back to the capital. When Wen stepped into the Tongzhou training base, the tension he had been holding finally relaxed a bit. Looking at the familiar office building and scenery, even the anxiety from the team's significant loss of players due to the 2 consecutive away games was somewhat alleviated by the joy of returning home. Here, they would have the best medical facilities, the best training environment, and so on. Boss, we're finally back. Yang Lixing stretched and said with a smile. Wen nodded, looking at the players and said, don't go home yet. Finish your recovery and medical checkup before leaving. The players lazily agreed, feeling exhausted from the away games and just wanting to return home to reunite with their families and rest. Ren Linen urgently directed the players to the medical rehabilitation center. They had lost 4 players on this trip, and only 21 players were registered, so the healthy players couldn't afford any more injuries. He hurriedly made his way to the base's main building, not only to lead the players in rehabilitation, but also to check Mamadou and Zhang Peng's injuries, estimating recovery times and designing rehabilitation methods. Chapter 45. Wen sat in a chair, watching Guanlan's figure disappear, and shrugged. Although this conversation did not completely eliminate the barriers between the two, it at least sent a positive signal, indicating that his relationship with the management was slowly starting to thaw. Of course, he would definitely be the stronger party. Guolan's promise reassured Wen a lot. Now he did not have to worry about any obstacles from Guolan's side and could freely transform a team. In his plan, he would gradually promote more young players to the first team and optimize the current high-salary, aging players. The new regulations that Wen requested Guolan to join would also provide significant help to the Goan team once they were implemented. When the new regulations come into effect, the massive youth training system of Goan will play an incredible role. They will no longer need to select talents annually, but can send players directly to Beijing for Wen's assessment whenever scouts believe a player has sufficient potential. If the player has enough ability and potential, they can directly enter the first team to compete. If they only have potential and lack ability, they will first train until they are ready to play, just like Dai Shiyu now. Chapter 46. The next day, Dai Shiyu joined the first team's training. The boy, participating in team training for the first time, was very excited and fully engaged. Then, ouch, cramp, Dai Shiyu said, holding his calf. Wang Xinjie pressed Dai Shiyu's foot, straightening his leg and pushing down to relieve some of the pain. Looking at Dai Shiyu lying on the grass, gritting his teeth, Wang Xinjie said, you're too excited. Not every ball needs to be run like that. Positioning is key. Dai Shiyu's muscles relaxed, and he scratched his head, stood up, and smiled awkwardly. In the earlier small-sided game, he found it hard to keep up with the team's rhythm without the ball, but once it was at his feet, he could show his brilliance. Wen stood by, quietly unlocking the display of strange symbols. The golden light above Dai Shiyu's head had already occupied a quarter of the strange symbol. This was an all-around improvement brought about by a significant enhancement in physical fitness, making Su-Wen marvel at how good Dai Shiyu's skills really were. He can play in the youth team's matches this week. Let's put him in U23 and see how it goes. Chapter 47. The day after the match, Zhang Yuan's injury report came out, a hamstring strain. Expected to keep him out for a month. Ren Linen felt a bit apologetic when telling Su-Wen about this, just the day before. He had boasted that there would be no injuries to players after returning to Beijing. It's okay, Director Ren. No one can guarantee these things, Su-Wen said, patting Ren Linen's shoulder to comfort him. Currently, there are only 2 players in the team who are healthy and play in midfield. The last match was the final round of the league in August, and September is just around the corner. According to Guolan, the new regulations would be introduced in September, but it's uncertain how smoothly the progress is going. After the team won, Su-Wen gave everyone a day off. During this free time, without training tasks, he went to Chongping to watch the U23 team's match. Compared to the regular Chinese Super League, the U23 matches seemed much less organized. Unlike the youth league systems in England, there is currently no dedicated youth league in the country to maintain a stable high level of competition every year. The Football Association had once spearheaded the Youth Super League, but after several seasons, many difficulties were discovered. The biggest issue was that the country is too large. Sending a group of kids to compete thousands of miles away is not worth it in many aspects, and, eventually, it was discontinued. Chapter 48. On a sunny day, players were engaged in small-sided attacking transition training on the training ground, with cheers occasionally erupting from the players celebrating goals, creating a great atmosphere. Dai Shiyu had completely integrated into the team, and his cheerful optimism made him well-liked by every player. After training, Su-Wen returned to his office and picked up his phone to check the messages he missed during training. To ensure full concentration, everyone was not allowed to bring electronic devices during training. Upon opening his phone, 3 red missed calls from Guolan greeted him. Su-Wen guessed that the progress of the new regulations was not going smoothly. He called back, putting the phone to his ear and waiting. Soon, Guolan answered. Hello. Su-Wen, apologize. Guolan sounded a bit anxious, not sure what he was doing. Another apology? What happened? Su-Wen asked leisurely. Guolan sighed and said, the new regulations didn't pass due to some minor issues. I'm still trying hard. Can the team hold on for a while? Chapter 49. Every time the league enters a break for the national team match days, the enthusiasm for domestic football skyrockets. The media turns its attention to the national team, with diverse and colorful reports about the national players. Su-Wen enjoyed seeing this scene, ever since the heavy loss to the Haigang team. The media's criticism of him had significantly decreased. Fans who still loved the national team eagerly discussed the players who performed well in the recent Chinese Super League and hoped that the current national team coach, Li Xiaoping, would call these players into the national team. Can Feng Jiangshan be called up? He's been playing really well, especially since Zhang Yuning got injured. Not likely. Li Xiaoping doesn't like to use young players. But now there's no starting striker. What a joke. If he goes and plays poorly, he'll get criticized. He might even get injured. It's better for him to stay at the club. The final comments belonged to the club representatives, who only cared about the club's performance and did not want their players called up to the national team. If injuries occurred while playing for the national team, the club would bear the losses. Su-Wen was one of those club representatives. Li Xiaoping had recently contacted the Guoan team, requesting to call He Yuping and Na Bijiang into the national team, and hoped that Zhang Yuning and Zhang Yuan, who would recover in a week, could also go, so they could participate in the second match against Thailand. Chapter 50. The slightly darkening sky announced the setting sun, and the evening breeze quietly took away the remaining heat, calming the annoying cicadas. Luo Shirhan sipped her milk tea, sitting by the bed and gazing at the fiery red sunset, looking very content. Since returning to the country, she no longer had to eat the bland Western meals and had indulged in hot pot, barbecue, and other delicious foods. Moreover, she had time to relax. Unlike when she was studying for her doctorate, where she had countless papers to read and experiments to conduct every day, living like a robot. Shirhan, when are you going to find a job? Or at least bring a boyfriend home? You're almost 30 and still cooped up at home every day, Luo Shirhan's mother nagged, seeing her staring at the sunset. Oh, just stop bothering your daughter. You can see which of the other kids will come back to the country. It's already good enough to have a child by your side, yet you still complain every day. Dad interrupted Mom's scolding and said with a smile, Dad, where are you going? Luo Shirhan automatically blocked out her mother's words and turned to find her father putting on his shoes, wearing clothes she rarely saw him in. So she curiously asked. Chapter 51. Luo Shihan returned home and announced to her parents the good news that she had found a job, then retreated to her room. The surprise of seeing Su-Wen after many years made her heart race faster than usual. Since graduating from high school, they hadn't been in contact for about 12 years. The feelings they once had long been erased by time. All that remained in her vague memory was the image of that sunny, cheerful soccer genius from middle school, when he was full of vigor, his most charming moment. However, she didn't know why Su-Wen stopped playing soccer in high school, and his demeanor became gloomy, unwilling to socialize with too many people. Even though Luo Shihan sat next to Su-Wen, she could feel the distance between them, which was impossible to bridge. After graduating from high school, they both went abroad to study and lost contact. Now, his personality seemed to have turned into that of a gloomy uncle. Luo Shihan recalled Su-Wen's attitude in the afternoon and snorted. But being the head coach of the Guoan team sounds impressive. Anyone growing up in Beijing knows about Guoan. Luo Shihan searched online for reports about Su-Wen, finding interviews and media evaluations of him, which she found very interesting. Chapter 52. The game was over, and the players on the field began to leave. My Zinfei felt he had performed very well, but what was the use? The team still wouldn't renew his contract. My Zinfei, the coach called out to him, waving for him to come over. My Zinfei jogged to the coach, lowering his head to look at him. The team requires you to leave the base today. You can't train with the team anymore. The coach's face showed some regret as he shrugged. My Zinfei stood there in a daze, not understanding why the team was so eager to rush him away, as if they had a grudge against him. Zinfei, to be honest, I really like you. You play soccer very well, but there are some dirty things going on in the team that prevent you from continuing to play. I know this exists, but I can't see it. Change teams. You will definitely be able to play well. Don't give up. The coach sighed, trying to comfort my Zinfei. He also didn't understand why the team was at odds with a young kid. Based on past experiences, he could only think of the worst. My Zinfei didn't know how he made it to the gate of the base. He carried his luggage, took one last look at the Zhejiang team's logo, then turned and left. Oh, isn't that my Zinfei? Kicked out? Chapter 53. At noon, Su-Wen received news from Pyongyang that my Zinfei had been successfully received. He had placed the young center back in Dai Shiyu's dormitory, and Dai Shiyu would take my Zinfei to familiarize himself with the training base. Su-Wen was currently shuttling between various youth training clubs in Huzhou, checking them one by one according to the list provided by the scout. Unfortunately, the quality of these young players was not high. Of course, Su-Wen felt no frustration. This was reasonable. Hangzhou is the home base of the Zhejiang team. So how could talented players be found outside of their city? Even if there were, finding them would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Almost impossible. After spending the entire afternoon, Su-Wen and his group visited all the clubs on the list, but couldn't find any player who caught Su's eye. The bald coach felt a bit dejected, and Su-Wen comforted him, saying that this was how youth training was. There aren't that many geniuses in the world. No matter what, this trip to Zhejiang was not a loss for him. He had already gained an A-level player at the age of 17. How many players of this level can emerge nationwide in a year? 1, 2, or none? Even the outstanding Feng Jiangshan and Wang Xinjie in the Chinese Super League were only B-level and hadn't yet reached the A-level potential evaluation. Chapter 54. Su-Wen was unaware of what was happening at the sports general administration. He and Yang Lixing were driving through various youth training clubs in Huzhou. Not one caught your eye? Yang Lixing lay on the bed, completely exhausted from a day of driving, feeling nauseated, while Su-Wen seemed uninterested in all the players on the list. The quality isn't enough. Many players look strong, but their technical movements are not standardized, and they're already set in their ways with a very low ceiling. Su-Wen shook his head and crossed them all off the list. Well, it really is hard to impress the boss. I still think they're impressive, Yang Lixing said before dozing off. Su-Wen glanced at Yang Lixing, smiled, covered him with a blanket, and turned off the light to sleep. The next day, they drove to Jiaxing, which would be the last stop of their trip. The atmosphere of domestic football had been deteriorating in recent years, so a city wouldn't have many youth training teams. In just one afternoon, Su-Wen visited all the teams in Jiaxing with some level of skill. Generally speaking, Su-Wen was not satisfied with any of these players. How many potential players could there be? It wasn't that easy to find hidden gems. Chapter 55. As night fell, in a quiet community, the lights in each household twinkled. Ron Ku, whose hair was still damp after a shower, sat at his desk under a warm lamp, doing his homework. In the silent house, the only sound was the scratching of the pen against the paper. Today was the weekend. Having just started high school, He wasn't under much academic pressure yet, which is why he had time to play soccer, but he still had to finish his homework in the evening. He lowered his head to look at the problems, trying hard to concentrate on the formulas, but thoughts of what When said in the afternoon kept flashing through his mind. Youth shouldn't be ordinary. This age is the most imaginative time for children. He seemed to be studying, but kept glancing at the cards When had given him. He had clearly said he didn't want to play soccer anymore. He should just throw it away. Ronke's hand couldn't reach out. He felt a bit disoriented, thinking about how the next 3 years would be filled with such a dull and boring life. Ronke was a bit unwilling. And what would it be like to stand on the field? Sighing, he couldn't continue with his homework. By a twist of fate, he searched online for the latest news about the Guoan team. Chapter 56. Come on, my Xinfei, smile for the camera. Peng Yangyang said. In the signing room, my Xinfei signed his name on the contract and then looked up tiredly at the camera, smiling. Didn't sleep well last night? When noticed my Xinfei seemed a bit sluggish and asked, Director Su, I was too excited last night and couldn't sleep. My Xinfei nodded, holding the contract. His heart was still racing. He glanced at the contents of the contract. It wasn't one of those youth training apprentice contracts, but a real first-team contract. The kind with bonuses. Can you do the physical test today? Or should we postpone it to tomorrow? When asked. Originally, 2 new team members were supposed to undergo a series of physical tests today, and the team is quite humane. It's okay, Coach Su, I'm in great shape right now. My Xin said eagerly. You can wait outside for now, call Ronke in. My Xin took the contract and went out, and soon Ronke peeked in. After seeing When beckon him in, he entered with a somewhat nervous expression. Come on, sit over here. The salary is 4,000 yuan per month, a 3-year contract. And there are various bonuses. Based on performance, we can discuss a renewal later. How does that sound? Chapter 57. Then the starting right back is Ronke. You will start tomorrow. What? Ronke was stunned for a moment upon hearing When announce the starting lineup for tomorrow's match against Yunnan, followed by an uncontrollable excitement that made his whole body tremble. I'm starting? I'm going to play in the Super League tomorrow? If he said this, many people would find it hard to believe. But just a week ago, he was still playing street football in the sports park. Daishiyu looked at Ronke with a bit of envy. They were of similar age, but Ronke had just joined the team and was already starting. Although Daishiyu was on the roster, When did not start him, as Salamachi firmly held the position of right winger. Director Ren, remember to prescribe sleeping pills for Daishiyu and Ronke. I'm afraid they won't be able to sleep tonight. After briefly explaining the weaknesses of tomorrow's opponent and informing the players of the starting lineup, When said to Ren Linen, Congratulations, Ronke. You're going to make your debut. Wang Zhenjie extended his hand to shake hands with Ronke, and Zhang Shizhe and Zhang Yuning also came to encourage the excited kid. When walked out of the meeting room, feeling a bit worried. Yu Peng had been in low spirits since returning from the national team, and during the physical examination, it was discovered that he had a minor injury. Not to mention, his physical condition was simply terrible, and When had not let him train these past few days. Chapter 58. The locker room during halftime was always a mess, with mud, clumps of grass, and wet clothes thrown everywhere, and the smell of foot odor and sweat mixed together. The players sat inside with their shirts off, waiting for When to return. There are cleaner rooms next door. Why don't you go sit there or wait on the field? When said to Luo Shirhan. Most girls can't stand such a scene, which is one reason why there are so few female employees in football teams worldwide. Luo Shirhan peeked into the locker room, then nodded, choosing to follow Wen's advice. Everyone played well in the first half. In the second half, we need to. As soon as When entered the locker room, everyone fell silent, started to listen seriously to what he had to say. Soli, how about you take a break after playing for 5 minutes in the second half? After adjusting the team's tactical details, When said to Salamachi. Nice. Salamachi raised both arms and waved them around, then said to Jack Cooper next to him, I get a break too, Jack. When was initially worried that Salamachi would be unhappy due to reduced playing time, which is why he approached the topic this way. But seeing Salamachi's reaction seemed different from what he expected. Chapter 59. The October sun is not as hot as in July, but it is also not as chilly as in December. It feels warm on the skin. After the players finished their massages, they all went home to rest, and the staff had half a day off as well. The large training base was exceptionally quiet, with only the faint sounds of birds chirping and the buzzing of air conditioning units. When did not close the curtains in his office today. Instead, he closed his eyes and enjoyed the perfect sunlight. In the messy office, he stood by the window, the gentle white noise vibrating in his ears, mixed with the ticking of a clock. For a moment, it felt like he was the only person in the world. This feeling of solitude made him very comfortable, allowing him to shed the pressure that constantly loomed over his heart, clear his mind of the incessant tactical thoughts, and relax for a moment. "Su-Wen, what are you doing?" Luo Shihan's voice broke the peaceful atmosphere as she walked in, seeing Su-Wen quietly standing by the window. Su-Wen pulled himself away from the rare quietness, sighed, and opened the cap of the red pen in his hand, drawing a big check mark on the calendar. How is the player's physical condition? Chapter 60. Su-Wen felt the urge to urinate in his abdomen and slowly woke up. His casual chat with Luo Shihan yesterday had relieved a lot of pressure, and he felt very energetic today. The holiday was over, and the team had to dive back into intense training. The season was already at its end, and every game result was crucial, as it would affect whether they could qualify for the AFC Champions League next season. Recently, training sessions had gradually shifted away from tactical matters. He had been in charge of the team for 3 months, and the ideas he brought in were now deeply ingrained in the players' minds, especially in the minds of young players like Zhang Peng and Yu and Feng Jiangshan, whom he had personally promoted. They were now firmly established as starters in their respective positions. Since the match against Chongqing was on Sunday, the team gathered on Wednesday to prepare for the collective flight to Chongqing. "You don't need to go. Stay at the base to watch over things," Su-Wen said to Luo Shihan, who immediately sat up from the sofa, looking dissatisfied at Su-Wen. "It's useless to take me. The team won to bring that many people for away games, and Wang Buotao is still injured, so the medical center at the base needs someone to stay." Chapter 61. "Su, what the hell was that performance in the first half? Just like to pass and control the ball, couldn't break through it all for half the game. Just press them down. Just press them down. Go speak up. Su, adjust quickly. I'm disgusted. Zhang Shizhe and Li Lei are really getting old. Roan Kukatelli was too young and still didn't grasp Su's complex tactics. Suku is young, just inexperienced. The latest new son of Su. It was clear from the last match that he couldn't cut it. Shut up, you critic, you're everywhere." The first half of the match ended, and Su-Wen quickly walked back to the locker room, sitting calmly in the corner waiting for the players to return. They gained no advantage in that half, and it could be said that it was the worst half since he took over. But would he panic? Around the 30-minute mark, Su-Wen was quite anxious. At that time, he had identified the problem but couldn't solve it. However, now he had little psychological fluctuation. The problem had been identified, and it could be resolved in the second half. Besides, how long could a team like Chongqing maintain such intense pressing? Su-Wen was a specialist in high pressing. He knew very well how exhausting such intensity could be, which is why he proposed a title attack. Chapter 62. Zhang Shizhe sat on the bench, holding his head with both hands, looking somewhat listless and very frustrated. The ligament in his knee still ached, and Ren Linen told him he needed at least 2 weeks to recover. However, what frustrated him even more was that the team was now 1 goal behind the opponents. With the league nearing its end, the Guoan team had to win every game possible to have a chance to enter the AFC Champions League. And this match had seen the team concede a goal directly due to his mistake. The fourth official raised the black substitution board, and Zhang Yuning was substituted off for Feng Jiangshan. Zhang Yuning, who was substituted, breathed heavily as he took a towel from the hands of the logistics staff, then sat down next to Zhang Shizhe and began to wipe his face. "Aren't you going to take a shower?" Zhang Shizhe asked. "It's hot, no rush. Let's watch the game first," Zhang Yuning replied, relaxing against the back of the chair, while the medical team started to provide him with post-match care suggestions, like putting an ice pack on his knee. The team had already used all 4 substitution slots, and the situation on the field began to gradually turn around. As Su-Wen mentioned at halftime, the opponent's physical stamina had reached its limit. On the field, Wang Jinjie passed the ball directly to Salamaxi, who was calling for the ball on the wing. After receiving the ball, Salamaxi took it forward step by step, putting pressure on the opponent's full back, creating significant challenges for them. Chapter 63. Shizhe, the team is willing to renew your contract during the off-season. I think you are far from retirement, aren't you? Su-Wen was surprised by Zhang Shizhe's sudden decision. A player's retirement is a complex matter for the club, especially for a club legend. Before this, Su-Wen had seen no signs that Zhang Shizhe was considering retirement. Zhang Shizhe shook his head, sitting on the sofa, calmly saying, "Coach Su, after so many years of playing, I am very clear about my current level. I can no longer keep up with the pace of the team. You and I both understand that I'm slowing down the team's attack, and I can't defend well either. Su-Wen had nothing to say. What Zhang Shizhe said was indeed his biggest problem right now. But with so many young players in the team, they need a spiritual leader, someone to lead them forward. No, Coach Su, I have never been their spiritual leader. You are. In any case, I can no longer help the team. It would be better to retire now rather than face criticism later when my performance declines significantly. I played long enough. It's time to rest. Zhang Shizhe's attitude was resolute. Chapter 64. Chen Xuanzhou, dressed in a suit, sat in the television studio. After seeing a gesture from the director, he relaxed his previously upright posture slightly and loosened his tie. The screen had now switched to the live match. Sitting next to Chen Xuanzhou was still Sun Jihai, whose hair had turned quite white and whose face was adorned with many wrinkles, giving him a very amiable appearance. Coach Sun Jihai, what are your thoughts on today's match? Chen Xuanzhou asked. As the commentator in control of the discussion, he needed to frequently engage with the guest commentators. Rationally speaking, I think Shenhua will win. In such matches, it's often about mentality. I've seen the Goan team starters. There are too many young players, and I think under such circumstances, the kids may not hold up. While the two commentators were analyzing in the studio, the Goan team finished their pre-match warm-up and returned to the locker room. Su-Wen leaned against the table in the center of the locker room, arms crossed, watching the silent players sitting in chairs. Su-Wen, Yang Lixing, all members of the coaching staff, along with the team doctor and equipment manager and video analyst stood at the doorway, not saying a word. Chapter 65. For the free kick positions on both sidelines, Su-Wen had previously had the team practice multiple times before the match. At this moment, Slutsky's assistant was waving his hands to direct the Shenhua defender's positioning. Despite the surrounding noise, Su-Wen could still hear him shouting, "Cooper! Watch Cooper!" Standing 2 meters tall, Jack Cooper appeared like a giant in front of Zhu Qinjie and Jiang Shenlong. Not to mention Mamadou, helplessly. Both center backs had to mark Jack Cooper together to effectively prevent the English ace from jumping, while Mamadou could only be marked by Amadou. Su-Wen smiled at Shenhua's defensive positioning. It's an open scheme. At this moment, Salamaxi was carefully placing the ball, then exhaled, adjusting his heart rate. Just as he was about to start his run-up, he raised both hands. Of course, Su-Wen knew this gesture was of no use, as everyone knew the set piece would target Jack Cooper, but at least it gave the defenders some psychological doubt. Salamaxi began his run-up and then took the shot. The ball speed was not fast, but the arc was very high, making it advantageous for taller players to contest. Chapter 66. We won. Zhang Peng shouted excitedly after hearing the whistle. He had given his all in this match, delivering his best performance. The continuous tension and excitement gradually faded after the match, replaced by extreme fatigue. His legs felt like they were filled with lead and could hardly move. His entire body felt drained. So tired, Zhang Peng fell onto the grass of the field, arms and legs spread wide like a big character. In his ears, the deafening cheers of the fans made him feel dizzy, lying on the ground as if the earth was vibrating with the rhythm of the cheers. Su-Wen shook hands with everyone from the Shenhua team one by one, then raised his hands above his head, clapping and enjoying the cheers from the entire crowd. He walked onto the field, and the team song began to play. Everyone in the stands who could sing joined in the chorus. Over 60,000 people swayed with the rhythm of the song, creating a dazzling galaxy in the elliptical stands. So beautiful. Good shot, Dai Shiyu. Good shot, Jiang Shan. Su-Wen's face was filled with smiles as he embraced each player, praising them in their ears. Chapter 67. Zhang Peng could only recover to half of his physical condition. Right now, his body could only handle about 70 minutes of play, and in the last match, he not only played the full game, but also showed that he had consumed too much energy during the match, with all his muscles on the verge of injury. In the afternoon, Su-Wen began to think about the starting lineup for the FA Cup semi-final against Shenzhen. Miss Luo was beside him, narrating the physical assessments of the players. Su-Wen sighed as he listened to Luo Shirhan, marking a small cross next to Zhang Peng's name. Zhang Yuan can't play either? Su-Wen frowned and said. Luo Shirhan shook her head, saying, I didn't say he can't play, but once he does, his stamina will only be around 80. And in 6 days, I predict his physical condition for the match against Zhejiang will only recover to 60. Su-Wen rubbed his face and leaned back against the soft cushion, feeling extremely tired in an instant. Isn't that just impossible? If the team continues to have a weekly match schedule, then the current personnel is completely sufficient. Su-Wen can definitely use one set of players to compete. However, when there are tasks requiring double matches in a week, and if this situation becomes the norm next season. He increasingly feels that the issue of personnel shortages in various aspects is quite serious. Chapter 68. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Dai Shiyu bent down to adjust his socks, and then took out his shin guards. This was his first time starting a match, and the physical exertion was indeed considerable. Dai Shiyu already felt a bit tired. If it weren't for Chung Jun's strict supervision of his fitness training, he might not have been able to run after 30 minutes. Before walking into the player tunnel, he glanced around the pitch, but there were too many people and it was too large, compared to that dilapidated, narrow pitch back then. Finding someone here was like searching for a needle in a haystack. We defended well in the first half. My Shinfeng, it's your first time on the field, and you occupied your position particularly well. Keep it up. What about Dai Shiyu? Su-Wen encouraged the players about their performance during halftime. The opponent's attacks were thwarted in the first half, and the score remained 0-0. The second half would be the home ground for the Guoan team. Dai Shiyu walked back slowly, taking small sips from a drink he picked up from the cooler. At the 60-minute mark, they started attacking. They needed to be careful while controlling the ball, not to speed up recklessly, and to watch the judgments of Wang Jinjia and Salmaki. At the start of the second half, Su-Wen substituted Rong Kuo for He Yuping, as the latter still had to play against the Zhejiang team in a few days and couldn't play the entire match. Chapter 69. The Guoan team advanced to the final of the FA Cup. If you ask Su-Wen how he feels, he would definitely say he is happy. Dai Shiyu's recent form has been extremely hot, and relying on his exceptional personal ability, the team won the match relatively easily. Moreover, Mai Xinfeng also made his first start for the team and performed well. Originally, Dai Shiyu wanted to stay in Shenzhen for a day to reunite with his family. But time waits for no one. The day after the match, the team boarded a plane back to Beijing. In 4 days, they would face the Zhejiang team at home. This was the second to last round of the league this season, and the result of this match would determine the direction of the team's ranking for the entire season. Currently, the Guoan team led Shenhua by 1 point and trailed Zhejiang by 2 points. Winning the match would almost ensure a second-place finish in the league. Losing would mean they would lose control of their fate in the top 3 of the league, and if they wanted to enter the AFC Champions League, they would likely need to beat the Shanghai team in both legs of the FA Cup final. A draw could very well allow their rival Shanhua to benefit from the situation. Therefore, the importance of the match result is self-evident. As soon as Su-Wen and the team returned to the Tongzhou training base, the entire base became busy. Chapter 70. The match continued, and the chaos of the Zhejiang team persisted. Their lack of midfield toughness made it impossible for them to control the ball properly. Li Tixiang had completely lost himself on the field, and Zhang Peng's relentless pressure made it impossible for him to face the Guoan team's goal to control the ball, let alone pass it to the few attacking players in the Zhejiang front line. Without the foreign players getting the ball, there was no threat from Zhejiang, allowing Guoan to attack even more recklessly. Mai Xinfeng had gradually adapted to the rhythm of the game since the start. Their midfield had an absolute advantage in this match, and beside him was a stable and tall guardian like a giant, making it rare for him to face direct threats from the opposing forwards. There was essentially no defensive pressure so far. Thus, he focused more energy on ball control and passing, which was also one of Su-Wen's expectations for him. Meh. Receive the ball, Jack Cooper shouted at him. The Englishman's passing ability was average, and the usual passing tasks were assigned to Mamadou and Zhang Yuan. Mai Xinfeng received the ball from Jack Cooper, wanting to pass it to the outlet he had already observed, which was He Yuping. Chapter 71. Su-Wen's cold gaze was fixed on Guanglan, who had an innocent expression as if to say he knew nothing about the situation. Shenhua drew on Saturday, gaining only 1 point. Now, they're tied with you on the standings. If we draw this match, you will be in 3rd place, and we will be in 2nd. The FA Cup final spot will definitely be between you and the Shanghai team. Even if you finish 3rd, you will still secure a spot in next year's AFC Champions League. You just need to win the last match against Qingdao. You know, we still have to play Shandong. The owner of the Zhejiang team said anxiously. Su-Wen's expression did not change at all. He glanced at Guanglan and then turned to walk onto the field. Wait. Su, look, you can save your energy in this match. A draw with us is not something fans would find unacceptable, and in the end, you could drag your rival down with you. What a good thing that would be. It's not uncommon to have a tacit agreement in matches every year. Su-Wen stopped, turned around, and calmly looked at the two. Behind him was the vibrant green stadium, and the background was filled with the cheers and laughter of the fans. Chapter 72. The match is over. The audience began to cheer from afar, and compared to the previous cheers, This one contained more happiness and a sense of liberation. Guanlan stood on the steps outside the VIP room, gripping the railing with both hands, his whole body trembling slightly. Since the team came under his management, they had not entered the AFC Champions League again. No matter how much money was invested in the past, how many coaches were changed, or how many national players were bought, they had never managed to break into the top two in the league or win the FA Cup. The development this year was simply unbelievable. In the second half of the year, due to changes in the group, he originally thought the team had no future, but unexpectedly, this hastily appointed young coach, with a peculiar personality, led a group of kids to achieve results that had always been out of reach. He looked at Su when on the field. At that moment, Su was gently clapping his hands while talking to Wang Jinjie, acknowledging the fans. Guanlan found it very strange. He couldn't understand why Su appeared so calm at this moment. Was he even human? Guanlan enjoyed the roaring cheers from the stadium for a while when someone walked up to him from behind. Congratulations, Guanlan, you finally made it to the AFC Champions League. Chapter 73. Guanlan's arrival could only be considered a small interlude. The purpose of this luncheon was mainly to let the players relax and communicate with each other more. There were many young players brought into the team by Su during the mid-season, most of whom were making their first appearance in the first team. For them, the players in the team were people they had only seen on television in the past. Their identity transformation was so rapid that they still regarded themselves as the nameless individuals they once were, leading them to treat many players with the same reverence they would show to idols, unaware that they had already become professional players on par with them. Moreover, because they were new to the unfamiliar environment, most of them were too shy to communicate with others. Su observed the players while eating. Ronku was very ambitious. If it weren't for Su-Wen's strict prohibition, he would constantly be thinking about training. He was also the most introverted one. At just 15 years old, it was already difficult for him to integrate into the team, especially since he didn't have a roommate. Although Wang Jinjie often took the initiative to communicate with him, if he didn't make an effort to engage, he would eventually become isolated. Dai Shiyu had been with the team the longest and had already integrated well. Since the team prioritized strength, and he was one of the technically best players, he was always very popular. Chapter 74. Zhang Shizhe accepted the cheers from the fans as he left the field. The referee and the opposing Qingdao team showed Zhang Shizhe enough respect during the match. They didn't rush him off the field despite the score, but instead waited and applauded along with the fans to bid farewell to this legendary figure. The cheers gradually faded, and the match was not over yet. The players on the field quickly returned to the game state, with the Qingdao teams forward standing at the center circle, ready to kick off. Most of the Goan players were fully focused on the ball, preparing to defend, while one player was feeling somewhat confused. Am I the captain? Wang Jinjie looked down at the glaring yellow captain's armband on his arm, feeling a bit nervous for some reason. He glanced around the field, but Yuan Gu and Jack were both on the field. They had been with the team longer and had more experience. Why was it given to me? This was completely unexpected. Wang Jinjie looked towards Su-Wen on the sidelines, who was also watching him. Upon noticing Wang Jinjie's puzzled expression, Su-Wen nodded at him. What does that mean? Wang Jinjie didn't understand, but the match had already started, and he had no energy to think about it anymore. Chapter 75. The league season ended. Goan secured second place in the league, the best result since the Headstrong group acquired the team. The competition for the AFC Champions League spots continued until the last moment. In the final round, Zhujiang couldn't withstand the pressure and drew against Shandong away. Meanwhile, Shenhua won against Yunnan in the end and successfully qualified for the AFC Champions League. Zhujiang finished fourth and entered the Asian second-tier league. Nantung was relegated in the end. Throughout the season, they never found their offensive rhythm, scoring very few goals and lacking defensive solidity. In the final round, Sangzhou regrettably faced relegation. Their foreign players were somewhat mediocre, with Oscar struggling alone but unable to turn the situation around. With minimal investment, managing to keep the relegation suspense until the final round was quite an achievement. At the Tongzhou training base, on the grass training field, Mai Xinfeng, head the ball out, head the ball out, Dai Shiyu, sprint, sprint, yes, that's right. The coaching staff passionately led the players in training. During this period, most teams in the Chinese Super League had already gone on holiday. Chapter 76. A red card? When the referee brandished the bright red card, Zhang Peng felt dizzy, the ringing in his ears drowning out the cheers of the crowd. What are you thinking? How could it be a red card? Clearly, they committed a foul. Are your eyes blind? Wang Jinjie, as the team captain, approached the referee and angrily questioned him. Watch your language. Watch your language. Stay away from me. The main referee was firm and warned Wang Jinjie. Referee, are you blind? Damn it. Yang Lixing stood on the sidelines, angrily cursing the main referee with a grim expression. What a joke. Zhang Peng has been fouled all the time. And now he gets a red card? They had just taken the lead. If the numbers were even, they might even have had a chance to win the match. But now, just 20 minutes in, they were down to 10 men, and playing away, the situation would be completely uncontrollable. And everyone knew that the Haiging team would have a huge advantage. On the field, the players from both sides had already been pushed away by the referee. Everyone knew that no matter how much they argued now, it wouldn't change the decision. Ref, you better watch out for jail, damn it. Chapter 77. After Dai Shiyu came on, Guoan's midfield situation improved significantly. Dai Shiyu shifted to the left side as a left winger, while Salamasi on the right also pulled back, forming a 4-4-1 shape. Of course, when facing a team of Haigang's caliber, simply retreating into defense wouldn't hold. Guoan was under pressure and unable to pose any threat to their defense, allowing Haigang's center backs to push past half the field and turn it into a practice drill. Constantly being beaten without retaliating would eventually lead to a breakdown. In terms of physical consumption during the match, there were actually two types: physical exhaustion and tactical mental exhaustion. Physical exhaustion is simple. Players will get tired after running for a certain amount of time, putting them at a disadvantage. Tactical exhaustion is similar to the previously mentioned pressure threshold. When players are constantly under pressure, the immense stress, along with a lot of observation and prediction work, causes their brains to go from being sharp at the beginning to becoming dull. When this happens, vulnerabilities start to appear in the defense. Fortunately, Wang Jinjie and you had not yet experienced this situation. They could help teammates who were somewhat distracted to promptly cover up their mistakes. Chapter 78, on the phone. A strong Scottish accented English voice came through, deep and hoarse, sounding as if it could reveal the appearance of the person on the other end. When, who had initially looked somewhat dispirited, showed a faint smile and said, "Hello, teacher." When, originally an unremarkable international student with no connection to English professional football, had enrolled in UEFA's coaching course driven by his unwillingness to succumb to reality. It was here that he met Benjamin White. Fictional, do not look it up. No, I think it should be this way. If you don't attack the flanks during offense, the opponent's defense will be impenetrable. Wrong, kid. I'm your teacher. You should listen to me. It's not like that. This is definitely a contested area. And the midfield of 68 and 10 is just an old thing from over a decade ago. The midfield should be pushing forward. When and White argued after one class. When had always been confident and extremely stubborn about tactics. After this argument, White didn't hold a grudge, and the two got along well in subsequent classes. Chapter 79. Players are simple people. In a team, a conflict between two people might arise just because one passed the ball less during a match, and it could be resolved through a moment of harmonious cooperation. When used to believe that the only simple and effective way to unite a team was to keep winning. However, he clearly hadn't considered how to regroup if they ever lost. Now he understands the importance of this aspect and has quickly adapted. After a run and an apology, When can feel the vibrant passion and momentum of the entire team returning. This is directly reflected in the training, with everyone fully committing to the coaching staff's requirements, making their work progress very smoothly. Tactically, there is nothing more to consider for this match. Being 3 goals down, only an offensive approach can offer a glimmer of hope. When leaned on the table with both hands and looked at the coaching staff, saying, before the match, we need to find a way to boost the players' morale. In our home ground, we cannot let anyone win the championship so easily. Chapter 80. Bang, 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 bang. Right here on this land of China. The proudest figure. We're always together, oh, Beijing Guoan team. The majestic Alez echoed in the workers' stadium, with the entire crowd singing along with the fan groups. And those who didn't know the words clapped to the rhythm of the drums. Waves of sound flowed in through the players' tunnel, sending shivers down the spine of every Guoan player. It felt like their battle song before entering the fray, their anthem for protecting the workers' stadium. Wang Jinjie held the hand of a young ball boy with one hand while placing the other on his hip, standing with his head lowered. Raising his head, he saw no teammates blocking his view. The bright stadium lights shone through the narrow exit of the players' tunnel, revealing the lush green pitch. Beside him was the referee for the match, wearing a conspicuous yellow captain's armband. Turning his head, he saw all his teammates lined up behind him. After the last round of the league, When gathered all the players and announced that Wang Zhenjie would be their captain for the next season. And today was his first time leading the team onto the field. Chapter 81. As the halftime whistle blew, When waved to all the players on the field, urging them to return to the locker room quickly. They were just one goal away from leveling the match, and he had already clarified his strategy for the second half. He needed to maintain the players' tense emotions to prevent them from relaxing. In the locker room of the Haigang team, lazy, arrogant, stupid, that was your first half. The only sound echoing in the not-so-spacious locker room was Muscat's roar. You guys are the reigning champions of recent years. And today you've been outplayed by a bunch of kids 10 years younger than you. This is your attitude toward this championship. We've already lost the AFC Champions League this season. We cannot lose the FA Cup as well. Get it together. We start attacking in the second half. Wu Lei watched Muscat animatedly explaining tactics, but his attention was not on the coach leading Haigang to its peak. His thoughts drifted back to his first season in the Chinese Super League 14 years ago, representing a team still called Shandong at the age of 21, where he scored 15 goals in a season, marking the beginning of his journey to becoming a king of Chinese football. Chapter 82. Boom. As Wang Zhenjie followed the ball with his gaze until it hit the back of the net, a huge cheer erupted in the venue, sweeping through the entire space like a surging tide, akin to 1,000 thunderclaps exploding in unison, shaking hearts in rhythm. Wang Zhenjie felt as if the rising roar could lift his scalp, and at that moment, his brain was completely blank, filled only with overwhelming excitement and joy. As if you're being bitten by ants, all he wanted was to roar. It's in. I scored. Wang Zhenjie crazily ran toward the sidelines, vigorously waving his arms, wanted to shake off all the accumulated pressure. The stands before him had become chaotic. The relief of escaping a penalty kick and the extreme joy of a turnaround had driven the fans completely wild. They didn't care if they knew each other, grabbing anyone nearby for a tight hug or wildly waving their arms. The scene was like water splashing up from a torrential rain. Awesome. Awesome. Chapter 83. When had witnessed many championships through various means throughout his life. From witnessing the Chinese Super League champion in person to watching the World Cup champion on television, and even champions in different fields. After their victory, When often felt a sense of shock, but his excitement was not very high. On the contrary, he felt a bit melancholic. I want to stand on that podium. I also want to be the protagonist, a champion. This was his purest desire deep down, a fervor beneath his calm exterior. What would it feel like to win a championship in front of so many witnesses? When often fantasized about such moments. Most frequently appearing in his mind was the solitary feeling of triumph after a victory, a silence that enveloped the champion. But boom, when you saved the penalty. The vast space of the football field was instantly filled with the cheers of the audience, like a surging wave crashing against Wen's eardrums. What silence? Not at all. But When would never forget such a scene. Players on the field rushed toward New, while some knelt on the ground. Almost everyone on the bench was shouting, running, and jumping into the field. Chapter 84. The dry east wind blew in from Siberia, passing through the Mongolian grasslands and arriving in Beijing in November. The sun shone on the training base, compared to the scorching summer sun that dried everything. The somewhat cool winter sun cast a golden veil over the land. The base was quiet, as if time had slowed down here. From a distance, the training ground appeared particularly spacious under the sunlight. The grass on the pitch had been tinged with the breath of winter, losing its vigorous feel and becoming golden. The monsoon climate of Beijing, compared to that of Europe, does not allow the grass to remain soft and green all year round, which may also be one reason for the lack of winter matches. When stood in his office looking out the window. The field that should have been bustling was now empty, and combined with the bleakness of winter, he felt a strange sense of loneliness. It had been 10 days since they won the championship, and he still hadn't fully recovered. The passion and pride of that night still lingered in his mind, but now they needed to move forward. He still remembered what he told the players. In the story, the protagonist has won the championship, and the story ends, but this is not a story. Comrades, life must go on. Chapter 85. When left the office and walked toward the parking lot. The base was truly deserted after the season ended, and it seemed everyone had their own plans for the holiday. Driving away, When left the base. Ever since he took this job, he rarely stepped out except for matches. He drove aimlessly through the streets. The bustling avenues and the crowds did not pique his interest at all. Boredom was a feeling Su-Wen seldom experienced. In the past, as a youth training director, he had little time for leisure, dedicating himself fully to football for more than 300 days a year. Recently, he found himself feeling this way more often. What was the reason behind it? Su-Wen unconsciously picked up his phone and saw Luo Shirhan's number. In the past, he had never been so interested in a woman. Although they spent every day together, it felt like he never took the time to understand her. But now, after just a few days apart, he felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. What was she doing now? Is she traveling somewhere? Would she be with other men? Su-Wen's thoughts became chaotic, and he was very curious. Chapter 86. After chatting with Zhu Qing, Su-Wen returned to his position, just as the players from both teams began to enter the field. Who is this? As the players walked onto the pitch, Su-Wen was immediately impressed by a young boy and asked. His name is Miao Yifan, 16 years and 152 days old. 194 centimeters tall, 77 kilograms, right-footed, midfield. His technique is a bit rough. Seems like he picked it up halfway, and he was not noted during middle school. The scouting team overlooked him. Guopeng didn't even flip through the tablet and directly reported. I knew you'd ask about him. With that age and physical condition, anyone would take a second look. But his skills still don't meet our requirements. Su-Wen nodded and looked at Miao Yifan again. His physique was indeed exceptional. Having been influenced by European football for many years, especially studying in England, the home of the Championship and Premier League, Su-Wen had always placed great importance on physical attributes. Modern football increasingly demands height. Longer legs provide a significant advantage in defense. Let us see how his technique is. While Su-Wen pondered, the pre-match procedures were already completed and about to begin. Chapter 87. Starlight. Su-Wen stood there, staring intently at the crystal above Miao Yifan's head. It was the most beautiful object he had ever seen. I knew it, Su-Wen murmured. A is not the limit. There are levels above. Boss. What's wrong? Guopeng, sitting next to Su-Wen, was momentarily stunned after witnessing Miao Yifan's long-range goal, then was pulled back to reality by the cheers from the crowd. That shot was indeed spectacular. Few could pull off such a goal, even in professional leagues. At that moment, Su-Wen suddenly seemed to lose his soul and stood up from his seat, startling Guopeng. The usually calm and collected Ice Mountain coach, who was unfazed by any spectacular goal scored in the Chinese Super League, was now staring blankly at Miao Yifan on the field, motionless. Boss! Another shout from Guopeng brought Su-Wen back to his senses. He glanced at Guopeng, who looked a bit worried. Boss, what's wrong? Oh, wasn't that a fantastic goal? Su-Wen said, then sat down. Guopeng found it a bit strange, but didn't think much of it. Su-Wen's mind calmed down, and he activated the strange symbol again. The crystal still hovered above Miao Yifan's head, and the strange symbol had gained a level. Chapter 88. At this moment, Kai Yinlin was smiling as he watched his teammates chat. Their coach was right. Being the runner-up was enough to make them proud of their school. He turned back to glance at the excited players from the 4th middle school celebrating, and the smile on his face unconsciously faded, leaving him with a sense of unwillingness and emptiness. I want the championship. A longing flickered in Kai Yinlin's eyes, but quickly vanished. Forget it. What good is a championship? I'll focus on studying next year. Just as Kai Yinlin was preparing to accept his fate, someone called out to him. You're Kai Yinlin, right? A cool voice came, and when Kai Yinlin turned to look, it was Su-Wen. He had only seen this figure on television. Growing up in Beijing and being a football enthusiast, Kai Yinlin was, of course, a die-hard fan of Guoan, and his admiration for Su-Wen, who had led the struggling team to rebirth, was unparalleled. Deep down, he harbored a feeling he had never dared to share, a yearning to become a professional player. Could it be? Kai Yinlin wondered if he guessed something. Everyone knew that Coach Su was not talkative, so he couldn't just be here to chat. Could he? What would he possibly want to talk about? Chapter 89. The next day, when Su-Wen saw Miao Yifan appear punctually at the gym, he knew he had secured this player with the highest potential rating since the strange symbol appeared. Miao Yifan no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, he stood quietly, listening to the coach explain the training precautions. Su-Wen nodded in satisfaction. No matter what, he had taken the first step. Today was also the day to sign Kai Yinlin. Yesterday, Kai Yinlin's medical examination results were normal, with no serious injuries or defects found, allowing Su-Wen to confidently sign a professional contract with him. In the designated room, Su-Wen stood next to Peng Yangyang, while Kai Yinlin sat on a chair under the team logo picture, sandwiched between the two. The young man appeared very excited. Su-Wen gave him a standard contract for young players, which matched the contract treatment of Zhang Peng and the others, with only slight differences in bonuses. Can you give a bit more? Aren't players supposed to make good money? Only 4,000 a week? In the signing room, Kai Yinlin's mother sat on the sofa, dressed somewhat elegantly, and after reading the contract, she complained, wanting to negotiate with Su-Wen. Chapter 90. No, Sally, you need to fulfill your contract. I understand your concerns about your condition, but the level of this league is not as high as you think. You can definitely play for another year. Su-Wen calmly explained to the dejected Sally Massey, sitting across from him. The two Englishmen were here for different reasons. One wanted to return to a club in England, and the other wanted to retire directly. Su-Wen could not allow either of them to leave the team this season. Boss, I think my career has been exciting enough, and I brought a championship to this club. I think it's time to rest. Last year, I started every match. I'm too tired, and I need to consider my future health, Sally Massey said. This season, we need to fight on 3 fronts. Sally, the team needs you. We might be able to sign a new contract, Su-Wen said to Sally Massey. Mashi lowered his head in silence, clearly unimpressed by Su-Wen's words. The team won't let you retire. You know Dai Shi, right? This year, he will become a starter, and I will control your playing time. It won't be like last year when you played full matches every time. You can learn how to become a coach, transitioning into a half-player, half-coach role. How about that? Chapter 91. Su-Wen and Luo Shirhan walked one after the other, the light and heavy footsteps echoing in the narrow corridor. Su-Wen held a folder. Following behind Luo Shirhan, her dark, shiny hair swaying with her steps. He couldn't see Luo Shirhan's face, but he sensed she was in a good mood today, walking lightly. Neither of them spoke. If someone else were present, they would surely find the atmosphere strange and conclude that the two were not familiar. But this was just how Su-Wen and Luo Shirhan interacted. When they were at the training base, aside from sleeping, they were almost always together. Even two people who could talk a lot would run out of things to say after spending so much time together, let alone two inherently quiet individuals. After discovering Miao Yifan that day, the young players returned to the training base, and Su-Wen suddenly had many things to do. That inexplicable loneliness disappeared. His mind regained extreme rationality, and he no longer thought about finding Luo Shirhan. Anyway, she would always come back, Su-Wen thought. Have you been working crazy these past few days? Luo Shirhan slowed her pace, walking side by side with him, smiling as she broke the silence between them. Chapter 92. As night fell and the lights came on, people escaped the drudgery of work, gathering in groups to start their nightlife in the commercial district. In a quiet corner of the bustling city, a Western restaurant lit with warm lights was not as bright compared to the bustling mall around it. The marble light panels blended with the warm glow, creating a warm atmosphere through alternating brightness. Su-Wen pushed open the restaurant door with his hands in his pockets and waved for Luo Shirhan to come in. The welcoming waiter, dressed modestly, glanced at Su-Wen and Luo Shirhan's attire and frowned slightly, but out of professional ethics, welcomed them inside. This looks high-end. Why did you bring me here? As soon as Luo Shirhan entered, she felt the restaurant's decor was quite expensive. The waiter was dressed in a refined outfit, and Luo Shirhan glanced at her in Su-Wen's matching pure black sportswear, feeling a bit surprised. High-end? It's just a restaurant. Where did you think I was going to take you? Su-Wen had no sense of shame. Based on your past behavior, I thought you would take me to the cafeteria. You didn't even change your clothes, Luo Shirhan pouted. Su-Wen laughed. He indeed would have done that before. Chapter 93. At 7 in the morning, in a moderately sized room at the training base. The furnishings were simple, and the most cluttered item was the desk facing the bed, which was filled with photos of him and the young players. Su-Wen woke up on time. Lying in bed, not enough sleep. Su-Wen reluctantly sat up, yawning. He felt inexplicably happy last night and couldn't sleep well, tossing and turning. After a quick wash, Su-Wen headed to the restaurant for breakfast. Good morning. Luo Shirhan was already in the restaurant, waving for Su-Wen, who was holding a plate, to sit across from her. Good morning. Su-Wen nodded in response. The two exchanged smiles, quietly eating breakfast, tacitly avoiding mentioning the ambiguity of last night. Did you not sleep well last night? Luo Shirhan sat upright, sipping her porridge in small bites as she asked. Her breakfast habits leaned towards light food, and she often criticized Su-Wen's greasy English breakfast, warning him that it was bad for his stomach. After discovering that Su-Wen wouldn't eat breakfast if he didn't eat like that, she stopped bringing it up. Eating was better than not eating at all. I slept fine. Why? Do I have noticeable dark circles? Chapter 94. Every day, at the training ground of the Goan team in Tongzhou, laughter and shouts would echo. Here, the young players were carefree. The team's logistics system provided them with nutritious food, comfortable housing, and the best training environment. The training base completely isolated them from the outside world, free from the noise and urgency of life. They had just won a long-awaited championship for this team that had been away from the title for many years, with the head coach being the one who recognized their potential. They were expected by everyone, media, coaches, and fans, all believing they had a bright future, but no one pressured them to mature immediately. They just needed to follow the training plan designed by When step by step and train hard. According to the players' future memories, this time at the Tongzhou base would be the days they cherished the most. It was like their ivory tower. When they left here, they would have to face all the harshness and warmth of the football world on their own. Meanwhile, their captain, Wang Jinjie, training with the national team at the Xianan National Football Training Base, was not feeling as joyful. In a spacious conference hall, the then head coach of the national team, Xia Shuo, was giving a speech from the main seat. Chapter 95. Jordan's corner kick didn't pose much of a threat. Jiang Xinlong from Shanhua headed the corner away. However, afterward, the Jordan team maintained possession of the ball. Wang Jinjie ran hard, but it was impossible to win the ball back by pressuring alone. He glanced back at the field and finally retreated to protect in front of the two defensive midfielders, playing in the attacking midfielder position. In the following minutes, the Jordan team firmly controlled the ball, unwilling to settle for just a 3-goal lead, but the national team's ironclad defense was not easy to break. Wang Jinjie remained focused, waiting for an opportunity, but the ball kept flying back and forth in the air, making it impossible for him to touch it. Don't be discouraged, Wang Jinjie. This is normal. Wang Jinjie encouraged himself quietly. The football field is always changing. Only by staying alert can one perform well in midfield defense. The right center back of the Jordan team received another pass from the winger. Why can't we break through? Just know how to pass back, he complained in his mind, losing count of how many balls had gone through his feet during this match. Chapter 96. Wang Jinjie. Wang Jinjie. Wang Jinjie. The fans at the scene cheered for their hero today. The massive roar, even the thick glass of the VIP room, couldn't completely muffle. Inside the clean, tidy VIP room, two men sat on the sofa, gently applauding. Guanlon smiled as he looked out the window. Wang Jinjie's performance today was like a god descending to the earth, relieving him of pressure. Guanlon was quite invested in the future of this batch of players trained by When. While When focused on developing the players internally, he was out there seeking better resources for them. The large roster this time included Xia Shu's selections, and Guanlon went to the sports general administration to lobby for him. It wasn't easy to push Wang Jinjie in, but fortunately, this kid is truly impressive. Today, Director Wang from the sports general administration was also present to watch the game. According to the news that came through, Director Wang praised tonight's match, especially Wang Jinjie's performance. Guanlon knew that from now on, Wang Jinjie was no longer just the future of the Goan team, but the future of Chinese football as a whole, which would elevate the development of the Goan team to a new level. A burly man with a full beard watched Wang Jinjie celebrating with the fans on the field, clearly appreciating the scene. Chapter 97. Late at night, at the hotel where the players are staying. An hour ago, Wang Jinjie was in an extremely noisy environment. Now, he sat alone in his hotel room, where the surroundings felt exceptionally quiet. He curled up on the sofa by the window, hugging his legs with his arms, staring blankly at the pitch-black night sky outside. The post-match thank you session, the cheers in the locker room, and the media attention made him feel happy. He had become the focus of the nation. For the first time, outside of the capital, many people would know who he was. 6 months ago, when he first stepped onto the professional stage, he was deeply shaken by the overwhelming cheers, which made him nervous. But now, he had begun to enjoy it all. He had become a qualified professional player, and basking in the spotlight on the field gave him an exhilarating feeling. 150,000. Wang Jinjie silently repeated this number. That is quite a lot. What money can be earned from playing football? What social status can one have? When the time comes, will you still be able to enjoy these conditions we give you? When you're limping due to injuries, you'll regret it. It's all your fault. I told you to quit and stay home to take care of the kids while I worked, but you wouldn't listen. Chapter 98. Dalian Football Training Base, Conference Room. In the last match, we fought bravely, demonstrating our team's excellent spirit of not fearing difficulties and going against the tide. The conference room looked a bit empty, and Xia Shu's hypnotic voice echoed within, extending deep into the room. Over 20 players and more than 10 staff members sat crookedly on the chairs, and the faint buzzing sound from the electronic devices was obviously very hypnotic. Zhang Yuning was feeling drowsy, his head nodding repeatedly. Wang Xinjie was worried he might start snoring. Now, let us discuss the starting lineup for the next match. After Xia Shuode finished this sentence, many people became much more alert. Not because they were excited about whether they would be selected for the starting lineup, but because every time this sentence was uttered, the hypnotic pre-match meeting was finally coming to an end. Wang Xinjie sat up straight. His outstanding performance in the last match should earn him a starting spot. He couldn't possibly save the team every match with only 20 minutes left. If he could start, then the chances of winning would be higher. Midfielder, Wang Xinjie. Wang Shangyuan. Chapter 99. Wang Xinjie looked at Xia Shuode in shock, momentarily speechless. Was his starting position cancelled because of this? Sorry, Xinjie. Handling it this way minimizes the impact on you and the team. Xia Shuode said apologetically, seeing the boy's incredulous expression, but clearly not intending to explain further. Haha. Wang Xinjie felt a huge rage inside, yet he ended up laughing, realizing that people can indeed laugh in extreme anger. He turned around and left the office. Returning to his room, Wang Xinjie felt disgusted. When would he just die? What genius, just a piece of trash. Wang Xinpiao laughed. Wang Xinjie opened his social media to disdainfully review the comments that insulted him. He didn't even need to search. The homepage recommended many videos about him, all from marketing accounts stirring up drama. Many comments did not express much anger, but rather seemed to be watching for entertainment, as if he were a clown. The more he read, the more Wang Xinjie started to feel sad. These people had praised him just a day ago, but now they wished for his death. Chapter 100. Wang Xinjie scored directly from a free kick in the 91st minute. Martins failed to save Wang Xinjie's shot, and the Chinese team took the lead. A last-minute goal. A last-minute goal. The huge cheer shook the glass between the commentary booth and the field, but Chen Xuanzhou seemed less excited this time. He had already anticipated that Wang Xinjie would score. After the goal, he immediately turned around to look through the glass at the field, where Wang Xinjie had already taken off his jersey, running while waving it above his head, and finally sliding on his knees toward the wildly celebrating stands. Seeing the young man raise his arms and roar, venting his emotions, Chen Xuanzhou felt momentarily speechless, recalling the immense pressure of public opinion he had been under recently. As a commentator, he had watched Wang Xinjie grow to this level, and in his heart, he was already Wang Xinjie's most loyal fan. Sun Jihai also fell silent, but, unlike Chen Xuanzhou, he looked at Wang Xinjie with a broad smile, seemingly recalling something. Wang Xinjie was finally shown a yellow card by the referee, while the Indonesian team urged the referee to get the Chinese team back to their half quickly. They were in a hurry. Chapter 101. Wang Xinjie's return brought some fresh topic for discussion to the usually calm club, but soon, the club returned to its initial tranquility. The players went about their daily routines of training, eating, training, and sleeping. The young players enjoyed this lifestyle, feeling fulfilled by their daily progress, but Su-Wen found it somewhat boring. In the days following the end of the season, he had worked intensively to address many of the club's current issues, which is why things were now so stable. He now wanted to find something to do every day, watching match footage to study opponents, and even started researching this year's 2 promoted teams. Heilongjiang's counterattacks are sharp, and Guangxi plays well too, Su-Wen thought to himself, but he didn't feel any real threat. The tactical level in the China League made him a bit sleepy. Sigh. Su-Wen sighed, reminiscing about the pressure of every match during the season, that endless passion within, and the numerous work tasks. However, with several months until the next season starts, his only hope now was for the major leagues to kick off every weekend. Chapter 102. In a rundown community on the 4th ring road of the capital. When Shi-Run returned here, most of the windows in the houses had already gone dark. He looked up and found that a faint light was still glowing from his own window. Arriving at his front door, Shi-Run took out his key, twisted it to the left, opened the door, and then quietly walked inside. "I'm back." A gentle female voice sounded, and a slight smile appeared on Shi-Run's somewhat tired face. "Is the child asleep?" Shi-Run asked. A woman much shorter than Shi-Run nodded and took the thick coat from his hands, struggling to set it aside. "Look what I brought." Shi-Run took out a somewhat exquisite craft paper bag from behind him and handed it to the woman. She widened her big eyes and, somewhat confused, took the bag and opened it. It was a cake. So beautiful. The woman carefully placed the small box containing the cake on the table, her eyes shining as she looked at the pink cake topped with cream and chocolate under the light. Seeing her jubilant expression, Chi-Run couldn't help but laugh. "Thank you, dear." She looked up at Chi-Run with a happy smile, but in the next second, she remembered something, and her smile faded. She walked to Chi-Run's side, gently touched his somewhat tired face, and said with concern, Chapter 103. Lin Yingwen sat on the sofa, anxiously looking at her phone. It was already late at night, but her calls to Chi-Run still couldn't get through. Even though Chi-Run usually came home late, it had never been this late before. Something must have happened. Lin Yingwen shook her head, forcing herself not to overthink. Just thinking about it made her feel weak with fear. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Lin Yingwen immediately stood up and walked to the door, but didn't dare to open it. Chi-Run's knocks were usually very gentle when he forgot his keys, but today's knocks sounded a bit heavy. Knock, knock, knock. Another urgent knock came, and Lin Yingwen mustered her courage to ask, "Who is it?" "Yingwen, it's me." Chi-Run's voice came through, and Lin Yingwen breathed a sigh of relief, quickly opening the door. When she opened the door, she saw a drunken Chi-Run leaning against the wall, with a key still stuck in the keyhole. It seemed he was too drunk to open the door. "Why'd you drink so much?" Lin Yingwen caught a whiff of alcohol and wrinkled her nose. Then she helped her husband into their home and assisted him onto the sofa. Lin Yingwen sighed in relief. Chi-Run's large muscle mass made him really heavy. Chapter 104. In a bright office building, Chi-Run gently knocked on his boss's door. "Come in." Chi-Run pushed the door open, and his boss smiled when he saw him. "What's up, Xiao Qi?" "Sorry, boss. I'm here to say goodbye." The boss was a bit surprised, but not overly excited, still sitting steadily in his chair, looking at the somewhat awkward Chi-Run. "Why? I received a contract from a Guoan team. I want to pursue my dream." "The Guoan team?" The boss leaned back in his chair when he heard this, and then stood up. "Once you become a star player, don't forget to give me an autograph." The boss patted Chi-Run on the shoulder. Chi-Run bowed, and then left the office. The Guoan team. The boss watched Chi-Run's departing figure, instinctively touching the scar on his thigh, which was itching, something that most people didn't know about. Dreams, I really envy them. As afternoon arrived, Chi-Run was picked up by staff to the Tongzhou training base, where the medical team had already scheduled a simple physical examination for him. At the first team training base, Chi-Run was no different from the other kids, all excitedly looking around. The modern facilities here were beyond anything he had imagined in his dreams. Chapter 105. Don't eat recklessly. If your body fat rate doesn't meet the standard when you come back, you'll be in trouble. Do you hear me? I'm talking about you. Feng Jiangshan. Still laughing, Ren Linen instructed all the players. Time quickly moved to the Spring Festival, and everyone was heading home to celebrate the new year, except Su-Wen, who had no home to return to, so he chose to go abroad to watch matches in Europe. Luo Shirhan initially thought about bringing Su-Wen home, but she found it too strange to say so she gave up. "It's just 2 weeks, hope I don't miss him too much." The Spring Festival passed in a joyful and peaceful atmosphere, and Su-Wen took this opportunity for a little rest. He enjoyed walking around in England, going into different venues to watch matches. "Wow, Jack, how did you turn into a fat pig during the holiday?" In the base's medical examination room, Yang Lixing exclaimed. After the Spring Festival, it was time for the team to gather at the Tongzhou base. Su-Wen had already begun preparing for the team's preseason training. Before training, with a rigorous approach, the entire team underwent a simple physical examination, especially measuring body fat. When he first saw Jack Cooper, he felt the same way. Seeing Su-Wen's somewhat strained face, Jack Cooper rubbed his face. He couldn't count how many times Su-Wen had said that to him today. But Ren Linen was extremely angry. Chapter 106. Hello everyone. I'm commentator Chen Xuanzhou. Today, the first round of the new season of the Super League officially kicks off. I will bring you today's commentary. The players have already entered the field. Let me introduce today's starting lineup. For the Guoan team, the coach Su-Wen only sent 1 foreign player today for some reason, while the Zhejiang team is 5. 16-year-old young striker Feng Jiangshan replaced Zhang Yuning on the front line, and the right winger is the 15-year-old genius Dai Shiyu. Last season's outstanding performer, Salamaxi, is sitting on the bench today, while on the left winger position, Guoan's young star Zhang Peng is playing. And last season's starting winger Feng Hao is not on the roster. Chen Xuanzhou quickly delivered the commentary. This season, the Super League has undergone more commercial attempts after reforms, such as the new demo for the pre-match starting lineup, allowing Chen Xuanzhou and the audience to quickly understand the situation. In the midfield, Zhang Yuan stood in the defensive midfield position, a national team hero, last season's best player in the Super League and captain of the Goan team. 17-year-old Wang Jinjie was on his right, while the left side player was the 21-year-old Qi Run, who joined during the off-season. We look forward to his performance. Chapter 107 Miao Yifan sat on the bench in a heavy down jacket while his teammates on the field had already gathered in celebration because Zhang Peng had just scored an incredibly stunning solo goal. Zhang Peng is too strong, what a goal! Wang Kunyue, sitting next to him, exclaimed. Didn't Coach Su say he'd play for 60 minutes today? Will you go in and score too? Miao Yifan joked, sitting beside Wang Kunyue. Me? Forget it, I don't want to go in. Wang Kunyue seemed to feel a bit cold. He shrank into his clothes, firmly sitting on the bench. Why? Miao Yifan was puzzled. But Wang Kunyue clearly didn't want to talk anymore. After joining the team, Miao Yifan noticed that the locker room was very harmonious. In their previous school team, there would occasionally be substitutes expressing dissatisfaction about not starting. But in the Goan team, this situation completely did not exist. Everyone seemed to fully accept Su-Wen's choices. Miao Yifan respected Su-Wen very much, but he was still dissatisfied that Su-Wen made him sit on the bench today, while Qi Run, who arrived later than him, was in the starting lineup. Qi Run's performance in training was not outstanding, and he was not as strong as Zhang Peng and Dai Shiyu, which made Miao Yifan wonder why he, being 5 years younger, was not more deserving of cultivation. Chapter 108, the day after the match. Football Planet prominently featured the headline strong start. 10-man Goan beats Zhejiang 4-0. Zhang Peng shines with a hat-trick on its news webpage. And you personally maintained his clean sheet. As Zhejiang's Marquez appeared to be a bit shaky when taking the penalty. If he had thought it through, he would have realized that Yu was not very strong in saving penalties. If the penalty was tricky and fast, given Yu's physical condition, no matter how explosive or quick his reactions were, it would be impossible for him to save it. As a result, Marquez chose to take a rhythm penalty, attempting to deceive Yu's center of gravity, and he had no one to blame but himself afterward. After saving the penalty, Yu showed off in front of the home fans. However, it was clear that, regardless of the circumstances, Yu was not the focus of the match. The hat-trick in the season's first game led fans to sing praises for Zhang Peng. While many fans who came to watch due to Wang Jinjie's national team performance discovered a new treasure, Zhang Peng's stunning solo goal made them question whether he was really Chinese. If Goan had a conscience, they should quickly send Zhang Peng out. A player like him would inevitably be spoiled if he stayed in the Chinese Super League. Chapter 109. The second match of the season was quite frustrating, and in the end, they had to rely on Zhang Peng's individual ability to secure a last-minute victory. Su-Wen was clearly dissatisfied with this outcome. Although he respected all efforts from Heilongjiang, getting 3 points from them was something they should have done. Securing a last-minute win at home meant that Zhang Peng saved Su-Wen's life, which was a perfectly reasonable description. The sense of crisis ensured Su-Wen's survival in the brutal football world. Now, after 2 matches, the team had scored a total of 6 goals and conceded 1, resulting in a net goal difference of 5. On the surface, this data looked quite good, but out of the 6 goals, 5 were scored by Zhang Peng. When fans describe a team as having multiple players scoring, it praises the coach for their tactical training. However, when almost all goals are concentrated in one player, there is certainly an issue with the team's offense. Su-Wen did not want to compete for credit with Zhang Peng. As someone who had nurtured him hand in hand, almost like a loving father, Su-Wen was happier than anyone with Zhang Peng's phenomenal performance. But a season was long, and they still aimed for the championship. Chapter 110. Another sunny day, with a gentle breeze caressing the earth. The cold winds that once belonged to winter were no longer piercing, but carried a hint of spring warmth. New shoots began to sprout in the yellow grass, bringing vitality to the tranquility. The day after the entire Goan team returned from Shenzhen to the capital, Su-Wen gave the team 2 days off. With the international match day approaching, if there were no national team duties, they would have 2 weeks for rest and adjustment. The players from Goan who entered the national team included Zhang Peng, Yu, Wang Jinjie, Feng Jianshan, Qi Run, Zhang Yuan, Kai Yanlin, Mai Xinfeng, He Yupeng, and Na Baijiang. In the TV program, the host announced a long list of names. This time, almost the entire starting lineup of Goan was called up to the national team. Although Su-Wen had anticipated this day would come, he did not expect it to be so soon. In an instant, a sense of pride welled up in Su-Wen's heart. The young players he had nurtured were able to enter the national team at this age, and he quite liked this recognition. However, on the other hand, they would not be able to rest well for the next 2 weeks. Due to the large number of call-ups, Guanglan finally reappeared after a period of absence, and the club held a departure ceremony. Chapter 111. So tired. At the National Sports Training Center, after training, Zhang Peng sat on the ground, unwilling to get up. He felt a soreness in his legs, a feeling that had disappeared last year. He had thought his physical condition was already good. Truly, the national team training was exhausting. Other young Goan players who were in the national team for the first time had similar thoughts. The national team's physical training was intense, and some exercises didn't necessarily require full effort. Their current muscle strength couldn't handle it. Wang Zhenjie, who had experience with the national team, told his teammates. After his last call-up, he had asked Ren Linen and Cheng Jun for advice on the national team's training plans, and both agreed that the training volume was a bit excessive for young players. So Wang Zhenjie's strategy was to take it easy. Getting injured would be a loss. You actually slacked off? The captain actually slacked off. I'm going to report you. Haha. After Wang Zhenjie said this, a bunch of immature kids happily surrounded him, as if they had caught him in a scandal. Chapter 112. Ueda Kyo shot. The ball went in. Japan took the lead 2-1, and China fell behind. In the end, China's defense was breached. Lin Yuxuan couldn't control his volume and shouted out loud. He had to admit in his heart that China had played well enough in this match. Japan's comeback took a lot of effort and some luck. At the Tokyo Dome, a sea of blue suddenly surged from the previous calm as excited Japanese fans celebrated the turnaround, along with Ueda Kyo's quick follow-up shot. After falling behind in the first half, Japan realized the flaws in their crosses. They stopped high balls and controlled possession in midfield, competing with China in patience and energy reserves. However, compared to the offense before Zhang Peng's goal, they were clearly not as aggressive. At the beginning of the match, they thought China was still the weak team that only took hits without fighting back. During their attacks, even the center backs pushed past the midfield line, completely underestimating Zhang Peng. But they didn't expect that this 16-year-old kid, making his first start for the national team, could run so fast and dribble so well. If the midfield and defense pressed forward like they did at the start, China's counterattacks would be deadly. Chapter 113. It hurts. Zhang Peng lay on the ground, his nose filled with the smell of grass, surrounded by a tangle of legs. He felt as if his thigh had been torn apart, soft and as if filled with water. The noise from the crowd expressed disappointment, while Xia Shuada on the sidelines asked the referee in confusion. The team doctor arrived, touched Zhang Peng's leg, and he screamed out. The tearing pain made him break out in a cold sweat. All right, Zhang Peng, all right. After scoring a crucial goal against Japan, Zhang Peng was substituted. Thank you. Zhang Peng lightly high-fived Xia Shuada without saying much. Playing the full match today had exhausted him. When Su-Won was with the Goan team, he was well protected, and when the team might need him to play the full match, the training load for that week would be appropriately reduced. When the pressure of results was not high, he generally played only 65 minutes. While with the Goan team, he felt that playing was not tiring at all. He didn't have to bear much of the burden of the team's attacks, and there were very few situations that required him to defend, so he always felt unsatisfied after each game. Chapter 114. Wait a minute. We see that Zhang Peng is acting strangely. He fell down without being touched by anyone and is holding his thigh. Shin Chuanzhou said with some concern. This is troublesome. Zhang Peng seems to have pulled his thigh muscle, going down without contact, and he looks very painful. Far away in Beijing, Luo Shihan covered her mouth with her hands. The moment Zhang Peng jumped and then hopped, she stood up with a worried expression, instantly knowing what kind of injury it likely was, a muscle strain in the back of his thigh caused by acceleration. Zhang Peng is one of Su-Wen's favorite players. Luo Shihan glanced back at Su-Wen, but to her surprise, he appeared somewhat calm. I knew it, Su-Wen thought. His emotions were stable, at least for now. At the start of the match, he noticed that Zhang Peng was not in good condition. Dribbling was a joy for Zhang Peng on the field. He loved the feeling of the breeze on his face while dribbling and the sound of wind in his ears, enjoying outmaneuvering opponents. This love even surpassed scoring. However, after the match began, every time he got the ball, without exception, he passed it back, clearly indicating that something was wrong with him. Chapter 115. Xia Shuada was dismissed. Due to a large number of national team players criticizing him, his future in domestic football was completely ruined. Su-Wen had achieved his goal, so he no longer paid attention to these matters. The most important thing now was the Goan team's match. After 2 consecutive away games, they finally returned to their home ground. The Guangxi team is strong, don't underestimate them. But be bold in midfield coordination and push forward aggressively on the wings. Before stepping onto the field, Su-Wen briefly spoke a few words. If it were the original lineup, Su-Wen felt they could easily defeat the Guangxi team, but due to Zhang Peng's injury, they were forced to change formations. The bold tactic of abandoning the wingers to focus on the midfield made Su-Wen feel uncertain. Dai Shiyu sat in his seat, gripping the edge tightly, trying to relieve his tension. The poor performances in previous matches had not made Su-Wen lose patience with him. Instead, he gave himself more trust and responsibility on the field. 43-12. His role as an attacking midfielder meant he had to take on the core responsibility for the attack. Goals, assists, linking play. Dai Shiyu felt somewhat anxious. He sensed that many tasks rested on him, fearing he might disappoint Su-Wen. The performances in previous matches had not given him much confidence to believe in himself. Chapter 116. The first half ended, and the Goan team entered the locker room with a 2-goal advantage. Su-Wen was very satisfied with this result. They had a clear advantage in the first half, and the Guangxi team did not have a single shot on target, which made you want to boil instant noodles in front of the goal. This new formation was quite good. Although there were some details to improve, the overall logic was reasonable, Su-Wen thought. A reasonable and effective logic meant it was a pretty good system. Especially, Miao Yifan and Dai Shiyu played very comfortably within this system. During the first half, Dai Shiyu's performance was phenomenal, with 2 threatening passes showcasing his talent, and what pleased Su-Wen the most was his extensive linking play in midfield. Such a style of play indicated that Dai Shiyu was starting to evolve from a personalistic approach of going for a decisive shot upon receiving the ball to a more mature playing style, which would help him integrate well into the team's system, both now and in the future. Feng Jianshan scored twice. His shooting ability has always been the best in the team. If it were Su-Wen facing a one-on-one situation, he definitely would not choose a powerful shot. But the young man had that confidence and still scored. Recently, Feng Jianshan had grown a bit taller. Cheng Jun had not let him gain weight again. According to Su-Wen's requirement for an all-around center forward, Feng Jianshan could not become a stationary big center forward, but should develop in the direction of a semi-striker. Semi-center forward like Watkins. Chapter 117. The Jinglu Battle is always a grand event in the Chinese Super League every year. Of course, this grand event is for the fans. But for the players and Su-Wen's coaching staff, it is a match that requires them to give their all to win. Everyone in the team is clear about this. It means pressure. On the first day of training after Miao Yifan returned from his break, he noticed that everyone in the entire club was different than before. Everyone was serious. During breakfast, the usually joking young players focused on eating rather than bantering about the last match. Miao Yifan, run faster. Press. Press. A coach yelled from the sidelines. The coaching staff had lost the usual relaxed demeanor, standing on the sidelines like statues in a temple, solemn and dignified. In today's training, no one slacked off. Everyone gave their all. Miao Yifan exhaled. Influenced by the overall atmosphere, he fought harder on the field. Isn't anyone going to praise me? Miao Yifan thought. Today he walked into the cafeteria with his chest held high, but everyone just greeted him normally. He believed his performance in the last match was outstanding and had hoped to be surrounded by compliments. Chapter 118. Slow down, slow down. Even with a 2-goal lead at 3-1, the game was still intense, and Su-Wen had no intention of substituting yet. A 2-goal lead is often unstable, sometimes even more so than a 1-goal lead. But minutes later, Feng Jianshan scored again, and they led by 3 goals. Hurry up, I want to score more. Su-Wen saw Feng Jianshan like this, and knew these young kids were going wild. Referee, substitute. Su-Wen called for Jack Cooper. This signal was clear. They were no longer attacking. Su-Wen was not the type to let his emotions run high. Although he knew today was a good opportunity to inflict a heavy defeat on their rivals, Shandong. The risks of injury and the next away match at Phoenix Mountain were factors he needed to consider. Feng Jianshan was substituted after scoring 2 goals, and it was obvious he was not very happy. He craved a hat trick and wanted more playing time. His form had been exceptional lately, and he scored with powerful shots effortlessly. Moreover, scoring 3 goals in a match could further prove his strength. Being suddenly substituted now felt like having to use the bathroom halfway through a long-awaited exam, uncomfortable on both ends. Reluctantly, he high-fived Jack Cooper, then lowered his head to hug Su-Wen. Chapter 119. Annoying. And Yu threw his gloves down after returning to the locker room and bent down to untie his shoelaces. After such a fierce attack for so long, 2 mistakes led to 2 goals conceded. No matter what, as a goalkeeper, he has certain responsibilities. What if the center back position wasn't pushed so far up? Then we wouldn't have conceded the first goal. Why push so far forward? No matter how fast you are, the ball is always faster, right? If a center back crosses the halfway line, you can still make it back in time. Kai Yinlin was sitting right next to Yu. So Yu directly complained to Kai Yinlin. Everyone was frustrated after losing the game. And you might not have meant to blame him, but his tone wasn't good. And Kai Yinlin was a bit angry too. Is there a problem with my position? Didn't I manage to recover every time before? I'm just trying to support the midfield when pressing high. Besides, who knew Liang Xiangyu would lose the ball like that? It wasn't just a quarrel between the two. Everyone in the locker room was listening. The situation didn't escalate at first, but Liang Xiangyu, already a bit upset due to his own mistake, became furious upon hearing someone complain about him. I wanted to pass it out, but where were the midfielders? None of them were available. Moreover, wasn't Wang Jinjie the one who also made a mistake? Chapter 120, beep beep beep. After Su-Wen heard the first sentence from the other side, he directly hung up the phone and put his mobile down on the table. Who is it? Luo Shihan, sitting elegantly across from Su-Wen, was eating salad. Su-Wen was always curious about how she managed to put such a large piece of lettuce in her mouth without spilling any dressing. A scam call, Su-Wen shrugged. Was it not Guanlan? Luo Shihan raised her eyebrows and asked. No, why would he call me? Su-Wen shook his head at Luo Shihan's doubtful expression. Guanlan is at least your boss. You have such a high salary. You should at least treat him a little better, right? Luo Shihan advised. Oh, he's just cheap. He loves it, Su-Wen replied. On May 21st, the 12th round of the Chinese Super League officially kicked off. After 3 consecutive away games, the Goan team finally returned to the Workers' Stadium. Before the match, everyone was discussing whether Zhang Peng would start, at least in the last game. He performed well in his 25 minutes on the field. Zhang Peng should start, right? Take it slow. Don't get injured again. Zhang Peng isn't teammate of glass. Is he? Chapter 121. Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng. In a magnificent stadium, Zhang Peng walked back to the locker room amidst the cheers of the crowd. Today was another star-studded day for him. After the match, he would receive very professional medical care and nutritional supplements. Zhang Peng's mother sat in the VIP room specially prepared for her by the team, and she looked completely different from 6 months ago. 6 months ago, due to hard work, her face looked a bit haggard, and to ensure that her developing son, Zhang Peng, could have more meat, her own nutrition was insufficient. When Su-Wen first saw Zhang Peng's mother, he thought she looked a bit gaunt. However, ever since her son became a star in the Goan team, she no longer worked, and old colleagues and friends said she was fortunate. Zhang Peng's mother always smiled and nodded. She used to worry about her son's future as a player, but now, her radiant son was her pride. Life was getting better and better. The salary from the team's lowest-level child labor contract was already incredibly generous for Zhang Peng's family, which used to barely make ends meet. Not to mention, after Zhang Peng signed a new contract, his salary increased several times. Chapter 122. While Su-Wen was dealing with unexpected events at the training base, a heated debate was unfolding in a small conference room at the General Administration of Sport. No, we can't go. They just want to see us make a fool of ourselves. What players do we have that are worth showcasing? One voice dominated the meeting room, and most people agreed with his words, but everyone knew that their passionate debate was merely to slightly influence the decision of the person sitting in the main seat. How can we not go? This is an opportunity. At least we can see the world. Young domestic players have been ruined because of your conservative and stubborn attitudes. Another voice emerged, his words intense and filled with anger. Those who often watch Goan games might recognize it as the voice of Coach Sun Jihai. Old Sun, no offense, but you've rooted yourself in youth training for years, and yes, you've worked hard, but you can't bear the responsibility for a potential crushing defeat. This match is not like an invitational tournament or a U20 World Cup. It concerns national dignity. What is there to fear about losing? When we first started, we weren't afraid of anything. Why are we so timid now, expecting the younger generation to take the hits? Chapter 123. May was a month of rapid progress. Counting the last day of April when they faced Yunnan, Goan secured 5 consecutive victories in all competitions. The team currently has an excellent lower limit, thanks to Su-Wen's brilliant tactical design and the players' outstanding basic skills. However, it's not enough to maintain the top position in the league with just a strong lower limit. In the league, There is a significant gap in strength between the championship group and other teams, and to win the championship, they must ensure victory in every match. Direct confrontations between championship teams will affect the overall title race. Su summarized Shenhua's performance in the first 12 rounds of the league with 2 words: stability. With the best center-back duo in the country, Zhu Qinjie and Jiang Shenlong, their defense had no obvious weaknesses. In the defensive midfield, they secured the hard-hitting Kopa from Nigeria, and at the attacking midfield position, Russian coach Slutsky brought in the most significant signing of this year's Chinese Super League, the former Russian Golden Boy Golovin. On a free transfer from AS Monaco, the 2 Brazilians in the forward line had stable shooting skills. Although there were occasional misses, Golovin created enough opportunities for them. In the first 12 rounds, Shenhua was the highest-scoring team in the Chinese Super League, often producing matches with more than 5 goals. Chapter 124. The first half of the match ended, with Shenhua leading Guoan 2-1. I had never seen Guoan under Su when looking so disheveled, of course. I mean in terms of tactics. In the past, they would also play low-block defense, but the shot count was 15-2, and shots on target were 9-1. Tactically, Suwon was completely outclassed by Slutsky. If it weren't for Yu, I think this match would have been a disaster by now. Suwon was still too young. Slutsky was at least a Champions League-level coach back in the day. As Suwon walked back to the locker room, he felt a bit dizzy. After losing control in the midfield, being pressed felt like being trapped in a nightmare. Wanting to struggle, but being tightly bound, especially when standing on the sidelines as the head coach. The opponent's attacks came in waves. And Su-Wen's heart often skipped a beat, his breath coming and going, the suffocating feeling turning his face red. This suffocation stemmed more from his inner unwillingness. He knew very well that he had lost to Slutsky in tactical deployment during the first half. In this match, his original idea was to target the weak wing defense of the 4-3-1-2 formation and launch a fierce attack with their most skilled trio on the flanks. However, Slutsky countered him by focusing their heavy midfield against the central area of the Guoan team. Chapter 125. The Guoan team secured a victory over Shenhua thanks to Dai Shiyu's miraculous performance, but there was no time to celebrate. That night, after returning to the capital, they had a brief medical maintenance session at the base, and, after a short rest, they hurried to the next match location in Tianjin. The Sports Administration and the Chinese Super League Professional Alliance recently announced that after the 17th round of the league, the Super League will be suspended for at least 90 days, with the specific duration yet to be determined. This joint announcement caused a stir among the fans. What is going on? Is there another case of corruption or match fixing? Are they going to investigate something big? It's possible. Are they going to clean house again? That seems unlikely. The league has been performing well in recent years, and I haven't noticed any suspicious matches. The last match between Beijing and Shanghai was quite similar, with Shenhua dominating the first half and then collapsing in the second. Don't be alarmed. If it were match fixing, would Dai Shiyu have scored that kind of goal? No other domestic player could pull off such a move. Could it be a training camp? Is there a major competition coming up? I don't know. Fans were fervently discussing, and some third-rate media outlets were spreading rumors. However, it was strange that all major clubs and their affiliated newspapers, as well as official media, chose to remain silent, which made fans even more suspicious of the intentions behind the announcement. Chapter 126. The sudden influx of matches was very challenging for the Guoan team, and the same went for other teams. Many fans criticized Guoan for their declining dominance, questioning why they played so fluidly against Dalian but were so unconvincing against Chongqing. The players had similar doubts, but by halftime in the match against Chongqing, many understood Su-Wen's concerns. The continuous packed schedule made them realize they could barely run. Their muscles felt so tight that they seemed like they would tear with the slightest exertion. Yet under these circumstances, Su-Wen still managed to secure 10 points with 3 wins and 1 draw from 4 matches. Meanwhile, Shenhua managed only 4 points from 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses falling behind. After losing to Guoan, they played a Shanghai derby against Haigang at home, then lost again away to the rising Zhejiang team. This year, after appointing the young coach Wang Yang, Zhejiang's overall formation became younger, promoting several youth team players to the first team, many of whom were former teammates of Mai Xinfei. This coach indeed had some skills, leading Zhejiang to currently rank 3rd in the league, 1 point ahead of Shenhua. Chapter 127. Lin Xiang from Shanghai Haigang, Chen Liyi from Shanghai Shenhua, Wang Yudong from Zhejiang, and Ye Jifeng from Changchun sat together in a spacious conference hall. Su-Wen and Guopeng faced some staff members from the sports administration. We're taking notes on the names, Su-Wen reported. These players were selected based on their decent technical skills from the confrontations with Guoan in the first half of the season and feedback from the scouting system. Su-Wen listed several names, and these players would report to the national U23 team in the coming days to complete the 18-man roster. After the staff recorded the names, they left to handle the related work, and Su-Wen then knocked on the door to enter Director Wang's office. Xiao Su is here. How's the preparation going? Director Wang asked with a pleasant expression upon seeing Su-Wen. Not bad. Our mobilization capability is quite strong, Su-Wen nodded and complimented, which made Director Wang smile even more amiable. Xiao Su, I'm not too knowledgeable about football, and I know our development has been average in recent years. But as the director, I hope you can understand my concerns. Chapter 128. The training base was always bustling during the day, with athletes tirelessly training to promote the spirit of hard work. It wasn't until dinner time that the national teams noticed a batch of newcomers had arrived at the base. In the somewhat noisy cafeteria, Wang Jinjia walked with his teammates, feeling the stares from all around, as if they were being targeted. What sport are they from? So many of them? At the round table in the center of the cafeteria, Yi Mengqi, dressed in the national gymnastics team uniform, didn't hide her confusion. Sister Yi, they seem to be from the men's football team. Their uniforms have it, a gymnastics teammate whispered to her. Men's football? Aren't they supposed to be in Qinhuangdao? What are they doing here? Yi Mengqi frowned, clearly not welcoming the newcomers at the base. I don't know. The women's football team had such good Olympic results and still went to Qinhuangdao, while the men's team hasn't qualified for the Olympics in ages. Why they get to train at the Capital Institute? They probably paid. It's an old tradition. Whispers like this spread in many corners of the cafeteria, and such voices gathered together, making the kids realize that these unfriendly intentions were directed at them. Chapter 129. In the end, he still came. Chun Liei stood outside the training base, holding a suitcase and 2 pairs of football shoes, staring blankly at the building, looking rather unenthusiastic. Liei, you can still think it over. The call said it wasn't mandatory for you to report. A well-dressed woman in the car behind him gently leaned her head out and advised Chun Liei. Chun Liei didn't turn back. He waved his hand to indicate his refusal to the woman's words. The woman looked reluctant, but she knew her son's temperament. So she had to pull her head back in and sighed quietly in the car. Their family was well off, and Chun Liei could have taken it easy. But his passion for football exceeded what his parents could have imagined, and he was quite talented. Ever since signing with the Shanhua youth team, their time together had significantly decreased. This season, the child was promoted to the first team, gaining much more freedom compared to the youth team. He had initially planned a vacation and booked tickets, but then he received a call-up from the U23 team. I still can't accept letting him go. How long has it been since our family was together? Chapter 130. Not good. Coach Su, Feng Jiangshan, and the others have gotten into trouble again. The volleyball gym is looking for us for an explanation. On a sunny afternoon, Su-Wen had just finished lunch and was comfortably watching video materials sent by scouts in his office when the U23 team leader, Old Deng, hurriedly ran into Su-Wen's office. Look, they're anxious again. Su-Wen took a sip of water, appearing very calm, as if he was already used to all this. What they done this time? The team leader gestured towards the door and whispered to Su-Wen, they've messed with Brother He, who is notorious for his bad temper at the training center, and he's very particular about details. Is he that scary? Su-Wen asked. Absolutely. In recent years, both the women's and men's volleyball teams have been in a slump, and now the men's team didn't qualify for the Los Angeles Olympics, so the pressure is on. What did Feng Jiangshan and the others do? Su-Wen asked, focusing on the main point. Nothing much. They were just passing the ball across the net in the volleyball hall during their break. There was no one inside, and they didn't break anything. But when Brother He came back, he got furious, Old Deng said helplessly. Forget it. He is already here. You talk to him. Chapter 131. After the meeting, during the afternoon training, Su-Wen noticed that the children's enthusiasm was not as high as usual. Despite the ongoing running, the previous excitement and camaraderie were absent, and the assistant coaches kept urging, but the kids seemed a bit downcast. Su-Wen remembered what Old Deng had said that afternoon and thought it was too cruel to cut out the activities the kids enjoyed. So that evening, while everyone was training in the gym, a group of staff brought in an oddly shaped table in front of everyone. Clap. The table was placed down in an empty area of the gym, and Su-Wen stood next to it and clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Do you know what this is? Su-Wen asked. The players looked at the table. which was about the size of a ping pong table, but with a bulging middle and curved sides, and the net in the middle was made of metal. Oh, does this mean? Feng Jiangshan was the first to react, jumping with excitement. That's right. You wanted to play ping pong, right? Well, there's a new sport in Europe called table football, and this table is for that sport. Chapter 132. Since that night, the table football became one of the players' favorite entertainment options, and Su Wen no longer received complaints about the kids running around. Zhang Peng, we're heading back now. Hurry up. And you said to Zhang Peng, then turned and quickly left with a towel in hand. Okay. After a night of physical training, the players, as usual, gathered around the table to play. As the time approached 9:30 p.m., the venue began to dim the lights, and the players started to leave the gym to return to their dorms, as there would be no hot water for a shower if they stayed any longer. Kid, if you find your stuff, just turn off the light yourself. The switch is here, one of the staff told Zhang Peng, who was still searching. Okay, Zhang Peng replied as he searched the floor, having declined his teammates' offers to help and choosing to search alone. Finally, next to the bench press, he found one of his headphones lying quietly. It was a bit worn out, but Zhang Peng happily picked it up and put it in his bag. This headphone was a birthday gift from his mother, and he had used it for many years, almost losing it today. Chapter 133. Zhang Peng. Faster. Faster. Okay. On the training field, Cheng Jun was conducting a speed test. Before the team set out, Guo Peng asked them to update the data again. There was a significant improvement in the 50 meters, but not much change in the 30 meters. Zhang Peng's speed had increased again. Cheng Jun marveled as he saw Zhang Peng sprint past him like he was flying. His speed is nearly 35 kilometers per hour. No matter what, he is now the fastest player on the team. How did he improve so much? Cheng Jun wondered, feeling puzzled since he hadn't assigned Zhang Peng much calf explosiveness or thigh strength training recently. He has grown a lot since the last test. Didn't you notice? Su Wen, standing next to Cheng Jun with his arms crossed, admired Zhang Peng's strong and well-proportioned calves. It turned out that players like Zhang Peng, who excelled in dribbling and had explosiveness, were ideally proportioned at heights between 174 centimeters and 178 centimeters. In the past, when Zhang Peng was 170 centimeters, his legs looked short and thick, resembling a little cannon. At that time, his first 10 meters of explosiveness was excellent, but during long sprints, the disadvantage of his short legs became apparent. Chapter 134. Several days had passed since the team arrived in Los Angeles, and the players were very disciplined, spending almost all their time at the residence outside of training, so the National Olympic team didn't encounter many problems. The coaching staff was surprised by the frequency of drug tests. Aside from the initial test upon arrival, the event organizers had not troubled them again, making life for the National Olympic team quite peaceful. Of course, while they enjoyed this tranquility, others were bearing the burden for them. After a day of training, the players returned to their rooms to rest. Their schedules were strictly controlled, and since they were far apart from their home continent, they needed to adjust to the time difference. The players went to bed early, while the coaching staff still had to work. They had to hold the daily meeting to share and gather information. I can't believe we're actually quite free. These Americans haven't caused us any trouble, Yang Lixing said, lounging on the sofa with one leg draped over the other, looking very relaxed. From my experience, Westerners usually look down on us in such situations, thinking we pose no threat, which is why they leave us alone. If we were a threat, they would ensure we couldn't sleep. Chapter 135. During the halftime substitution, Zhang Peng, Miao Yifan, and Liang Xiangyu were replaced by Wang Yudong, Chen Liai, and Lin Xiang. As Zhang Peng had expected, Su Wen made 3 substitutions at halftime. Having not played in a while, Zhang Peng didn't feel he had played well, but he knew he had to give others a chance, especially since he had already scored a hat trick, so he happily went to shower and prepared to rest. Although football is round, and anything can happen in the second half, Su Wen was confident that he had already secured the victory in this match. A group of players who had played many matches in the domestic league had an advantage in spirit, physical condition, and adaptation to the game rhythm that the Nigerian team could not match. In fact, many players, having not played for a long time, were eager for a real competitive match. On the field, they appeared excited and not overly nervous. Therefore, in addition to protecting key players, he wanted to try a different style of play. These 3 substitutions were his experimental targets. In his original 4-3-3 system, the 3 midfielders formed an inverted triangle. Miao Yifan had grown rapidly and was now capable of taking on the duties of a single defensive midfielder and distributing the ball. while Qi Run and Wang Jinjie could participate more in the attacking trio on the wings and assist the forwards in pressuring immediately after losing the ball. Chapter 136. They said we can allocate a spot for the Olympic opening ceremony to our football team. Who wants to go? At the National Olympic Team residence. Old Deng said while scrolling through his phone as he came back from outside. Originally, they had no quota, but the first match's overwhelming victory stirred up a huge wave domestically. It's important to know that the fighting power and unity of football fans are extraordinarily strong. Due to the lack of broadcasting, the television station faced a lot of criticism online, and various complaints made it quite troublesome for them to handle. Therefore, the relevant departments didn't want to provoke the football fans, as they were numerous and quite troublesome, so they granted one quota. How long will it take? And what benefits are there? The players were still enjoying their day off after the match, sitting around a coffee table and casually playing games. It would take about 5 hours. What benefits do you want? Being able to participate in the opening ceremony is the greatest reward for you. 5 hours? The kids fell silent upon hearing this. What could they do in that time? Let the captain go, Feng Jiangshan said. It's always right to pass this kind of thing to Wang Jinjie. Agreed. The captain going to a major event is only natural. Chapter 137. The opponent for the national U23 team in their second match is Argentina. This match is crucial for the national U23 team. They cannot afford to lose if they want to advance. Suwon attached great importance to this and started his research early. Argentina has always been a strong football nation, and their U23 team would certainly not be weak. In recent years, unlike the forward geniuses that Argentina produced 20 years ago, they have focused on outstanding midfielders. Traditional number 8 midfielders, who combine physicality and ball skills, have shown on the European stage. And this quicker transition and enhanced midfield strength style has been brought from the senior national team to the U23 team. In fact, the Argentine U23 team doesn't have many stars because true geniuses have long moved to the senior national team or compete for starting positions in the top 5 leagues. And they generally don't pay much attention to the relatively low-profile Olympics. However, Argentina's overall level is excellent, and even the remaining players after selection are not too shabby. It's worth noting that they drew against Spain in the first round. Suwon carefully studied this match. Spain was completely dismantled by Argentina's midfield, exhibiting strong aggression and a distinctly South American style. Chapter 138. Red card. When that bright red appeared in the referee's hand, Chun Xuanzhou in the studio couldn't contain his excitement and jumped up from his seat, silently celebrating. All the fans watching the match felt the same. In the 70th minute of the match, Argentina was shown a red card while they were leading by 2 goals. The match had almost lost its suspense. On the other side, Spain was also leading Nigeria by 2 goals, meaning if they won this match, they would advance early. So exciting. What a wonderful memory. Go China. In this match, every viewer who watched it felt a great sense of satisfaction with the U23 team's performance. They were the ones controlling the game, executing brilliant combinations, and showcasing impressive individual performances. With 20 minutes left in the match, most fans weren't hoping for the game to end, but felt a sense of longing. Such an exciting match, such wonderful performances, they hadn't seen enough. Chapter 139. There are so many people today, it feels like a home game. On match day, as Zhang Peng warmed up, the surrounding area was filled with cheers in Chinese, with a large section of the stands dyed a fiery red, national flags fluttering, surprising the kids who were used to little support in previous matches. The main reason for the scene being like this was that their performance was excellent, and the match was very enjoyable for the supporters. Suddenly, the enthusiasm for football in the country skyrocketed, even beginning to break through barriers. Of course, there's also the fact that Xia Wu wrote an article after the last match, an interview with Wang Xian and his friends. He wrote an article titled Crossing the Ocean to See You, detailing how passionate fans like Wang Xian came all the way across the ocean to watch the matches. Xia Wu must be a master at stirring emotions. The article expressed not only a sense of commitment to do something, but also a carefree attitude of seizing the moment. As life only happens once, this sparked a wave of enthusiasm, with fans who had the ability and visas to go to the U.S. buying tickets to come to the venue. Zhang Peng was concerned about the number of fans on site, but it didn't affect him much. He was the center of attention no matter which team he was with. But for Yu, it was exhilarating. Chapter 140. The U23 team suddenly became the darling of the media, winning all 3 group matches without conceding a single goal. Of course, Being adored by the media is not always a pleasant experience. After thanking the fans, Su-Wen didn't say anything about the match in the locker room. Hurry up. Change clothes, let's go. Su-Wen's urging left the players a bit puzzled, but seeing his serious expression, they sped up as much as they could. They packed up faster than usual, and as the team prepared to leave the stadium and reach the mixed zone, the players were stunned. Outside, both sides were packed with people, with various microphones sticking out. What? So many people? Compared to the last match, the reporters were packed this time. As soon as the team appeared, both sides became restless, like hungry koi seeing fish food. Look, kids, I told you to be quick. Now I'm also a clay Buddha crossing the river, unable to protect myself, so let us show our skills. Su-Wen changed into another outfit, waved to the players, and walked away with the staff next to him, while the players, wearing their national team uniforms, they were extremely conspicuous and couldn't escape at all. Chapter 141. The Japanese team made a substitution. Number 8 Takahashi Kanzuya was replaced by number 25 Yoshie Tamahiza. After returning from halftime, the first to make adjustments was the Japanese team. In the first half, they were completely suppressed by the U-23 team, having no means to fight back. The Japanese team's coach realized that their midfield control was far inferior to the U-23 team, so, in the second half, he removed the original number 8 midfielder and replaced him with a more defensively oriented number 6. Double defensive midfielders? Su-Wen saw the Japanese team's actions clearly. Are they thinking too simply? Su-Wen shook his head. If he were the Japanese team's head coach, he definitely wouldn't make such an adjustment. The Japanese coach only saw the second layer, but their problem did not lie in midfield strength. When a team is suppressed to the point of being unable to move, it is indeed because there is a problem in midfield. At this moment, the general solution that most people would think of is to bring in a player with strong defensive ability to increase defensive intensity. The logic is correct. But based on years of practice in football, this method has minimal effect. First of all the players are professionals. No matter how big the skill gap is, they will still pass the ball under pressure. Therefore, no matter how strong your defense is when it comes to positional warfare, the possibility of getting a one-on-one steal from the opponent's midfielder is almost zero. Even if they are about to lose the ball, they can still pass it back to the defender or even the goalkeeper. Chapter 142. Have you heard? The national team reached the semifinals against Japan. Really? Isn't Japanese football very strong? I don't know, but I watched the game, and I tell you, that player named Wang Zhenjie is super handsome, and his shots are amazing. How handsome? You know Beckham, right? Just like him. Who is Beckham? In the domestic scene, discussions about football have started everywhere, whether it's about the players' appearances or their abilities. In any case, due to the Olympic Games progress, football has suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention. Even if they lose badly, it doesn't matter. I still firmly believe that the future of these kids from Japan will be brighter than those rough men who rely on their physicality. They might be faking their ages, and given the current atmosphere in the country, they will definitely be wasted. Let's see in 4 years. After the battle report was sent back home, while fans were celebrating, there was also a group of loyal fans who were devastated, being beaten 7-0. That feeling of almost fainting allowed them to fully experience it. Not to mention the huge boomerang that came back after the pre-match taunts. Not only were their spirits crushed, but their faces were also left stinging. Chapter 143. Su-Wen's fingers unconsciously traced the edge of the tactical board, and the quartz clock hanging on the wall pointed to 12 o'clock. In the Chinese team's residence, most of the lights had already been turned off. In this quiet moment, the sound of footsteps in the office continued without pause. Su-Wen looked out the window. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, the neon lights of Los Angeles twisted into bizarre color blocks in the thick water mist. Can't sleep? The door to the room was gently opened, and Su-Wen turned to look. Luo Shihan's head peeked in from outside the door. Big match, but I feel uncertain. Su-Wen hadn't felt this way in a long time. He remembered when he first took office, he was also in a room like this. Unable to sleep before the first match, only able to enjoy the night view to relieve stress. The China versus U.S. showdown, with the U.S. as the host. Combined with the increasingly fierce competition in recent years, this match was more than just a football game. Some people had already fanned the flames before the match, depicting it as an important battle in the cultural and sports field, while the people from other countries were also snacking and watching the excitement. To prevent any tricks from the U.S. in the coming days, the media war started the day after the semifinals ended. Chapter 144. In Los Angeles, Wang Xian and a large group of Chinese fans occupied a restaurant run by Chinese people. Outside the restaurant, Many Americans draped in national flags passed by, singing and dancing. The reason goes without saying. We lost, someone said in the silence. The last throw-in saw Dai Shiyu, closely marked, the penalty area filled with American players. As seasoned fans who had watched matches for many years, they all knew the game was over. They had lost. Kids. Wang Xian opened his legs, resting his hands on his knees, half raising his head to stare at the screen. Some of his brothers closed their eyes to block out the sight, while others began to drink heavily to numb themselves. Only he, gritting his teeth, stubbornly stared at the screen. The match wasn't over yet. These kids had created too many incredible moments for him. Until the end, no one knew what would happen. Wang Xian himself didn't really believe in miracles anymore. But he still wanted to take another look, just one more look, to see it through to the end. They had come this far. Everyone could walk out of the stadium with their heads held high. This summer, his memories of this summer were already wonderful enough. The scripts of the world are never perfect, and before he completely lost his mind, Wang Xian felt it was worth it. Chapter 145. We won. It's over. We're in the finals. Su-Wen sat in his chair, watching the coaching staff and substitute players rush onto the field to celebrate, watching the players collapse on the ground, waving their arms in celebration. He sat on the bench like a camera, recording everything. Yang Lixing and Ma Zhenghao were excitedly chatting with each player. Ren Linen bounced up and down excitedly before checking the players' muscle conditions. Guopeng was running along the sidelines, shouting angrily, something he rarely did. Cheng Jun walked over to Dai Shiyu and lifted him up. The latter slumped over Cheng Jun's broad shoulder, while Hosun hugged Yu, laughing heartily, and Yu struggled to get out of his embrace. They won. Everything was proving what had happened. Aren't you going to celebrate with them? Luo Shirhan asked, sitting beside him. Su-Wen looked at her. Miss Luo blinked. I'm exhausted. I just want to sleep. You've worked hard. The two exchanged smiles. The match had ended, and the entire SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles fell into a strange silence. The American players lay on the ground like dead fish, motionless, some with desperate looks in their eyes, others with sorrowful expressions. They had lost in the most dramatic way. Chapter 146. Tada. Get past one. What is he going to do? Rainbow dribble. What? Shot. Goal, goal. The passionate commentary in Portuguese from Brazil's sports commentator was enough to show how excited he was at that moment. In the last moments of the semifinal between Brazil and France, Brazil's previously unknown attacking midfielder Tada shattered the French team's dreams of reaching the finals with an unbelievable performance. First, he used the outside of his foot to control a high pass from a teammate. Facing the pressure from the French team's black defensive midfielder, he executed an incredible rainbow flick to evade the opponent. Then, just before the ball hit the ground, he took a volley shot. 32. Tada. Tada. I feel like I've seen those players. Pele. Neymar. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's a god. He's a god. The commentator was so excited he started to ramble. In the conference room, the coaching staff looked astonished, exchanging glances in disbelief. Who is this kid? Yang Lixing asked Guopeng. Guopeng shook his head, indicating he didn't know. This boy seemed to be only 16 years old and hadn't appeared in any scouting databases, meaning he probably had never played professional football before. Chapter 147. Did Tada just get past Wang Zhenjie with a nutmeg? Kim Yao Yifan intercept the ball? No, he got nutmegged. Tada passed the ball to their forward. This is trouble. Shot. The ball hit the post. All the Chinese fans' hearts stopped at that moment. The crisp sound of the ball hitting the post was once the sound they hated the most, but now it sounded melodious like a life-saving bell. After the start of the second half, Brazil's first attack was extremely threatening. Tada, after receiving the ball, actually toyed with Wang Zhenjie and Miao Yifan, and then passed the ball out under the double pressure from Mai Xinfeng and Kai Yanlin, and was lying on the grass watching the post, breaking out in a cold sweat. If that shot had been on target, he might not have been able to save it. The Olympic team escaped a disaster from Andre's threatening shot. Chun Xuanzhou sighed in relief, but the live camera focused on Tada. Tada held his head in regret, as this was a good opportunity. Give me the ball. We can win. He quickly adjusted his mood. After all, creating a threat right at the beginning of the second half was a great start. Chapter 148. In the locker room after the match, there wasn't the imagined celebration with champagne and lively dances. Instead, the players sat quietly in their seats. After a match, their energy was significantly drained, and the crazy celebrations before and after the awards had exhausted their final strength. They noticed that Su-Wen was already standing in the center of the locker room, pacing back and forth as if he was about to say something. I'm proud of you, kids. Su hadn't originally planned to say anything, but he realized that everyone from the coaching staff to the players was looking at him, and he understood that he should make some remarks. In this past month, I have seen your fighting spirit, your abilities, and your potential. The journey has been legendary, the results have been wonderful, and the future is bright. Although the Olympics is just a small honor in the football world, you are still the only champions among the 16 teams. Woohoo! The players raised their hands and cheered. Of course, I need to pour a little cold water on this. Su changed his tone, smiling and raising his eyebrows at the players. Ha. Chapter 149. The sunlight streamed through the glass into the office, illuminating the reddish-brown floor. The soft blue sofa lay there, and the glass coffee table in front of it was spotless, clean as if Su had never left. The entire training base was the same. If it weren't for the grass turning a bit greener, Su would have thought time had been frozen here. After the coaching team and players returned, the month-long stillness of the base was broken, and the whole place became busy. Ren Linen and Luo Shirhan were taking over the medical department again and conducting comprehensive physical examinations for the players who had played in consecutive matches. Cheng Jun was conducting fitness tests for the players who stayed at the base to ensure they were still in match condition. Yang Lixing had many tasks to handle, from the conditions of the base staff at various levels to liaising with the youth training academy. Guopeng locked himself back in the small room to run the analysis department. Having been away for a month, there were numerous reports, players' training conditions, scouts' findings, recommendations from a youth training academy, and equipment at the base. Although these were managed while Su was away, he needed to review everything personally. Otherwise, this past month would feel like a missing piece of memory to him. Chapter 150. The Shenhua team signed 3 new players during the entire transfer window, strongly preparing for the second half of the season in the Chinese Super League and the AFC Champions League. The Haiging team signed former Chelsea center back Adebayo, marking a significant signing. It is reported that Haiging will offer a salary of €5 million per year. Zhejiang and Shandong teams are also active in the summer transfer window, due to the sudden improvement in the market and a large influx of funds. The prospects for the Chinese Super League have suddenly become very bright. Various teams have some money and are beginning to sign many excellent players to update their rosters, even more so than during the winter transfer window at the end of the season. While other teams were signing players, there was a calm atmosphere around the Guoan team. With no news coming out, what is the management doing? Why aren't they signing anyone? With such a thin roster, how will they cope with double matches in the second half of the season? Fans, seeing other teams reporting successes, felt envious and anxious about their own teams in action. If we aren't signing anyone, at least give us some rumors to discuss and enjoy. But there's nothing. Did everyone forget? We're still in the transfer ban period. If we sign anyone, it can only be players without professional contracts. Chapter 151. 15-year-old Wang Yuqing, currently playing as a left winger, has seen Dai Xiu move to his most proficient right side. Su's judgment has proven correct. Now that the Guoan team is 1 goal behind, can this young player bring more changes to the team's offense? After entering the game, Wang Yuqing whispered a few words to Dai Xiu, conveying some adjustment from Coach Su. Dai Xiu nodded towards the substitutes bench and then returned to his most familiar position. After a brief interruption, the match resumed, and Wang Yuqing began to run on the field, searching for positions and getting into the game rhythm. Although he hadn't practiced long with the first team, he had watched every game and learned about the responsibilities of a left winger during training observations. He knew he had to seize this hard-won opportunity. He aimed to secure the first-choice substitute position. Wang Yuqing understood that he currently couldn't shake up the starting trio in the front line, and when Zhang Peng returned, he would likely not be a starter. However, he wanted to stay in the team. With so many matches in a year, Zhang Peng couldn't play them all, and he wanted to be the first choice for Coach Su to consider replacing several players. Chapter 152. After the match, the team rushed back to the capital, arriving at the base at 2 in the morning. The next day, Wang Yuqing slept until noon before waking up leisurely. He stretched his arms and legs, surprisingly realizing that he felt completely revitalized, like a character in a video game, after resting for a night. Considering the intensity of last night's match, based on past experiences, he expected to feel some soreness the next day. This is the first team's medical team. Wang Yuqing felt impressed. After the match, he was the focus of attention. Ren Linen performed some urgent muscle relaxation for him, and upon returning to the base, despite his tired protests, Luo Shirhan firmly put him into the machine for cryotherapy. Wang Yuqing felt a rumbling in his stomach. He was very hungry and could eat a whole cow. On the way to the cafeteria, he reflected on everything that happened last night. Sometimes this excitement grows over time. After getting up, Wang Yuqing saw the online evaluations of him, the latest genius. Today, after getting up, his WeChat and other social media were completely flooded. Relatives, middle school classmates, elementary school classmates, and most people expressed their congratulations, along with emotions of envy and jealousy. Chapter 153. Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng, what is your goal this year? In the mixed zone after the match, reporters chased after Zhang Peng, asking him questions. Football is currently the hottest topic in the country. After the match, the press conference room, which was originally not small, felt a bit crowded due to the large number of reporters. Nowadays, press conferences do not allow large equipment to be brought in. Otherwise, the media room simply wouldn't be able to accommodate everyone. The same scene is happening in the mixed zone, where the narrow passageways, which were previously somewhat empty, are now packed with layers of reporters. Some players, upon seeing familiar journalists, approach to greet them and accept interviews. But soon other colleagues come over to compete for their attention. Zhang Peng, can you answer a question? The reporter, who is relatively pretty, had been transferred to manage the sports section because her boss believed athletes liked beautiful women. She looked at Zhang Peng with her big, pitiful eyes, hoping he would glance at her. Zhang Peng ignored her and walked past. Influenced by Su Wen, he had never had any familiar journalists, and after being with Feng Ya, no girl had caught his eye again. Chapter 154. In the locker room, everyone fell silent. Su Wen slowly walked to the door, closed it with both hands, and at the moment the door shut, he suddenly turned around and shouted at the players. Does anyone know why a team needs to make substitutions? Why? Speak up. The locker room was silent. Wang Buotao, Wang Kunyue, can you give me an answer? Su Wen shouted in front of Wang Buotao. I don't know. Coach Su. Wang Buotao had not gone to the National Olympic team, so this was his first time seeing Su Wen so angry. He was stunned. Su Wen's expression was still emotionless, but his hoarse roar and cold gaze created a formidable pressure, especially since Su Wen was standing while he was sitting. Su Wen didn't continue to pressure Wang Buotao, but moved a little away from him and shouted again, because I need you to replace tired teammates and maintain my tactical intensity. Intensity? I didn't send you out to weaken our strength, but to enhance it, maintain it. Do you understand? Su Wen kicked a water bottle on the ground, and the poor plastic bottle skidded across the floor before crashing into the wall. Since the cap was not tightly screwed on, it exploded, splashing water on Yushin, who was sitting at the edge, but the boy didn't dare to say anything seeing Su Wen so furious. Chapter 155. After 2 consecutive matches, the strength displayed by the Guoan team silenced the media and skeptical fans. Within the team, everyone was clear about their roles and willing to contribute to the team, so Su Wen didn't have to worry too much about problems arising in the locker room. However, not everyone was satisfied with the recent situation. Wang Yuqing had recently fallen into confusion regarding his future. Apart from scoring 2 goals in the first match, he had been mediocre in the following matches. This slump had lasted a long time, and now every time he took the field and saw the fierce defenders opposite him, he felt a tremor in his heart. Should I break through or pass? How do I create a threat? Wang Yuqing felt that his performance on the field was hard to believe. Fortunately, no one in the team blamed him. In Su Wen's eyes, everything Wang Yuqing did on the field was reasonable and without faults. When the boy couldn't break through, he would pass back, and his positioning was always correct. As for creating threats, just take it slow. Su Wen believed in his judgment, so he trusted Wang Yuqing, convinced that the boy had a bright future in the team. He gave Wang Yuqing enough playing time in each match to adapt to the pace of the Chinese Super League and to his own playing style. Chapter 156. The busy month of July ended, and the team did not suffer a single defeat throughout July, which greatly pleased Su Wen. After returning from the Olympics, the kids gradually developed the aura of star players. Before each match, Su Wen could feel the pressure from their opponents. Don't worry, we will try our best against Guoan. When such words were spoken before the match, the opponents were already at a disadvantage. They would put up a symbolic resistance and then retreat to their penalty area to defend. The AFC Champions League wouldn't start until September. And with an international match day in August, it seemed that there would be fewer things to deal with in August, but things didn't go as planned. After the international match day, the team would face 2 strong opponents, Shandong and Chengdu, at home, and the only loss in the first half of the season was to Chengdu. Of course, these matters were not Su Wen's current focus. Most regions had just started summer vacation for a month, and the National Middle School Championship and the Beijing Middle School Cup had just concluded, followed by the time for the team to select players nationwide. Since Su-Wen joined the team 6 years ago, this period had always been the most important month of the year. Chapter 157. The Goan team's method of eliminating nearly 2,000 players in one day sparked huge controversy on social media. From protests by players' parents to dissatisfaction from onlookers, many spoke up for the eliminated young players, arguing that Goan merely tested a few items and dismissed their futures without even letting them play. What kind of top youth training is this? Why can only those with the best talent play professionally? We should learn from Japan. Let everyone participate. There are so many foreign professional players. Are they all talented or just have a foundation? Does that mean if I didn't start playing football at 6, I would be forever distant from the sport? It really is a discrimination against those without a foundation. My child is clearly strong in matches, yet he was eliminated just because he couldn't juggle the ball well. See, this is Goan's youth training, only choosing to cultivate the most talented. Even a fool can make good use of resources. Top youth training? It doesn't live up to its name. It's all about the kids being excellent. The current youth players in Goan's first team each have their own characteristics, and many had hoped that the Youth Training Academy would also cater to individual needs. But the answer given by Goan was to set rigid requirements and eliminate players. Chapter 158. Give me the ball. Zhang Peng anxiously sprinted towards Chi Run, extending his hand for the ball. His green jersey was covered in dirt, and his medium-length hair was completely soaked with sweat, sticking together like cactus needles. He glanced at the scoreboard on the field. The game time had stopped at 90 minutes. Zhang Peng knew it was now stoppage time. He had clearly seen the fourth official stoppage time board, so he felt a sense of panic, unsure of when a referee would end the match. Chi Run passed the ball to Zhang Peng, who didn't dare waste a second. After smoothly receiving the ball and turning, he quickly approached Shandong's penalty area. The defenders of Shandong were all on high alert, watching Zhang Peng charge towards them. But they didn't dare to make too many defensive moves because this young man was currently the best winger in the country. Any slight flaw would be seized upon and ruthlessly exploited. They could only stand together, blocking all available space. Zhang Peng glanced at the two without showing any fear. He charged straight at them with the ball, his eyes focused solely on the defender in front and the Shandong team's goal. At this point in the match, he was no longer considering passing. The team needed a hero to step up, and he was ready to take on that responsibility. Chapter 159. After the match against Chengdu, the pressure at the Tongzhou training base significantly eased. The team solidified their 3-point lead, shattering the hopes of the Haigang team to level the scores in this round. The match tasks for August had come to an end. As September rolled in, the league opponents would not be as tough as those in August, but the schedule would become more intense. Su-Wen waved his hand and granted everyone a 3-day holiday to rest, primarily because he had other important matters to attend to. Since he wouldn't be at the base, it was better to let everyone enjoy their time off. Hooray! When Su-Wen announced the 3-day holiday, all the players cheered. No skiing, no mountain climbing, no. The young men seemed a bit too excited, so Su-Wen quickly imposed some restrictions, each of which had bloody lessons learned in the football world. Okay, after everyone agreed, Su-Wen announced the disbandment. The older players returned home by car since they didn't live at the base, while the underage players went back to their dorms to continue discussing their holiday plans. The dormitory suddenly became noisy, and it was clear that the kids were very excited. This was their first completely free holiday. Chapter 160. Dubai, UAE. Guanlan's private jet took off from the capital in the afternoon and landed in this modern city of wealth in the Middle East after a 7-hour flight. Stepping out of the plane, Guanlan felt a warm breeze on his face, and the bright sunshine alleviated much of the fatigue from the long journey, making him feel cozy all over. On the way from the airport to the hotel, there were uniquely shaped buildings and large structures everywhere, with colorful advertisements hanging from the streetlights, all featuring long strings of English characters. For a wealthy tycoon like him, this city felt like a place where he was akin to a god. Everything was available as long as he had money. But why was she here? Guanlan sat in the passenger seat, helplessly looking out the window. In the back seat, Luo Shirhan grabbed Su-Wen's arm and excitedly pointed outside, saying, Su-Wen, that's the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world. So tall, Su-Wen agreed. So why bring a sports science consultant along? Su-Wen, to give you massages? In the end, Guanlan expressed his dissatisfaction to Su-Wen. I'm here for a vacation and to ensure Su-Wen's health. If you're not satisfied, Just send me the bill, and I'll pay. Chapter 161. After taking a shower, Luo Shirhan sat on the sofa in her room, crossing her legs and admiring the night view of Dubai through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows. This city coexists with advancement and backwardness. One side is brightly lit while the other is pitch black, like a black hole in deep space, reflecting its positioning of a split between religion and progress. After sitting for a while, she felt no relaxation from the city's night scene. Instead, her brow furrowed slightly amidst the bustling traffic as her thoughts drifted far away, leaving her in a daze. The city lights gradually became blurry in her vision, transforming into different patches of color. Suwon actually had a brother, and it seemed he was the owner of the Shenhua team. Luo Shirhan realized that her understanding of Suwon was extremely limited. His family, his past, everything. It seemed she only knew the student version of Suwon and the current coach, but there appeared to be many secrets about him that she was unaware of. Maintaining a certain level of mystery could spark curiosity, but if one were too mysterious, it might evoke an inexplicable fear in those familiar with him. Chapter 162. At the Tongzhou training base in the capital, Suwon, here's the report on the players' physical conditions for today. I observed it through the AI 3D motion capture system. Everyone is in good shape, with no injuries except Feng Jiangshan, who will need about 2 weeks to return to ball training. Luo Shirhan, wearing a white coat, handed a report to Suwon. The technology she used was the latest method introduced, analyzing the comparison of movements to identify possible hidden injuries in players. Thanks for your hard work. But you could have just sent it via email, Suwon said with a smile after looking at Luo Shirhan. I just wanted to see you. It's not far anyway. Luo Shirhan pouted, pinching Suwon's fingers. All right, I want you to stir the busy head coach Su anymore. I'm leaving. Having achieved her purpose, she waved her hand and headed for the door. Treat me to dinner tonight, she said before leaving. Suwon stood at the door in a daze. Then couldn't he help but smile. After that day of chatting, it seemed their relationship had become much closer. Suwon wouldn't admit it, but he thoroughly enjoyed this relationship. Miss Luo's vitality also relieved him of considerable pressure. Chapter 163. The Guoan team is completely different now. Compared to their immature selves in the first half of the season, after returning from the Olympics, I really see a momentum in them. In the latest episode of the Super League interview, former Jiangsu Suning champion member Wu Shi commented, "What do you mean by that?" The host echoed, "I've been paying quite a bit of attention to them this season. I haven't missed a single match because I'm curious about how a starting lineup almost entirely composed of young players, without foreign aid, would perform. In the first 10 rounds, they won consecutively and topped the table. At that time, the team felt like a miracle, especially since some young players were even playing in the Super League for the first time. But last season, Guoan was second. No, that was different. Last season, they had foreign players and experienced veterans. This season started with almost all newcomers. At that time, my evaluation was that Guoan would definitely collapse at some point, because youth represents instability and impatience. But it doesn't seem to be the case now. Exactly. Youth also represents infinite possibilities. Their growth rate is unbelievable. I want to say they are better than foreign players, but they have already become the backbone of the team, especially after the Olympics. It's like they transformed into a different team. Chapter 164, just like watching the Champions League opening ceremony on live television. Countless ball boys were waving the curtain printed with the AFC Champions League logo. The blue curtain covered a large part of the stadium, and they even stopped a few steps from the players' tunnel, turning to face the audience. At this distance, Wang Zhenjie could see the expressions and states of every fan. But due to the overwhelming number of people, he soon lost focus, and everything became blurry. Watching the fans waving their scarves, their cheers brought no sense of pressure to him. However, seeing the opponents' distinctly different jerseys and faces from the league teams, his breath became a bit hurried in an instant. This is the AFC Champions League. Wang Zhenjie quickly adjusted his emotions. He saw a brand new path laid out before him, a new challenge from the strongest opponents of various countries. What would it be like? Are you all nervous? During the pre-match circle ceremony, Wang Zhenjie slightly squinted his lower eyelids, the corners of his mouth curling up, and asked his teammates with a profound look in his eyes. Everyone nodded, looking at Wang Zhenjie with the same expression. Great, then let's go all out. Chapter 165. My Xinfeng, oh my, you've grown taller again. At the medical area of the Tongzhou training base, a simple physical examination was underway. Standing in front of the height measurement device like a giant was my Xinfeng, whose towering presence was impressive. These measurement devices used radiation detection and could accurately measure down to several decimal places. Luo Shirhan glanced at the data, covering her mouth slightly in astonishment. My Xinfeng's height seemed uncontrollable. The hospital had previously reported his height as 195 centimeters, which was considered the limit. However, as he approached 18 years old, my Xinfeng continued to grow, adding another 2 centimeters in the last 2 months, bringing his height from 195 centimeters to 197 centimeters. Is that so? My Xinfeng did not show much surprise or anxiety, or perhaps he didn't know how he should feel. As a central defender, should he be taller or not so tall? Meanwhile, Cheng Jun by the side covered his face, feeling somewhat helpless. At my Xinfeng's height, his weight was only in the 80-kilogram range. Although his core strength had improved significantly, he still looked as skinny as a reed. Let me measure it. My Xinfeng had grown taller again, and who was already invisible behind my Xinfeng, eagerly bypassed him and happily stood on the measuring device. Chapter 166. In a certain 985 University Stadium in Shanghai, Chun Liu was leisurely strolling in the midfield. The field was filled with university team members wearing the same jerseys, while he stood out in a simple short-sleeve shirt. Next to Chun Liu, a shorter but very strong defensive midfielder was intently marking him. Give it to me. Suddenly, Chun Liu made a quick move that the midfielder couldn't react to. By the time he thought of chasing after Chun Liu had comfortably received the ball at his feet and completed a turn. It's over, the midfielder thought. After turning, Chun Liu quickly accelerated with the ball, effortlessly dribbling past the defenders trying to intercept him amidst gasps from those on the sidelines and in the stands, and then steadily scored into the goal. Oh my God! On the field, regardless of friend or foe, everyone held their heads in disbelief. Their incredulity was not because Chun Liu had passed everyone, but because he did it so easily, as if crossing a road in the morning without breaking a sweat. It's important to note that their opponents today were a super team from a university considered semi-professional, with most players coming from major clubs' youth training programs and previously eliminated. For these amateur college students, they were once figures to be looked up to, but Chun Liu single-handedly tore them apart. Chapter 167. In a modern art-style restaurant being renovated at the Goan team base, Guanlan was having breakfast here, which was rare. He brought over a large plate of colorful fruits, a bowl of thick porridge, and a boiled egg, compared to Wen's greasy breakfast. What he was eating was quite light. Guanlan's first words upon seeing Wen's breakfast were, "It's truly a mystery why you don't have 3 high conditions yet." Thinking requires energy, Wen said, swallowing a piece of meat. Haha. Luo Shirhan chuckled a few times beside them. Guanlan, with an unchanged expression, pulled out a chair and sat down. This was a good opportunity for Wen to inquire about the league's proposals. So what does the league mean? No changes in the end? That's very likely. This year's league has been quite tumultuous, from the league's establishment to a month of suspension for the Olympics. Making changes now would complicate things, Guanglan said, watching Wen take a sip of coffee. Of course, mainly we calculated the schedule, as there are international match days in September, October, and November, plus the FA Cup. This season should end in December, before the winter transfer window. We originally planned to propose this, which is the idea of having a match every 2 weeks. This way, the league could finish in March, allowing for a spring festival in between. Chapter 168. Goan was in trouble. A powerful quick counterattack easily broke through Goan's defense. This caused their fiery momentum at the start to drop to freezing point. The commentator's voice sounded very frustrated, as Goan had the advantage but failed to score, ultimately allowing the opponent to steal a goal, making the match even more difficult. What happened? How do we concede a goal? When Wang Xian returned to his position, the fans around him silently looked at the field, their earlier enthusiasm gone. That kid Ronka missed his man. Annoying. That Japanese goalkeeper is in incredible form. The chubby guy scratched his head and tilted his mouth, clicking his tongue. We can see that Coach Su is very disappointed. His original arrangements were very effective, but the sudden goal conceded ruined everything. The live camera played a segment of the Vissel Kobe coach celebrating passionately before switching to Wen's reaction to the conceded goal. He saw the ball hit the net without a very intense reaction, just shaking his head as he walked back to the bench. From the moment Vissel Kobe's counterattack began, he already felt a strong sense of crisis. Originally, Feng Jianshan received the ball in the penalty area, leaned against and turned his large rear to take a beautiful half-turn shot, but the Vissel Kobe goalkeeper, Maikoa, was in extraordinary form. He miraculously dove to save the ball from the goal line, and the ball was kicked out by Yamakawa to prevent a follow-up shot. Chapter 169. So now Goan is the only Chinese Super League team to win in the AFC Champions League. Sometimes we wonder if our comments are too harsh. We must think about this. The fact proves that as they slowly adapt to the rhythm of the AFC Champions League, they too can play highly dominant matches. After the AFC Champions League match day ended, Xiao Jiai appeared on the show again to express his views. In the past, everyone looked forward to the rise of Chinese football, and now I see infinite possibilities in this team, but why start an unlimited attack again? They aren't even 18 years old yet, especially with the comments from last week. It's clear that Su-Wen was very unhappy about that. In a sense, this is for their own good. You must raise those questions. At least in this match, my Xinfeng, whom I had criticized before, performed exceptionally well. Only such performances deserve to be called the golden generation. Fan Z said. However, is the way of raising questions too rude? You could say he played poorly, but you cannot guide the emotions of the fans. Everyone knows they work hard and have talent. They played a wonderful game. Xiao Jiai crossed his legs and retorted. Chapter 170, Beijing, Tongzhou Training Base. After experiencing 4 consecutive wins in September, the team's internal atmosphere was thriving. The AFC Champions League brought players a completely different competitive challenge. And the kids once again proved their talent and ability, from the embarrassment of the first match to the dominance of the second match. Only a week had passed in between. As October arrived, the international match days came, and the Goan team was like a big move, with almost all young players heading to the national team, leaving the base much quieter. Players not going to the national team received a 4-day vacation. Su-Wen looked at the empty stadium and felt a loneliness like an empty nester. Alas, kids, don't get hurt. Although he repeatedly instructed them before leaving, Su-Wen still couldn't rest easy. Why sigh? Luo Shirhan lay on the sofa in Su-Wen's office happily eating snacks. This was one of the few times that both she and Su-Wen could relax. And it was also a rare time for the two to spend the whole day together. So Miss Luo was quite dissatisfied with Su-Wen sighing. I'm just a bit worried that the kids might get hurt. Now the league title race has reached a fever pitch, and we haven't advanced in the AFC Champions League yet. The team is short-handed, and I can't afford to lose any one of them. Chapter 171, London, England. London Bowls Stadium. Dressed in a bright yellow referee uniform, Michael Oliver stood in the middle of the football field and blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. At the moment the whistle blew, the London Bowls Stadium erupted with huge boos and countless fans, red-faced and spitting, angrily cursing the players in the sky blue team. Hey, get lost, Manchester folks. Damn bald head, what are you so proud of? Spaniards, get out of the London Bowl. Guardiola smiled as he walked into the players' tunnel, completely unconcerned with the surrounding malice. In this match, they defeated this London powerhouse with a score of 3-0, winning all 3 points away from home. So he really had no need to take the fans' words to heart. Benjamin White sat silently on the bench, watching the players thank the fans. His expression neither angry nor gloomy, only filled with helplessness. This match was one of the highlights of the round, so a large number of media gathered in the field, surrounding the players for interviews, but they did not approach White, who looked unhappy. Who knows how this grumpy old man would curse when in a bad mood. Chapter 172. Benjamin. At the airport, an unclear noble hurriedly followed White, holding a not very large suitcase and a suit jacket. He first called out to White, but White, walking briskly, completely ignored him. Then he called out again, and this time White seemed to hear and turned his head, but his pace didn't slow down at all. This one do. White, you still Haven told us what we were going to Australia for? To see the little talents in the A-League? But we already have a scout there, and there haven't been any standout players recently. I can go with you, but at least tell me what for. Noble couldn't take it anymore, and quickly ran a few steps to grab White's hand and asked, Mark, we're going to miss the flight. I'll explain it to you in detail on the plane. Trust me. Seeing that White was still being cryptic, Noble felt a bit helpless. But White's tone was still sincere. At worst, it'll just be a trip with a good partner. The distance from the UK to Australia is quite far. And as members of the team's management, the two naturally chose the pricey but comfortable first class. After Noble put away his luggage, he laid out a blanket and comfortably lay down, having come to terms with it. No matter what this trip was for, it was still a vacation. Chapter 173, Mr. Benjamin White? What are you doing here? Wang Jinjie asked in surprise. Recently, West Ham United's performance in the Premier League has not been very good. They are now in the lower half of the standings, and their offense has lost its previous sharpness while their defense has also lost its past tenacity. This team is currently in a precarious situation. Logically, the 2-week international match days should be a good opportunity for Mr. White to reorganize the team. Why did he suddenly appear in Australia, in front of me? I didn't expect you to recognize me at a glance. White scratched his thick beard with a hint of a smile. I'm a huge Premier League fan. I can recognize the head coaches of every Premier League team. Wang Jinjie initially seemed indifferent, but then, with a serious expression, said to White, "Moreover, if I may be blunt, you should be at West Ham's training base figuring out how to solve the team's slump. If you continue this performance this season, you'll be fighting relegation. This year's 3 promoted teams are no pushovers. You are considered a traditional powerhouse in the Premier League, and I don't want to see you relegated." Benjamin White was taken aback by Wang Jinjie's serious advice, and then burst into laughter. Chapter 174. After narrowly defeating Tianjin at home, all the fans in the capital fell into an inexplicable excitement during the following week. Football, football. Everywhere people were either excited or worried about the upcoming battle next weekend. As if by fate, due to the impact of the FA Cup semifinals a month ago, the match that was originally supposed to take place in the 30th round of the Super League between Beijing Guoan and Shanghai Shenhua was postponed, and the rescheduled match happened to be before the game against Chongqing. With 3 rounds left in the league, Guoan leads the standings by 7 points, which means that if they win this home match against Shenhua, they will step on Shenhua's head to win their 2nd league championship trophy at the Workers' Stadium in 19 years. Everyone was looking forward to this match, and every Guoan fan wanted to witness this moment that they could talk about for a lifetime. Stepping on their arch-rivals' heads to become champions. What a wonderful experience. Now it's just about how to get this ticket. Because of the significance of this match, the team did not choose to sell tickets 2 weeks in advance as usual. The ticket sales method was only announced 5 days before the match. Chapter 175, Beijing Workers' Stadium. Every match, the team arrives at the venue 1.5 hours in advance, not to warm up, but because if they arrive any later, being late is inevitable. On match days, the crowd of fans outside Workers' Stadium makes the bus move as slowly as a snail. Today, it seems that arriving 1.5 hours early is also a bit tight, because the number of fans gathered at Workers' Stadium is much more than expected. The roads around the stadium have already been closed, and from the square to the surrounding streets, there are people densely packed everywhere, and at a glance, it seems there is no place to stand. Su-Wen looked out of the front windshield of the bus and was taken aback. His relaxed demeanor, while chatting with Luo Shihan, suddenly turned serious. How could there be so many people? Luo Shihan covered her mouth and asked, "Can the stadium hold so many people?" Su-Wen glanced at Luo Shihan, then at the crowd, swallowed hard, and said, "Those tens of thousands of tickets simply can't meet the fans' demand. Everyone wants to witness the crucial moments that might happen today. So the club set up several big screens outside the stadium to allow fans to gather and watch the game together. I just didn't expect so many people to show up today." Chapter 176. Chun Liu, with his personal ability, equalized the score for the Shenhua team at the Workers' Stadium. He proved that he is still a part of that golden generation. The game is about to become exciting. Chen Xuanzhou shouted in the studio. He was not a specific fan of any team, but simply enjoyed commentating on the brilliant performances of young players. After scoring, Chun Liu did not celebrate. He lowered his head and walked straight to the center circle, while his teammates excitedly surrounded him, either ruffling his hair or hugging him in celebration. The Workers' Stadium fell silent for a moment as Chun Liu scored, but upon hearing the cheers and provocations from the 1-0-0-0 away fans of Shenhua, the entire stadium immediately responded with a tidal wave of boos. "Don't panic, focus." Su-Wen saw the goal from the sidelines and felt a chill in his heart, but he still maintained a calm exterior, pointing to his temple and shouting at the players. "You must concentrate." Although the Goan team's defense is currently very solid, it hasn't always been impenetrable. They have conceded several goals in recent matches, and most of those goals came from quick counterattacks that bypassed Miao Yifun's defensive zone, manipulating the positioning of the 2 central defenders. Chapter 177. Throughout Su-Wen's long coaching career, he has won countless championships, including many prestigious titles. However, on the night of December 3rd, 2028, this small league championship held the most weight in his heart. At the moment the whistle blew, Su-Wen felt somewhat dazed. Wang Xinjia's last-minute goal seemed to have drained all his passion. Around him, the players who had been sitting on the bench waved their yellow vests. Jumping into the field, in the blurry distance, Wang Xinjia, wearing jersey number 21, knelt and roared skyward. Everything was drowned out in a cacophony of noise and the chaotic movement of the stands. "Boss, we really did it. We won." While Su-Wen was still in a daze, Yang Lixing jumped out from behind him, hugged his neck, and shouted in his ear. Su-Wen had been quite calm. But Yang Lixing's shout stirred his emotions again, causing him to tremble with excitement and pat Yang Lixing's arm vigorously. Yes, they did it from 19 years after 2009, from being part of the team for 7 years, to a year after officially becoming the coach. Chapter 178, at the Tongzhou training base in a conference room. Guanlan, Peng Yangyang, Su-Wen, and Wang Xinjia sat on one side, while on the other side sat Noble, the football director of West Ham United. The day after the championship night, Su-Wen heard Wang Xinjia say that West Ham United was willing to offer him a high salary of 120,000 per week, which made him jump up in anger. To prevent the kid from being deceived by capitalists, Su-Wen personally took on the role of Wang Xinjia's agent to negotiate with West Ham United. "This is our first offer." Su-Wen pushed a board towards Noble on the opposite side. Noble picked up the board and involuntarily read the requirements written on it. 50,000 per week. Noble frowned at the contract. This made Wang Xinjia, sitting opposite, feel a tightness in his chest. Wow, 50,000, that's 500,000 RMB per week? He only gets 40,000 yuan a week at Guoan, and he thought 120,000 was already very high. He quickly tugged at Su-Wen's sleeve and whispered, "Coach Su, can they allow this? Let's not be too harsh." "Shut up, adults are talking, kids shouldn't interrupt." Su-Wen frowned, telling Wang Xinjia not to cause trouble. Chapter 179, the debate among fans of the 5 major leagues about which is the #1 league in the world continues year after year. However, if asked who has the richest league in the world, no one would deny the financial power of the Premier League. As long as a team can stay in the Premier League, even if they get relegated, they will still receive at least 100 million in broadcasting fees. This is common knowledge among fans of all 5 major leagues. Of course, in recent years, this sum has increased from 100 million to 1.3 billion. And the champion can earn nearly 1.7 billion. When you factor in endorsements, ticket sales, and other peripheral income, the final revenue for the team is astronomical. The fast-paced and exciting matches attract fans' attention worldwide, and the healthy operating environment and exposure of the league also entice investors' wallets. But how can one stay in the Premier League? The Premier League has 3 relegation spots each year, and once a team falls into the championship, it's like falling from heaven to hell. Although the league will still provide a 3-year, 100 million safety net policy to enhance a team's competitiveness in the championship, no one can guarantee that after 46 rounds of a grueling year-long league, they can return to the Premier League. Chapter 180, Wang Xinjia passed the medical examination. Su-Wen said, "I hope he stays directly in England so he can participate in training as quickly as possible. We have activated the super talent clause, and he automatically gets a work permit. We will prepare everything he needs." On December 9th, a call from England came in, indicating that the transfer matter had been settled, leaving only the signing of the contract. However, White's request made Su-Wen hesitate. Before leaving, Wang Xinjia had told him that he hoped to finish the season, wanted to play his last home game against the Haigang team before going to England. Su-Wen naturally wanted Wang Xinjia to come back and play one more match, but White's request would greatly help Wang Xinjia's development within the team. Perhaps after the window opens, he could step onto the Premier League stage directly. "As long as you can persuade him, it's fine," Su-Wen said. "Great, I'll persuade him. So when do we announce the transfer?" White asked. "No rush. Our season hasn't ended yet. Let's talk about it in January." Okay, December 10th was just an ordinary day for most people. However, the spread of one piece of news brought unimaginable joy to Chinese football fans, except for the fans of Guoan. Chapter 181. Dear Guoan fans, I am Wang Xinjia. I think it's time to tell my story. I really have a lot to say to you, especially to those children with dreams. Where to start? Throughout our lives, we always encounter various crossroads, from childhood to adulthood, choosing the future, pursuing hobbies, or growing up in confusion. This happens to many people, but for me, my life has not been like that. I walked down one path for a full 12 years, and then at the end of this small road, I saw a green car that had been waiting for me. Without hesitation, I got in, and it would take me to a higher destination. This destination turned out to be closer than I imagined. The car quickly stopped, and when I got out, I realized I was standing at the peak. Looking back now, it really feels crazy. I held the Super League medal, raised the God of Fire Cup, and stood in the Worker S Stadium greeting thousands of fans, celebrating the team winning the long-awaited championship trophy. Excitement seems insufficient to describe my feelings at that moment. Even dreamlike doesn't quite fit. I have read many books. My academic performance hasn't been bad, but I really can't find the words to describe how I felt then. Chapter 182. Wang Xinjia's departure made everyone in the Guoan team feel sad. Although Su-Wen was also affected, he was already used to such situations. During his time in Hull City, many young talents transferred without hesitation after receiving offers. He had also personally sent away many players during his time in the youth team. As he said, transfers are a normal occurrence in professional football. After getting up in the morning, Su-Wen gently caressed the photo of him and Wang Xinjia lifting the trophy, which was placed in the center of the photo cabinet, then left the room. That little rascal writes pretty well, he muttered to himself. The last match of the league had ended, but the season was not completely over. Now, the most important thing for Su-Wen was to prepare for the FA Cup final against the Haiyang team. The whole team could not relax. Many people were optimistic about Guoan's prospects in the FA Cup final. After all, in the last league match, they had defeated the Haiyang team without any resistance. But Su-Wen knew that the reality might not be so simple. The Haiyang team had basically revealed their cards. To avoid this being a failed season, they directly gave up the last league match and prepared to field their strongest lineup without any exhaustion for the FA Cup final. Chapter 183. So comfortable. After joining the first team, Zhang Peng rarely thought about whether he was comfortable playing. Generally speaking, as long as Su-Wen let him carry the ball, he felt quite comfortable. But today he realized what it truly meant to be in one's element. Under the original 4-3-3 system, there were numerous combinations for plays on the left flank. Just such combinations divided his ball authority considerably. Furthermore, the pressure exerted by the 4-3-3 formation was somewhat suffocating, causing the defensive line to tighten. When the ball reached Zhang Peng's feet, the team had already successfully broken through the high press and shifted from the strong side to the weak side. He faced a stationary fullback, along with center backs and midfielders ready to cover. There was barely any space. Just a few steps would take him to the baseline or into the crowd in the middle, leaving no room at all. Today, after the change in tactics, everything felt completely different. First of all, it was a matter of space. He hadn't seen a defensive line that was so high up in a long time. Usually, when he got the ball, the opponents were crowded in the penalty area. Moreover, it seemed that Coach Su hadn't made any offensive designs. He was only told to guard the flank area before the game, and the rest was up to him. Chapter 184. In a lively little pub in London, a very large man pushed open the small door of the pub and walked in. His incredibly hefty body resembled the character Gragas from the game League of Legends, and everyone worried he might get stuck in the narrow door. The man smiled, took off his hat as soon as he entered the pub, and shouted to the bartender in a hearty voice, "2 pints of beer, Charlie. I'm going to have a good drink today." After finishing his sentence, he sat down in his usual spot, surrounded by his regular friends. "Good evening, Chris. You look like you've had a great day." "Not bad. You know, the transfer window has opened." "Indeed. At least White will no longer be without options." The bartender Charlie smiled and nodded, then turned to prepare the beer. The man sat down, taking up quite a bit of space, laughing and high-fiving others, chatting about the trivial events of the day. After a while, the beer was served, and the man dug into his pocket, pulled out a few pounds, and handed them over for the drinks. "Old rules. Chris, we don't charge you for your drinks here." Chapter 185. In East London, Newham District, the atmosphere in Charlie's pub was exceptionally lively. Due to it being a match day, Charlie was busy in front of the bar, and finally, overwhelmed, he shouted, "Damn it! You bunch of drunks, drink less." But hardly anyone paid him any mind. "Go for it. Well done." North and his friends were excitedly glued to the TV screen, cheering loudly with every successful play against Everton. Facing Everton was never easy, so they were thrilled about every successful confrontation. In the past, as the head of the fan association, North would go to the London Bowl to watch matches, but now he and his buddies were getting old. While the lively atmosphere of the London Bowl still made their blood boil, it also made them feel dizzy. The overwhelming noise that once filled them with shock and pride was now hard to bear. So he and his friends passed down their ancestral season tickets to their children, who were also die-hard West Ham fans, and now they all gathered at Charlie's pub to watch the matches together. There was no real perspective. No beautiful skyline of a London bowl, but sitting here with old pals, sharing a few beers while watching the game, felt no different from being at the London Bowl. Chapter 186. While Wang Xinjie was fighting hard in the Premier League in England, the Goan team, which easily won the FA Cup, was enjoying a long break. The AFC Champions League would not restart until the winter transfer window, so Suwon waved his hand and gave everyone a month off. However, Suwon still didn't have that much free time. The winter window had opened, and for Chinese Super League teams, the winter window was equally important as the summer window of the 5 major leagues. Now, with half a year left until the transfer ban, Suwon needed to focus on player departures during this transfer window. The first notable transfer was Zhang Yuning, who was considering leaving the team after losing his starting position following Feng Jiangshan's rise. He is hot on the transfer market, with the highest bid coming from arch-rival Shenhua, who offered €1 million, and it seems the contract is very generous. However, after so many years with the team, Zhang Yuning has developed feelings for it. Now, having to leave and join the enemy, he feels quite conflicted, or rather, he feels uncertain about joining any team. But he also understands that competitive sports are ruthless. He is currently unable to meet Wen's tactical requirements, and Feng Jiangshan's position is unshakable. Choosing to develop Wang Yuqing over him, an older player, is definitely a more reasonable choice. Chapter 187, January 7th, 9 a.m., West Ham United Training Base. Wang Xinjie walked briskly down the sunlit corridor made of floor-to-ceiling windows. Early this morning, head coach White called him to his office to discuss some game suggestions for this afternoon's match. Last night, he had already informed Wang Xinjie that he would be starting today. After his Premier League debut, Wang Xinjie stayed home to recover for 2 days. Thanks to the hard work of the masseurs, he is now feeling very good. During a simple physical examination yesterday afternoon, the team Dr. Simon Shans believed he was fully prepared for the match. Wang Xinjie thinks so too. Being young is great. Many of the older players in the team side, having played in the Premier League for many years, they couldn't handle such a workload. While the young player experiencing the intensity of the Premier League for the first time was fine after just 2 days of rest. Now Wang Xinjie seems to be becoming the team's darling. During his physical examination, several older brothers gathered around the massage table, looking at him with smiles. This made Wang Xinjie feel a bit strange. As he walked, he thought about what White wanted to say to him, and soon he arrived at a heavy wooden door, which was dark and exuded an ancient atmosphere. Chapter 188. February in England is damp and cold, with continuous gray clouds covering this narrow island. The sound of light rain tapping on the window made Wang Xinjie lose interest as soon as he got out of bed. Sighing, he rolled out of bed, supporting his somewhat sore legs, and then pulled open the heavy brown curtains. The entire sky was covered in thick clouds, presenting a cold white light that came through the large glass and made him shiver slightly. Walking down the spiral staircase from the second floor, the white light made the room much brighter, but it still couldn't lift Wang Xinjie's mood even a little. The only door on the first floor that was open led to the kitchen. The rest were tightly closed, which made Wang Xinjie feel that the house wasn't so empty. He had been quite happy living in such a large house alone back then, but now he felt a bit regretful. He should have chosen a cozy one-bedroom apartment. Nearly a month had passed since he first entered the Premier League. In this month, many things had happened in the world. For the Goan team, the most important event was Wen's announcement on January 9th that Chun Li had officially joined Beijing Guoan on a free transfer. Chapter 189. In a McDonald's on the roadside in the Newham area of London, Wang Xinjie felt somewhat restless. He took a sip of the purified water he bought from a vending machine and looked speechlessly at the girl across from him who was devouring her food. The first thing she said upon seeing him was, "You are?" Wang Xinjie. The second sentence was, "Take me to McDonald's. Eat slowly. I'm not going to compete with you." It seemed the other party didn't hear him, as she happily gobbled down 3 double cheeseburgers and took a big gulp of Coke, exclaiming, "McDonald's forever." Watching her happy demeanor, Wang Xinjie remembered that just a few minutes ago, she had been sitting on the steps, crying while hugging a box. A thick burger, about the size of Wang Xinjie's palm, disappeared in less than 20 seconds into Chun Ruoshi's mouth as she licked her fingers to savor the taste. Ahem. Wang Xinjie cleared his throat. He was worried that if he didn't interrupt this girl, she might end up biting his hand off. It seemed Chun Ruoshi only then remembered her old classmate was sitting across from her, the one treating her to a meal today. Chapter 190. Studying while working and then continuing to study. Chun Ruoshi had no moment of leisure since arriving in England. To secure a scholarship, she had to work hard on her university grades. This way, after tuition reduction, she could use the saved New Year's money for living expenses. However, she ultimately failed, as there were too many academic stars in this school, and she couldn't compete. With the funding chain broken, even trying to work part-time wouldn't earn her enough money. Mainly due to the limited working hours, and the New Year's money was strictly for tuition, which she absolutely couldn't touch. Chen Ruoshi's life fell into crisis. The past few months in England, compared to her comfortable life back home, felt like falling from the sky to the ground. She never regretted it. During this time, she felt like she was truly living as Chen Ruoshi. Under her father's control in her home country, she felt like a puppet, constantly being manipulated. Her behavior had to be ladylike, her clothing had to match her family's status, and most importantly, she was required not to eat too much. After receiving an offer from a London law school for international business and maritime law, she did not hesitate to take all her documents from her father's safe and finally boarded the flight to London as she wished. Chapter 191. While Wang Xinjie was making waves in England, back home, the Goan team's preparations for the AFC Champions League were also in full swing. A week before Yang Lixing's wedding, the entire team had returned to training to prepare for the remaining 3 group matches of the Champions League elite competition. Okay, pass. Okay, pass. Zhang Peng, wait a moment. The first thing professional teams do after a break is to measure body fat. This checks if players are disciplined during the off-season and confirms how much their physical condition has declined. Dai Shiyu's check was very quick. Luo Shirhan glanced at the data and directly let him pass. This guy's body fat rate remained the same, and he even lost some weight, which made Cheng Jun, who was nearby, unable to help but facepalm. Good news, Dai Shiyu hasn't gained weight. Bad news, Dai Shiyu's muscle rate has decreased. This guy's physique is too strange. Cheng Jun had racked his brains to help Dai Shiyu gain that weight, and now it was all gone in a month. Feng Jianshan and my sniffing also passed quickly. Feng Jianshan's body fat was very healthy. This guy, who usually looks careless, is actually quite serious about maintaining his physique during training and daily life. As he puts it, laziness won't give you chiseled muscles. Chapter 192. Zhao Chuchun. How could you handle the ball like that? Hit the ribs. Ribs. Zhao Chuchun. Don't pass blindly. Did you see anyone before passing? Idiot. If Lao Wei knew you played like this, he would kick you in the butt. On an exceptionally hot day in Australia, at a well-equipped training ground in New South Wales, the notoriously fiery attacking coach of the Goan team, Lu Zixio, was shouting on the sidelines. The kids in the front line of the Goan team had basically grown into outstanding attackers, and he hadn't had the feeling of coaching young players for a long time. Finally, a decent newcomer had arrived. Watching Zhao Chuchun's solid technique but frantic ball handling, Lu Zixio revealed a slight smile. Zhao Chuchun stood in the field, sweat beading on his forehead like yellow soybeans from yelling. The cheerful face he had at the youth training academy now looked very tense. He wished he could modify his neck to rotate 360 degrees so he could keep an eye on every part of the field. Ron Ku, facing Zhang Peng's pressure in the backfield, calmly passed the ball to Zhao Chuchun. He received the ball, but felt there was nowhere to pass. In a moment of hesitation, Ma Xinfei stretched out a leg, pushing him aside to intercept the ball. Chapter 193. Wang Xinjie believed his last negotiation with Chen Ruoshi was very successful. This guy had indeed been quite diligent at home lately, often dragging around a feather duster to clean. It would be even better if he wore a maid outfit. Watching Chen Ruoshi in her loose pink plush pajamas cleaning the glass cabinet where he placed the player trophies, he noticed that due to her height, she had to tiptoe when wiping the top shelf, her ample bosom bouncing slightly. Wang Xinjie shifted his gaze elsewhere, quietly slapping himself to rid himself of any evil thoughts. Am I crazy? Just as Chen Ruoshi turned around, she saw Wang Xinjie inexplicably slap himself. There's a mosquito. Wang Xinjie lowered his head and rubbed his fingers, his eyes flickering. Are there mosquitoes in England in February? Chen Ruoshi frowned and tilted her head to think. However, time interrupted her thoughts. Seeing the time on the electronic clock at the entrance, she hurriedly put down the feather duster and walked quickly into the kitchen. It's time to cook. Recently, Chen Ruoshi seemed to have developed an obsession with cooking. Every mealtime, she would be in the kitchen. Generally, foodies tend to have decent cooking skills, after all. If you love to eat, you will research how delicious food is made. But Chen Ruoshi's cooking made Wang Xinjie worry every time that the kitchen might explode. Chapter 194. Manchester United displayed a strong desire to control the game from the very beginning. Despite West Ham United's intense pressing, Manchester United was still shakily maintaining possession in the backfield. Evan Ferguson crouched down and slowly approached de Ligt, who, sensing danger, immediately passed the ball back to Onana in the penalty area. Onana made a long pass that wasn't particularly impressive, and a mass on Wang Xinjia's right side stopped the ball. Bowen's pressing came quickly, and Manchester United youth player hurriedly passed the ball to Matheus Cunha, who was ready to receive it with his back to the goal. This star, priced at nearly 80 million euros, was one of Wang Xinjia's defensive opponents in this match. Wang Xinjia immediately interfered with Cunha as he received the ball, but compared to Cunha's strong physique, his own frame was somewhat slender, and he didn't cause much trouble for Cunha, who was adept at receiving the ball with his back to the defender. Cunha smoothly brushed past Wang Xinjia. Young Cunha thought disdainfully when he felt there was little pressure behind him. Chapter 195, just as White had anticipated. After scoring that incredible goal, Wang Xinjia's fame spread throughout European football. In the past, although Wang Xinjia had gained considerable prestige in the Premier League, most people regarded him as just a decent midfield star. After the match against Manchester United, combined with previous statistics, Wang Xinjia's already bright career seemed to shine even more. Instant fame. Wang Xinjia was unstoppable. This was his 7th goal since joining in the winter transfer window. 7 goals and 2 assists in 8 matches. A supernova has emerged. Who can resist the fiery Wang Xinjia? Many prestigious clubs have already taken notice of Wang Xinjia's performance, including Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Manchester City, all eager for the vast Chinese market that he represents. It is reported that West Ham United has already recouped Wang Xinjia's transfer fee from the Chinese market. Originally, those media outlets that mocked White for spending a fortune to sign the unknown Wang Xinjia from the Chinese Super League have now changed their tune, offering him the highest praise, because Wang Xinjia possesses too many qualities that excite them. Chapter 196, back to 60 minutes ago. After conceding the 2nd goal, Guardiola made a timely yet effective adjustment. He instructed Reinders to immediately return to the backfield to partner with Rodri as double defensive midfielders to assist in ball distribution, while Reece was pushed forward and Aït-Nouri's position was adjusted to near the halfway line, forming a dual winger partnership with Mamish. These simple adjustments instantly made Manchester City's backfield possession more fluid. White also made countermeasures. He pushed Aaron Morton forward to chase after the retreating Reinders. However, he couldn't resolve the one-on-one issue with Soler. Although Cherki was an attacking midfielder, he was exceptionally strong and often managed to receive the ball with his back to the defender, easily shaking off Soler's pressure. West Ham United not only failed to suppress Manchester City's ball distribution in the backfield, but their defense became shaky. Helpless, Benjamin White could only ask Aaron Morton to retreat again. Manchester City gradually took control of the game, and West Ham United was pushed back into their penalty area as they wished. In the following 40 minutes, Manchester City launched a tough offensive battle. West Ham United was known for their defense, and although the midfield line was aging, they were experienced and strong, successfully limiting Holland. Chapter 197. After securing 3 points at home against Chelsea, Wang Xinjia's future seemed to shine even brighter. Or rather, his name was now firmly on the recruitment lists of several prestigious clubs, and these clubs had already bribed the media to release news to test West Ham United's stance. Manchester United's interest in Wang Xinjia was growing stronger, and it was reported that they had sent scouts to monitor him. Wang Xinjia's contract still had nearly 5 years left, and Real Madrid was confident they could secure this promising and commercially valuable superstar in the summer transfer window. Manchester City had already inquired about Wang Xinjia's price, and West Ham United would demand 50 million. These news items were a mix of truth and fabrication, but excited many fans. Reminiscent of childhood dreams when you were asked whether you wanted to attend Tsinghua or Peking University. And then schools like USDC and Harbin Institute of Technology also extended their offers. Benjamin White was furious upon hearing this. He ordered Noble not to answer any calls from big clubs and hoped to offer Wang Xinjia a brand new contract. Noble nature agrees. In West Ham, United owner David Sullivan also attaches great importance to this. Chapter 198. And you, classmate and you, wake up. It's time to hand in homework. On you, rows of neatly arranged desks, and homework books piled haphazardly on the desks. Boys are playfully chasing each other or gathering together to discuss games or problems, while the girls are relatively less lively but still chat in small groups. Sunlight streams through the clean glass windows into the classroom, and the dark green blackboard still bears some water stains. When the wind blows, the leaves in the school rustle. Mu Siyu holds a stack of homework books and places them on Yu's desk. She quietly asks for yesterday's English homework in Yu's ear, but Yu seems to be sound asleep, showing no reaction at all. Mu Siyu doesn't say anything further, instead tilting her head, pretending not to look at Yu. But her eyes keep glancing at his face. His messy hair, which completely does not conform to school regulations, his sharply defined and tough facial features, long eyebrows, and his body much stronger than average. It really is him. Mu Siyu often sees Yu on television during matches. She is not a fan. But both her father and mother are die-hard supporters of the Guoan team, and Yu is a star player in the entire capital. And now he actually appears in her high school, right in front of her. Chapter 199, Jiangsu, Nanjing, Olympic Sports Center Stadium. The 2029 Jiangsu Provincial Urban Super League is in full swing, with the Olympic Sports Center Stadium packed with fans, mostly local residents of Nanjing. While in the heated away section, fans from Suzhou are crazily singing battle songs to cheer for the Suzhou team. They are currently engaged in a crucial derby match. The game has now reached a fever pitch. Both sides are clashing against each other's defenses during the 70 to 80-minute physical bottleneck, with fast-paced transitions, making the match very open. The left winger of the Nanjing team quickly carries the ball along the sideline after receiving it. He feigns an inward move, then changes direction to prepare for an outside run. But can the Suzhou team's defender let him do as he wishes? The Suzhou team's defender makes a flying tackle, bringing down the Nanjing team's left winger along with the ball. The Nanjing team's winger rolls in pain. As an amateur player, he really doesn't know how to cushion such an impact. Years of rivalry have built up a lot of tension between the two sets of fans. And the atmosphere on the field is the same. The referee's sharp whistle sounds, and then players from both Nanjing and Suzhou start shoving and cursing at each other. Chapter 200. Excuse me, is your Changzhou team's Xiao Jilei about to join Beijing Guoan? What did Coach Su say to him? At Nanjing Olympic Sports Center Stadium. Although the Changzhou team's performance this year is still unsatisfactory and they did not win this match, they have become the center of attention after the game. All the spectators and media saw Su-Wen walk over to Changzhou team's Xiao Jilei and chat with him for a few moments, after which the Changzhou team began to celebrate. That's right. Little Xiao is going to the capital. Coach Su personally invited him. He didn't say much, but that seems to be his character. Some excited players from the Changzhou team said, Excuse me. Su-Wen, hello. Pumpai Sports. After receiving the confirmed news, the sports reporters went wild. Many people know that some star players from Guoan team were unearthed by Su-Wen from unknown corners of the country. Geniuses. But this time, it is the first time Su-Wen has publicly recruited someone in front of a large audience. This is definitely very interesting. This is the result of our Changzhou youth training in recent years, deeply reflecting our emphasis on sports. Changzhou will further develop football vigorously in the future. Now, that little Xiao is about to head to the capital. Although our Changzhou team may not perform well in the future, we will contribute a star player to Chinese football. Chapter 201. 272829 Mu Siyu carefully counts the various subject homework books in her arms. All set. The girl feels very excited. Although the process of handing in homework today was not very smooth, she completed her task. As for the classmates who usually mock her, she has long let it go. After all, it seems a bit too degrading to be sad because of a bunch of empty-headed fools grunts. Anyway, being insulted doesn't change her excellence. She is here to take advantage of the resources provided by this school. This international school has a strong faculty and a high level of education. Most importantly, during the first half of the senior year, scholarships are awarded based on regular rankings. And students who receive scholarships are arranged to study abroad at prestigious schools. Mu Siyu's academic performance has always been outstanding, and she was attracted by this policy to join the school. Although she seems somewhat timid on the surface, her inner strength is quite strong. For her, it's just a matter of enduring for another year before she can soar. Besides her classmates' disdain, school life is still quite colorful for her, aside from studying. She also has her own little hobbies after school. The only boring part is that she hasn't made any friends. Chapter 202. Hair. The hair bangs are neat. The hair tied up the back is not messy. The uniform is very tidy. The skin on her face is very smooth. Should I apply some lip balm? Mu Siyu never paid attention to so many details before going to school, but today she keeps looking in the mirror worried about any flaws. She has never looked forward to school this much, except for this morning. Before going out, she tidied up her bangs and replaced the very old hair tie with a cute light pink one. Hurry up, girl. Oh, I'm coming. Randomly applying her mother's lip balm on her pink lips, Musiyu sits on the back of her mother's electric scooter. Oh, you're looking very pretty today, her mother said with a smile. Really? Musiyu lowered her head, using her fingers to tuck stray hair behind her ear. The lip balm on her lips is even shining. Haha. Is there a boy you care about? No. No way. Musiyu's face turned red, hurriedly denying it. And then a bit flustered, she wiped her lips with her sleeve. Just made a friend, that's all. That's great. Musiyu's mother smiled and nodded. She was happy with her daughter's reaction, indicating that she was doing well at school. Chapter 203. Aiden, you have to push up. How do I push up? If I push up, will someone cover for me? But that big guy is already charged into the third zone. Too fast. What will you do if you don't push up? Aiden, the left midfielder of Johor Darul Tazim, is frantically communicating with the defensive midfielder Jamal. Watching Kai Yinlin speeding down the field with the ball as if in a no-man's land, realizing that if he doesn't step up to block this guy, he might flatten the entire back line. Aiden gritted his teeth and pushed forward with his hands behind his back, but everyone understood what was about to happen. This was the open strategy of the Guoan team during their attack. Kai Yinlin seized the opportunity to pass the ball to the advancing Chen Liyi in the middle, who then returned the pass to Miao Yifan. Miao Yifan then played it back to Dai Shiyu, who had moved into the center. Dai Shiyu drew back his bow and unleashed a stunning shot. Awad made a beautiful save. Awad stood up and clapped his gloves. Unfortunately, Dai Shiyu pouted in regret. The distance was a bit far, giving Awad enough time to react. He extended his right hand and scooped the ball out of the goal. Johor Darul Tazim once again thwarted the Guoan team's attack, making it difficult for them to advance. The commentary from Malaysia was quite exhilarating, and the fans on site cheered. Chapter 204. On the same day that Guoan reached the AFC Champions League quarterfinals, in distant Birmingham, England, at Villa Park, Wang Jinjie and his teammates were struggling against the revitalized Aston Villa in recent years. This team had once won the UEFA Champions League in the 1981-1982 season and had claimed the English top-flight league title 7 times, but for a period, they struggled in the lower half of the Premier League, and in the 2015-2016 season, they finished at the bottom and faced relegation. Gerrard's arrival allowed Villa to barely avoid relegation, but the club owner's ambitions extended beyond just the Premier League. They aimed for the Champions League. Under the tactical genius and renowned manager Emery, the team's performance gradually stabilized in the European competition zone of the Premier League, showcasing an attractive and flamboyant style of play. They had reached the Champions League quarterfinals and fought to the last moment against the then-champion Paris Saint-Germain, losing by just 1 goal. After years of accumulation, Aston Villa had become a regular in European competitions. For fans of the big clubs, there was always uncertainty when facing Aston Villa. Chapter 205. Sprint. Score Wong. Good shot. At the West Ham United training base, intense, small-sided training was underway. With a tight schedule, they had only 3 days to prepare after the last match, with just 72 hours between games. White did not give the players a break. After a day of recovery training, the next day's practice was intense. Good shot, Wong. A beautiful finish. Doubling and Lucas came over to high-five Wang Jinjie. Great pass, Tyler. Wang Jinjie made a sudden forward run during the training that caught Kilman off guard, and Doubling's diagonal pass was perfectly timed, allowing Wang Jinjie to easily score by striking the far corner. Wang, is your lung made of iron? Cough, cough. Aaron Morton, who was matched up against him, leaned on his knee, gasping for breath. He had previously found it hard to understand why Wang Jinjie could always find space. Now, in the one-on-one matchup, he understood. If he had to keep up with every movement Wang Jinjie made, the likely outcome would be that minutes later, your calves would feel swollen, and you would be out of breath, while Wang Jinjie continued to sprint as if nothing was wrong. Chapter 206. Come on. 3 passionate shouts echoed in the Anoeta Stadium. The West Ham United fans erupted with every seemingly full-effort punch thrown by Wang Jinjie. Hammers. The long, chant-like cheers came from every West Ham United fan, culminating into a wave of sound that swept across the stadium, rising higher and higher. Hammers. The cheers were not filled with fervor and celebration, but felt solemn, devout, and slightly ethereal, washing over the players, making their blood seem to boil. Bowen looked in shock at the stands behind the goal. Wang Jinjie's veins bulged, and his muscular frame exuded strength as he raised his fist, rallying all the away fans of West Ham United, who all clasped their fists against their chests in a gesture reminiscent of a prayer. Wang Jinjie was like a savior receiving their devout worship. Chapter 207. West Ham United triumphed 3-0 over Real Sociedad away, overcoming one of the steepest challenges in their half of the draw, and it seemed their path to the final would be smooth sailing. The faint warm light from the office lamp illuminated the room with a dim glow, while the outside night was thick as ink. The quiet training ground was only lit by a few streetlights casting cold white light, blending with a few faint stars in the night sky. It was now deep into the night in the capital. Green and white light emanated from the computer screen, illuminating Wen's face. Wen had heavy dark circles under his eyes, but his expression showed no signs of fatigue as he gazed at the celebrating Wang Jinjie with a look of great satisfaction. After this match, he had firmly established himself in West Ham United, or rather, he had deeply rooted himself in the hearts of every West Ham United fan. Wen exited the webpage and shut down the computer. Wang Jinjie was that kind of player, not as gifted as those super talents, but he had his own gifts. The head coach may be the strategist, but their influence on the player's mental state during the game is limited. Chapter 208, Tongzhou Base. The day after the school anniversary. Today, and you did not go to school, as he was sitting in Wen's office, facing an angry guidance. Look, you can't behave in the base, and now you're causing trouble at school, right? Wen slammed his phone on the desk, and it spun like a boomerang before stopping right in front of you. And you thought to himself that it was quite an impressive skill, but that didn't seem to be the point right now. The news on the phone screen prominently displayed the headline: Guoan starting goalkeeper, national team member, Olympic gold medalist. And you allegedly involved in a conflict with a classmate at school and punched the other party. How could you hit someone in you? I've always told you to stay calm. How could you lose your cool? Wen pointed at the desk, speaking much faster than usual, clearly very angry. And you shrank back in his seat, looking defiant. He pouted and said, I was calm. That person deserved it. I did nothing wrong. I don't care who's right or wrong, but you really threw a punch? You're a public figure now, and you're a national player, an Olympic gold medalist. The starting goalkeeper for Guoan, the core player of the team. Every move you make will be magnified infinitely. You're not a child anymore. You must take care of your reputation. This concerns your future. Chapter 209, Goal. Feng Jianshan and Zhang Peng roared as they embraced, both of them waving their arms in unison and shaking each other wildly in a frenzied manner. They rarely celebrated goals like this. Due to the sharpness of the counterattack, the players in the midfield and defense were unable to join in the celebration for a while, because the distance was just too far. After waiting for a moment, Dai Shiyu finally arrived late. He originally just wanted to give a high five, but as soon as he got close, Feng Jianshan pulled him into his arms. We scored. Ha ha. We're amazing. Zhang Peng and Feng Jianshan were still shaking their heads and celebrating, while Dai Shiyu, caught in the middle, struggled to keep his feet on the ground to avoid being lifted off the ground by the two crazed players, looking somewhat hopeless. We scored, and was nervously watching the entire process of Zhang Peng dribbling the ball in the backfield. When he saw the ball hit by Feng Jianshan go into the goal, he felt an uncontrollable excitement that made him roll several times in front of the goal. All the hardships of the first half, every desperate save, every roar had not been in vain. After an extremely frustrating defense, they were rewarded with a goal. A 1-goal lead. Chapter 210 Up. Down. Up. Ronke. Watch your back. Move quickly. Don't get caught offside. At the Tongzhou training base, after returning to Beijing, the Guoan team quickly got into a new round of training as per Wen's arrangement. Defensive coach Ma Zhenghao occasionally shouted from the sidelines. The four defenders were lined up, moving up and down in a vertical motion. Feng Jianshan and Zhang Peng stood between them, while everyone's gaze was fixed on Dai Shiyu. Dai Shiyu stood on the left side of the field with the ball, somewhat enjoying watching his teammates move back and forth under the sun, lifting their legs and pretending to kick. This prompted Feng Jianshan and Zhang Peng to make quick runs forward, also causing the four defenders to sprint forward. However, Dai Shiyu did not kick the ball. He stepped over it, teasing everyone. Dai Shiyu, hurry up and kick, Ronke said somewhat exasperatedly. Focus, Ma Zhenghao shouted. At this moment, Feng Jianshan completed his retreat, confirming that he was not offside. He exchanged a knowing glance with Dai Shiyu. With a tiny movement, Dai Shiyu precisely passed the ball, and Feng Jianshan immediately made a hook run. Chapter 211 The match had been going on for over 30 minutes. Suwon was very satisfied with the situation on the field. Today's dynamics were completely opposite to the first leg. The team's momentum was like an army under dark clouds, compressing the defense of the Al Sadd team within the penalty area. Looking at the over 70 possession, Suwon felt quite pleased. As for scoring, another shot on goal was sent into the stands by Chun-Li. A collective sigh rose from the fans in the stands. Suwon had no reaction to this, not even a clap. Unlike those passionate coaches, he didn't like to express his emotions to the players during such a stalemate. Although the kid's shots were always on target in training, in a fast-paced match against a defensive opponent, both the shooting angle and adjustment time felt rushed. This was also the reason why teams with strong pressing struggled to score. Guardiola missed the championship in the 23-24 season because he couldn't solve this problem, while Arteta indulged in dark arts, relying on improving set-piece efficiency to break the deadlock. Suwon had slightly better conditions than the two of them. In that season, Manchester City lost the creative De Bruyne to injury, while Arsenal Saka was also injured. Chapter 2:12, the second leg match between Guoan and Al Sadd, was the last to finish among the 4 quarterfinals. So, before the match started, Suwon already knew what opponent they were facing. Originally, Suwon had hoped that Kashima Antlers could do well and eliminate Al Nassr, as Kashima had drawn 2-2 against Al Nassr away in the first leg at King Saud University Stadium. Suwon fantasized about avenging the first match in the AFC Champions League against Kashima Antlers, believing that the current strength of the team was fully capable of achieving that. However, when returning to the Kashima Antlers home ground, they could not withstand the onslaught from Al Nassr. At home, they were brutally beaten 0-3, eliminated with an aggregate score of 2-5. In the other half of the bracket, there was no suspense, as both Saudi powerhouses had almost secured their spots in the next round with a significant lead from the first leg. If it weren't for Guoan's strong performance, no team from East Asia might have advanced past the first leg. After the match, the post-match press conference at Workers' Stadium was particularly crowded, with over 100 seats filled. Seeing the long line of cameras, Suwon was already familiar and relaxed as he opened a bottle of water and took a sip. Chapter 2:13, Su Guiding. Congratulations, Su Guiding. A beautiful victory. In the bustling post-match press conference, when Suwon pushed the door and walked in, he was greeted by waves of congratulations from domestic reporters. After Guoan's victory over Al Sadd, all the press conferences were filled with goodwill. The reporters who used to dig pits for him, make sarcastic comments, or nitpick were nowhere to be seen. Even the most critical reporter, who disliked Suwon and Guoan the most, had no way to criticize him or the team now. Even if there were any criticisms, domestic fans would scold that reporter mercilessly, ruining their reputation. Now, Guoan was the hope of the entire Chinese Super League, the closest they had come to the AFC Champions League final since Guangzhou Evergrande reached the finals in 2015, 14 years ago. Good evening, everyone. Suwon waved in response, looking quite cheerful. Although many journalists have given Suwon poor reviews about his personality, he is actually just not very energetic to accept interviews during the busy league season. To put it simply, he is lazy. As long as the journalists treat him well, he is naturally willing to show a good face. Once Suwon was seated, Peng Yangyang announced that the press conference officially began. Chapter 2:15, Dong Dong. Dong Dong Dong. Dong 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 Dong. Guoan. After the match began, the atmosphere on site remained fervent. The sounds of drums, singing, and horns mixed together, making the Workers' Stadium feel like a loudspeaker turned up to the max. Suwon actually doesn't like this continuous German-style cheering. Influenced by English football culture, he enjoys the quiet of the entire stadium while watching the game, followed by a volume explosion from 0 to 100 at critical moments. However, as long as it can create intimidation for the opponents, Suwon doesn't mind losing his hearing. The excitement on the field was no less than that off the field. Compared to the previous match, today's scene was rather unrestrained. Al Nassr, having fallen behind by a goal at home, naturally couldn't afford to play slowly away. They tried every means to speed up their attacks, aiming to break through Guoan's defense as quickly as possible. Similar to Al Nassr, the children seemed to become overly excited after seeing the stunning tifo and such massive support at home. Counterattacking? In front of the elders of the capital. It was truly shameful to play defensive. They were anxious to attack while holding back a surge of energy, eager to perform well at home. Chapter 2:16, Roar. Roar. Suwon felt that these few minutes in his life had turned somewhat magical. Throughout his 30 years of life in Earth Online, he had faced many difficulties and setbacks, but he had never experienced such a roller coaster ride. When he saw the referee award a penalty, He nearly lost his mind. Then Yu actually stood still and saved the penalty. At that moment, he really wanted to go up and kiss him, and there was even a counterattack. When Zhang Peng scored, he felt like he had lost all his strength and hurriedly turned around to find a place to sit. At that moment, all the fans seemed to be injected with a few doses of adrenaline, wildly twisting in the stands. If it weren't for the height of the stands at the Workers' Stadium and the last bit of rationality left among the fans, they would have probably rushed onto the field. Beep, beep, beep. With 3 whistle blows, Suwon knew they had made history for the team. After 14 years, a team had returned to the AFC Champions League final, which was also the first time in the team's history. Suwon stood up, and within seconds, all the media that could rush to the scene had gathered around him with cameras and microphones. Chapter 217. The scheduling of cup matches is always strange. Since various national leagues are ongoing, there can be a long wait of 1 month to half a month between each round of matches before the semifinals. After the semifinals, seemingly to avoid keeping fans in anticipation and torment for too long, the final was scheduled for 1 week after the semifinals ended. A week was very tight for Guoan, who had just completed a tough match. There was no time to celebrate or take a break. After confirming their advancement to the final, Guoan quickly returned to the Tongzhou base for a 2-day maintenance, and then took a private plane provided by Guanglan to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Here at the Bukit Jalil National Stadium, they would face the final showdown. Not only was the club busy, but many businesses in the capital also faced issues with a lack of manpower that week. Many Guoan fans began preparing to travel to Kuala Lumpur as the team reached the finals. Several companies received strong leave requests, indicating that if their leave was not approved, they would resign. Friday, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. A trio of Guoan fans appeared on the streets of Kuala Lumpur wearing Hawaiian-style short-sleeve shirts. Chapter 218, 10, 9, 8, 1, 0. The large screen in the stadium flashed constantly changing numbers. Fans in the stands shouted along with the countdown before the match. Beep. The referee raised his hands. The match has begun. The match has begun. This is the live broadcast of the AFC Champions League final for the 28-29 season, featuring Beijing Guoan from China against the Saudi Arabian powerhouse Al Hilal. The commentary was exceptionally excited because being able to witness today's final as a fan was a pleasant surprise before this tournament began. Who could have predicted that Guoan would reach the final? In less than 2 years, Suwon has perhaps already become the greatest coach in Guoan's history. Now, as usual, he sat calmly on the sidelines. At the age of 31, he is definitely referred to as a young coach in football, and in such a scene, he remained as calm as water, knowing that his opponent was Simone Inzaghi. After the camera lingered on Suwon for a while, it switched to the substitutes bench of Al Hilal. A rather gentlemanly, classically Italian middle-aged man stood elegantly on the sidelines, dressed in a well-fitted suit, with prominent white hair neatly styled among slightly wavy black hair, which not only did not give an impression of aging, but rather exuded a mature charm over time. Chapter 219. We need to do better in the second half. Our attacking efficiency is still too low. We could have scored more against them. That way, our pressure would be less. The atmosphere in Guoan's locker room was very lively. After the referee blew the whistle, players from Guoan and Al Hilal ran towards the player tunnel at the same time. However, the Al Hilal side was urged by Inzaghi, while Guoan acted spontaneously. When Suwon entered the locker room, Chi-run, as the captain, was already giving his speech. Suwon quietly sat down in the corner. He believed the kids had their own way of keeping themselves excited, so he didn't interrupt. High balls. The opposing center back is short and soft. I can contest easily. Feng Jiangshan scored the only goal in the first half with a header pressing down the opposing center back, so he was very confident. Not necessarily. Dai Shiyu shook his head. We should play more on the ground. That high ball was just an accident. The opposing wing is very weak, causing one center back to pull wide for defense, which created your opportunity. If we keep crossing, they will adapt to our rhythm. But even if we break through on the wing, the final cross lacks threat. It's better to simplify things to reduce the chance of mistakes, and let me catch the opposing center back. Chapter 220. Zhang Peng and the others' wild celebrations lasted at least a minute. After completing a goal destined to be recorded in history, it's likely that no one in the world can remain rational. The substitutes bench is in chaos after the goal. Yang Lixing and Cheng Jun are running wildly along the sidelines. The younger players rush onto the field to celebrate frantically. Luo Shirhan is shaking Suwon so hard that it seems she might break his neck. Equalizer. Equalizer. Miss Luo keeps shouting. Dazed, Su-Wen didn't expect Miss Luo, who usually struggles to even open a bottle cap, to have such strength. He was quite excited at first, but now his head is spinning, filled with thoughts of how to escape and survive. Phew, I made it. Seeing Su-Wen's pale face, Luo Shurhan quickly stops. Su-Wen calmly leans back against the chair and then points to the tablet resting on the metal stand in front of him. Though it's called an equalizer, there's still at least 10 minutes left in the match. Su-Wen believes it's far from reaching a very tense moment. He tries to keep his head steady and begins to appreciate the entire process of Zhang Peng's goal. Zhang Peng's long run always captivates Su-Wen. Chapter 221, the Guoan team's training base in Tongzhou. Dear viewers at home, we are currently in the most well-equipped and advanced medical center of domestic professional clubs. Dr. Luo, could you explain this to us? In the medical center, Luo Shurhan and Peng Yangyang bring a reporter and a behind-the-scenes team here. The photographer is wearing a vest prominently displaying the CCTV logo. No problem. What we see here is the most frequently used area by the team, with 10 therapy beds for the first team and the Guoan U23 youth team's maintenance work. Luo Shurhan confidently begins her explanation with the reporter. So, you can maintain 10 players at the same time? Yes, because the maintenance work is done between the end of morning training and lunch, and the kids are starving. So it has to be quick. Haha, I see. How is this done? The players lie on the beds, and professional therapists will give them massages. After high-intensity exercise, players' muscles will remain tense, and there may be slight strains. These strains will cause some minor bruising, which is not noticeable and doesn't affect daily life, but will make the ligaments tight. Chapter 222, England, London. In a villa in the Newham community, Wang Xinjie wakes up promptly at 7 a.m. As usual, he peeks through the heavy curtains to check the weather. The weather in England remains unpleasant, with thick clouds covering the sky. Wang Xinjie chooses not to open the curtains to prevent the eerie white light from flooding the room, turning on the warm-colored lights indoors. He immediately feels the cold air dissipate. He stretches and feels refreshed. The long sleep the previous day leaves him feeling energized. Once his mind is clear, his body begins to respond as well. I'm so hungry. The first to feel it is his stomach. Wang Xinjie has a very low body fat percentage, so his daily energy expenditure is significant. His body isn't always as vibrant as when he is on the field. If he doesn't eat enough, he becomes too weak to move. Going downstairs, he finds Chun Ruoshi still asleep, unguarded and without a closed door, and he can hear her steady snoring. Still up late. Wang Xinjie chuckles, shaking his head quietly as he leaves with his bag. Chapter 223. Wang Xinjie always finds it difficult to predict the flow of football matches, especially in the Premier League. This uncertainty deeply attracted him back then. However, the sudden turn of events in a match that was supposed to be clear skies but suddenly rains now causes panic for Wang Xinjie, who has become a star on the field. Indeed, popping champagne at halftime is an eternal taboo in football mysticism. When Burnley scored their second goal in the 82nd minute, Wang Xinjie thought to himself, before halftime, with a clever shot from Somerville, they scored the second goal of the match. Facing a Burnley team certain to be relegated, the 20-point lead already made Wang Xinjie feel like he had stepped into the Champions League. During the halftime break, White laughed and encouraged everyone, then urged them to continue attacking for the most impressive score to seize control. In reality, Burnley had no chances until the 65th minute. Wang Xinjie and two others repeatedly intercepted in midfield, keeping the ball pinned in Burnley's half. Chapter 224. A short distance north of London is a relatively well-built small town. This town once gave rise to a club that briefly existed in England's top league, Luton. However, a single football club was not enough to make this town, near London, bustling with people. What truly makes it lively is Luton Airport, the fourth largest international airport in London, located here. Wang Xinjie waits in the airport terminal. This airport has recently undergone an unpleasant renovation and has become somewhat modernized. However, compared to Beijing's Daxing Airport, this airport feels like the difference between the industrial age and the atomic age. Wang Xinjie is not in the mood to judge the differences between England's infrastructure and his home country. He unconsciously places his fingers to his mouth, lightly licking them with his tongue. Fortunately, wearing sunglasses at this moment helps him avoid the ever-present reporters, preventing them from capturing photos of football superstar Wang Xinjie enjoying gnawing on his fingers. Chun Ruoshi also stands beside Wang Xinjie, wearing sunglasses. As his agent and a woman living under the same roof, Her identity has long been thoroughly exposed by the tabloids, and with her impressive figure and face, she has become an alternative sensation in England.